Previously on.
I am Chen Lan. Now the global game materialized into reality. Each country materialized a different game. Dragon Kingdom materialized the game of cultivation of immortal life. This game I played for 10 years. In the game I have long achieved the realm of the emperor. So after the game materialized I became a supreme emperor. Even the heavenly system needs to be respectful to me. In order not to expose my identity, I have been hiding my true strength. The world only knows that the easy emperor is a godlike existence, but they don't know that the easy emperor is Chen Lan.
Because Dragon Kingdom took all the rewards in the global competition. As a result, the defiant Brahma came to Dragon Kingdom to take revenge.
As soon as Brahma arrived at Dragon Kingdom, he was discovered by Chen Lan. Brahma saw the people he brought with him disappear in the fight with Chen Lan.
Brahma roared out, surprisingly folding his hands together as a burst of Buddhist light erupted from within him. In an instant, he unexpectedly had a rapidly massive body, transforming into a giant that was over 7 meters tall with pitch-black skin, and had 2 extra arms behind his back. Ahaha, die. The giant Buddha opened his mouth and laughed, and with one hand, he slapped down towards Chen Lan. Small. Chen Lan just let out a faint smile.
In a flash, the giant Buddha immediately shrunk and changed back into Brahma's appearance. And Brahma's outstretched hand, which was still parked there, became smaller and very awkward.
Ha, this Dragonian big brother, please let me go, I'm just passing through. Snap.
As soon as the words fell, he stepped forward, sucked inside Chen Lan's hand like an absorption, and was choked.
Ah!
Suddenly, Brahma's body straightened up, surging up and down like a fish on the shore, his eyes whitened and his whole body tensed. Not a moment later, he stopped surging and his body went slack, as if dead, and was thrown out by Chen Lan. It's amazing that there are such good places in the Buddhist country. It seems like there should be quite a few of these places all over the world. After absorbing Brahma's memories, Chen Lan's gaze went to the magic weapon on Brahma's corpse and reached out to suck it into his hand.
This Tao rhythm is so strange. Is it the avenue of destruction, or the avenue of life?
Chen Lan played with the magic weapon in his hand, taking out a little bit of the Tao rhythm inside. Not long after, a ball of black and red, flipping and turning like 2 fish, appeared on the palm of his hand.
Is this the avenue of reincarnation?
Chen Lan pondered for a moment and froze as he looked at the Tao rhyme in the center of his hand. Destruction and life, it seems like there is no great way for the two to coexist other than reincarnation.
Reincarnation, Chen Lan didn't know what effects it had, but knew that the avenue was very strong.
Because reincarnation has always been a legend in the hearts of mankind, what Mengpa soup, hell or folklore, later studied by experts, said that people die into the reincarnation, there must be, these legends have been known to the world. Regardless of all this, ask the roaring dog, he knows quite a bit about the great Tao. Chen Lan put away his magic weapon, casually erased Brahma's corpse, and returned to the sect.
Send a message to Luo Tao to go out for a snack and a drink for entertainment. The next day. Patriarch's Palace. You're looking for me?
Roaring Dog asked suspiciously as he came here and looked at Chen Lan in his seat.
Is this the Tao rhyme of the reincarnation avenue?
Chen Lan asked as he opened the door and took out the Tao rhyme he had gotten last night. Looking at the Tao rhyme in Chen Lan's hand, the growling dog was slightly stunned and hurriedly came closer to observe it carefully, finally nodding seriously. Well, it's the Tao rhyme of reincarnation all right, but it's too thin, just this tiny bit. But it's better than nothing, and where did you obtain the good stuff from? The snarling dog looked up at Chen Lan.
What are the rules of reincarnation?
Chen Lan asked. He didn't know much about these metaphysics and whatnot. If the game doesn't materialize, he's a materialist and doesn't believe in gods or demons at all. But now that the game is embodied, his worldview is long broken. Reincarnation, inside the 3,000 avenues ranked in the top 10 avenues, very scary, mastering the reincarnation of those who have mastered the life of others, can be born, can die. And once a soul enters the cycle of reincarnation, it will never be resurrected, it will be reincarnated and become another person, and its memories will not remain. Rumor has it that those who have achieved great success in the avenue of reincarnation can, with a single thought, allow the creatures of an entire planet to enter the wheel of reincarnation and be reincarnated again, even if they're in the same realm. It would be difficult for them to avoid it. That's the divine power of reincarnation. And also the ability to enter the wheel of reincarnation and pull out the souls of those who have died. It can even awaken the memories as well as the power of previous lives, overlapping them to bring out the strongest strength. Upon hearing this, Chen Lan was slightly shocked, not expecting this reincarnation to be so strong that it could awaken the memories of his previous life.
If a person was an immortal emperor in his previous life, wouldn't it be instantly possible for him to gain the power he once had after reincarnating so that he coincidentally gained access to the avenue of reincarnation and awakened the memories of his previous life? This is overstated and horrible.
Chen Lan pondered, not knowing if he had a past life, but after the world reincarnation, I guess there was no past life to speak of.
Alright, I understand. Chen Lan nodded. Then I will leave first.
Roaring Dog said casually.
Monstrous fiend, come over here. Chen Lan transmitted his voice.
In the next second, a silhouette appeared in front of Chen Lan, and it was none other than the monstrous devil.
Master. The monstrous devil immediately knelt down. Let's go. Chen Lan nodded. In an instant, he disappeared with the monstrous devil. Buddha Land. A small town. It's a slum in the land of Buddha. Suddenly, Chen Lan and the monstrous devil appeared. Hundreds of people were living in such a harsh environment, and I'm afraid that Dragon Kingdom couldn't find a second such environment.
And the appearance of the two of them, Chen Lan and the monstrous devil, immediately attracted everyone's attention. Because the two of them were too conspicuously dressed, not in designer clothes, but neat and clean was already very conspicuous here, out of place with the environment and the people. Not to mention that they appeared out of nowhere, not ordinary people at first glance.
Who are you? Are you here to drive us to extinction?
We are not afraid of you.
Big deal, we all die together. All this and you still won't leave us alone?
Everyone stood up in unison, all grabbing anything around them that could serve as a weapon and aiming it at the two Chen Lan, yelling. Neither Chen Lan nor the monstrous devil could understand what they were saying, but it was evident that their expressions were filled with fear, a reaction to being forced to do something. Because their lives are threatened at this point, their bodies instinctively take up arms and want to live.
Master, are we going to kill them all?
The monstrous devil spoke in a cold voice.
No need.
Chen Lan shook his head. He wasn't some kind of person who killed innocents indiscriminately. These people had no grievances with him. There was no need to kill them. They're just scared from a long history of bullying and extreme desperation.
Are you Dragonian?
At this moment, a Dragonian language rang out, causing Chen Lan to faintly stare and feel affectionate. Looking back, it was a woman, dressed in rags, looking as though she hadn't bathed for what appeared to be more than 10 days, with a dirty face and a lot of dirt in her disheveled hair.
Are you Dragonian?
The woman asked excitedly. She had just heard the conversation between Chen Lan and the monstrous devil. It was a very familiar Dragonian language, that was why she was so excited.
Aha! Chen Lan admitted. Great, can you help me?
The woman pleaded.
Not available. Chen Lan frowned.
Please, help me, save my child, please. Suddenly, the woman flung herself to her knees and kept kowtowing to Chen Lan. She could see that these two were definitely not ordinary people, just based on their godlike figures. Seeing this, Chen Lan frowned and spoke in a deep voice, helping you is fine, but not right now.
Okay, thank you, good people have good rewards, thank you.
At those words, the woman hurriedly climbed up and smiled joyfully. Chen Lan withdrew his gaze and looked toward a large mountain not far away, a wooden house backed up against it. With a wave of Chen Lan's hand, the wooden house instantly shifted its position, and this amazing scene astonished everyone at the scene.
What a miracle! Chen Lan took a step forward, surveying the mountain in front of him, and spoke faintly, this cave is inside this mountain?
It should be. The markings I left behind haven't disappeared, and although it's not quite the same mountain range I saw back then, I can be sure that this is the same mountain from back then.
Well, let's get started then. Chen Lan nodded. Good.
The monstrous devil respectfully nodded his head and began to chant at the mountain. And as he chanted the incantation, suddenly the ground began to shake and tremble violently. Everyone was so alarmed that they rushed to grab whatever objects around them they could to steady themselves or get down and yell in terror. As the rumbling sound rang out, the mountain unexpectedly slowly cracked, only stopping when it completely split to both sides, revealing a huge bronze stone door.
The crowd was dumbfounded at the sight of the revealed bronze stone door. What is this, a miracle? Is that the door to heaven there? What the hell is going on with these two dragonian?
Seeing that Chen Lan and the two of them had just come here and made such a big fuss, the people of the Buddhist nation panicked, not knowing what was behind that bronze stone door.
Is it hard to let any demons out the door?
Chen Lan walked forward slowly and reached out to caress the bronze stone door. The material feels brittle, but I can feel the presence of the formation.
No wonder you couldn't open it at that time.
Inside the bronze stone door, he felt the formation. It should be a formation set up by the owner of this place, in order to prevent others from stealing his tomb.
It does look like there's some good treasure in there.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten a spell formation with such a strong defense to protect it.
Then, Master, do you have any way to unravel it? The monstrous devil frowned. A punch.
Chen Lan laughed lightly. This formation had been so long in the past and had undergone a world reincarnation that it was quite fragile. There was no need to crack the formation. After saying that, Chen Lan gathered the power of the great Tao of strength and blasted out with a fist.
Boo!
A crunch sounded behind the bronze stone door, and the spell shattered.
Rumble. In the next second, the bronze stone door opened in response, revealing a dark walkway, devoid of any monsters or light.
At the same time, a heavenly pillar of light rose up from the ground and went straight to the sky, incomparably blinding. One by one, the Buddhists behind them wanted to come up and watch, but they were instantly shaken away by the monstrous demon sovereign's cold shout. Chen Lan didn't hesitate and took a step inside, also laying down a spell formation in his hand to prevent anyone from coming in and disturbing them. As Chen Lan and the monstrous devil sovereign entered, the bronze stone door slowly closed. And those Buddhists immediately realized that there must be a treasure behind the door. One by one, they instantly lost their composure and rushed up to try to enter it, but before they could touch the stone door, they were rebounded by the legal formation set up by Chen Lan and flew backwards, falling into a dog's feces. Not only that, but people from all over the country of Buddha saw that pillar of light in the sky. What's that? Some kind of treasure has appeared in our country again, hurry up and get it. In an instant, all the strongest people in the Buddha kingdom poured out, and one by one, they all rushed towards that pillar of light, all of them believing that a supreme treasure had appeared there. Behind the bronze stone door, Chen Lan led the monstrous devil in step by step, surveying his surroundings. He was now on a long dark path, but it was covered with torches that had long since been extinguished. Snap! Chen Lan gently snapped his fingers, and the long path was instantly filled with light. Not long after, he reached the end, still a several meters high and several meters wide bronze stone door, but this time he didn't need to do anything. The stone door slowly opened. The stone door opened and everything inside came into view. It was a place similar to an underground palace, with a long staircase leading straight up, and the surrounding walls were painted with all sorts of strange gods and demons as well as demonic beasts. At the bottom of the long ladder, 8 stone statues, all of which were demonic beasts of different shapes. There were stone statues that looked like dragons, and stone statues that looked like tigers. And at the very top, Chen Lan saw a corpse sitting cross-legged, long since air-dried, a human-looking corpse. It should be the owner of this cave. Chen Lan took a single step, and the entire cave suddenly trembled violently. Countless stones fell from above and hit the ground for more than 10 seconds before stopping.
I am the Dragon Emperor of Luotian. Anyone trespassing on the cave, report your name.
Suddenly, a huge soul body flew out from that corpse bone, old man-like, kind with majesty, breath is heavenly emperor realm, eyes straight at Chen Lan, as if he wants to see through Chen Lan.
Surprisingly, you're still alive?
Chen Lan froze for a moment, then spoke faintly, Chen Lan.
How did you get in here without the blood of my descendants on you? Luo Tianlong Emperor was even more puzzled.
He set up a spell formation that required the blood of his descendants to come in, or else a realm higher than his to forcefully break through the spell formation to come in. This Chen Lan knows at a glance that the realm is very low. How did he get in? The one next to him was even more unlikely, not even a heavenly emperor, and not his descendant.
One punch breaks it. Hearing this answer, Luo Tian Dragon Emperor smiled, but instantly, his face was going to be gloomy. No matter who you are, since you've come here, then I have to keep the promise I made back then. Anyone who can enter here and complete the trial can obtain my inheritance. Before Chen Lan could say anything, Luo Tian Dragon Emperor let out a cold snort. Puffing and puffing. Suddenly, the 8 stone statues made a strange sound, seemingly coming to life and moving. They used to follow me for tens of thousands of years, and although they sealed themselves as stone statues, they still retain a small portion of their strength, so if the two of you are able to defeat them, then come back to obtain my inheritance. After saying that, Luo Tianlong de-levitated at the very top and quietly watched the performance. The 8 stone statues revived over, one of them eyeing Chen Lan and the monstrous demon sovereign intently, emitting their own different and strange roars. All of them are immortal emperor perfection, and their strength is similar to mine. The monstrous devil wiped the sweat from his forehead. In the old world, it was hard to see so many immortal emperors. Now that a full 8 spirit beasts were all immortal emperors, he was a bit shocked. Extinguish! Chen Lan spoke indifferently, and with a wave of his hand, the 8 stone statues instantly burst apart, spilling out onto the ground. Seeing this, Luo Tianlong Emperor's smile came to an abrupt end and instantly froze on his face. How is this possible? Luo Tianlong Emperor was dumbfounded. 8 immortal emperor perfection spirit beasts, although much weaker, these 2 on the other side were enough, but they were instantly secured? Who the hell are you? Luo Tianlong Emperor was alarmed. This young man in front of him was definitely not simple. Easy Heavenly Father. Chen Lan spoke faintly, slightly revealing a hint of his breath. Supreme Emperor? Emperor Luo Tianlong was dumbfounded. Such a young kid in front of him was actually a supreme emperor? How this is possible is unbelievable. Which great emperor are you the reincarnation of? Luo Tian Dragon Emperor asked, unable to think of any other possibility other than this answer. I don't need your inheritance, I just need you to answer a few questions for me, and by the way, give me some more treasures that can restore my longevity or enhance my strength. Chen Lan did not answer Luo Tian Dragon Emperor's question and said with a twist of words. You are already a supreme emperor, so why do you need my inheritance? Luo Tian Dragon Emperor smiled to himself. This was a supreme emperor. In this world it was enough to be invincible, but there, I'm afraid that, go ahead, what questions do you want to know? What world are you from? God realm. Luo Tian Dragon Emperor answered truthfully. Then above the Supreme Emperor, are there realms? Yes, but I can't tell you, my soul is forbidden. Luo Tian Dragon Emperor shook his head inside. He could only answer some simple questions, questions that involved too many secrets that he couldn't answer, and saying a single word could cause him to go up in smoke. At those words, Chen Lan frowned slightly. Even the Luo Tian Dragon Emperor had been soul-banned. But he had gotten the answer he wanted. The Supreme Emperor was indeed not the ultimate realm. Above that, there were even higher realms of existence. Why are you here? Chen Lan continued to ask. Being punished down here, one shall never return there again for eternity. Luo Tian Dragon Emperor smiled to himself, but his eyes showed a hint of longing. Do you know about world reincarnation? I know, but I can't say. Chen Lan is a little impatient, can't say anything, this can't ask questions. However, if you grant me a request, I'd rather go up in smoke and tell you the truth of the matter. Luo Tianlong Emperor was uncharacteristically serious as his expression became serious, his eyes dripping with determination. Seeing this, Chen Lan was slightly stunned, and after thinking for a long time, he nodded his head and said, okay, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Seeing Chen Lan agree, Luo Tianlong smiled, knowing that Chen Lan had already contracted his karma. If one day, you can make a trip to the God realm, or when you see that girl, please help me say that I died and made her wait for a long time. I'm sorry, by the way, that girl's name is Li Binger. Chen Lan froze. He did not expect that this heavenly emperor in front of him was still infatuated. After so many years have passed, people might have already married. Wouldn't it be too abrupt to say so after so long? Chen Lan said. When these words came out, Luo Tian Dragon Emperor froze, and after a long time, he gave a helpless smile, which turned into a loud laugh again. Ha 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 ha, yes, why didn't I think of that? After so many years have passed, she might have married and become a virtuous mother long ago, so why should I bother?
However, Chen Lan could see that Emperor Luo Tianlong's smile was filled with bitterness. If she's unmarried and I can meet her, I'll pass on this message for you. Seemingly realizing that he had spoken a little too bluntly, Chen Lan added.
Thank you.
Luo Tian Dragon Emperor said sincerely, his face suddenly changing color and becoming serious. This planet of yours is actually not called the Xian Dust Realm, but the Divine Meteor Land. After saying that, Luo Tianlong Di paused for a moment and sighed in relief after realizing that there was nothing going on.
God's fallen land?
Chen Lan repeated these 4 words. From Luo Tian Dragon Emperor's words, one could hear that he had come down from the Xian Dust Realm, and had stayed here without leaving, and did not know that it was now called the Blue Star.
But what is the meaning of this God's fallen land? Chen Lan looked towards the monstrous devil sovereign, only to see the latter shaking his head, clearly unsure.
Well, the land of gods fall, so called because gods died when this planet was first born. Countless gods have fallen on this planet. Its aura is one of the strongest of all worlds. All the worlds of the heavens wanted to come over to grab resources, but without exception, they all died on this planet. That's why it's called the land of gods fall. It represents death. Whether it's a god or a demon, when they come here, they all die. Luo Tianlong Emperor said a lot in one breath. His expression became painfully hideous. It was obviously the soul restriction that was working, preventing him from saying more.
If it doesn't work, you can stop. Chen Lan frowned.
There's no harm. I've lived for so long anyway, and I'm not going out of here, so I might as well die. Luo Tian Dragon Emperor shook his head. His face was filled with open-mindedness, as if he was already used to seeing life and death and was fearless.
Why can't you get out?
Because those people are watching me all the time, and they only tolerate me hiding here as a dirty sewer rat, and if I want to go out and see that heaven and earth, I'm going to die.
It's cruel, but there's nothing to be done about it.
Although Luo Tianlong Emperor wanted to seek revenge on the people above him, there was nothing he could do. One more request, please find someone to receive my inheritance. I don't want to have no one to follow in my footsteps.
I happen to have a brother, his name is Luo Tao. You both have the surname Luo, he may be your descendant, you can give it to him. Since it's the person the great emperor is talking about, then I'm very relieved. Luo Tian Dragon Emperor's inheritance was not something Chen Lan was very interested in. After all, his realm was the highest at the moment. It was better to leave it to those who needed it, plus it was adhering to the reasoning of fertilizer flowing to outsiders. Since it was what he had found, there was no need to give it to strangers. Luo Tao was the best choice. I don't have much time left, so I asked the great emperor to bring Luo Tao as soon as possible. Emperor Luo Tianlong requested.
No, I'll take you out and you can give him the legacy yourself. It was just a soul, he'd just take it out, and those people couldn't do anything to him yet.
Actually, I have a better way. Do you want to survive? Chen Lan spoke faintly.
He saw the talent, a heavenly emperor, and if he took him under his wing, he would have another capable general.
Live?
Luo Tian Dragon Emperor froze for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. No, what you're looking at is nothing more than a trace of my residual soul, and I'm no longer able to take over my body. He thought that Chen Lan was letting him take over his body and continue to live, but now he was just a sliver of a soul, not to mention taking over his body. Even if there was an intact body in front of him, he wouldn't be able to manage it. In less than 3 days, he will be completely extinct.
Just a soul.
Chen Lan opened his mouth with a faint smile as his right hand condensed purple soul Dao power and violently blasted at Luo Tianlong Emperor's soul body. Instantly, Luo Tianlong Di was surprised to find that his soul had strengthened quite a bit. He had to know that he had tried many spirit pills or divine elixirs that restored his soul, but none of them worked because he had experienced a divine punishment that caused irreversible damage to his soul. I didn't expect Chen Lan's hand to allow him to recover somewhat.
You're the Dao power of the Soul Avenue? Luo Tian Dragon Emperor was surprised.
Surprisingly, it was the Soul Avenue, one of the 3,000 great Dao. No wonder it could be so powerful. However, at the time he was punished down in those years, hadn't the great Dao already been obliterated to a great extent, so how could there be any great Dao to realize? Well, I can save you and let you live to meet your beloved in person, but the price is for eternity, you as a slave and me as the master. Chen Lan spoke out the conditions.
He's not saving lives for free.
At those words, Luo Tian Dragon Emperor fell silent, and he admitted that he was heartbroken.
He could live to see ice, but this submission, he was somewhat unable to do. He was punished for not submitting to others, and now that he was asked to submit to Chen Lan again, he was somewhat unable to do so. Seeing that Luo Tianlong Emperor was hesitating, Chen Lan did not give up but spoke. Think about it, open the treasure vault first. Now that he had passed the trial, he also saw that there was another door at the top of that, and behind the door was Luo Tianlongdi's entire fortune, with all sorts of pills and magic treasures in it. Sooner or later that thing is going to be his anyway. All right. Luo Tian Dragon Emperor nodded and waved his big hand. At the very top, a bronze stone door slowly opened, revealing a pile of heavenly materials as high as a small mountain as well as all kinds of magic treasures and elixirs. Everything was available. Go see if there's anything you need. Chen Lan looked toward the monstrous devil and spoke. Yes, master. The monstrous devil rejoiced, dashed inside, and began to use his divine sense to pick out any pills or spirit medicines and magic treasures that could replenish his longevity. It didn't take long for the monstrous devil to finish picking. Master, I'm done picking. These pills or elixirs are enough for me to live for another few thousand years to break through to Heavenly Emperor. The monstrous devil laughed excitedly. With a few thousand years, he was confident that he would be able to break through to the Heavenly Emperor. After all, he was only a foot away from the door. This is my breakthrough experience, take it and read it. Hearing the words of the monstrous devil, Luo Tian Dragon Emperor waved his hand and a notebook flew into the monstrous devil's hand. The notes looked ancient, but the information recorded inside was a treasure that countless cultivators wanted to obtain. Luo Tianlong Emperor had the habit of writing down notes. Many things would be written down, most of them were when he broke through a new layer of realm. He would write out what happened at that time. Thank you. The monstrous demon sovereign clasped his fists and thanked him. I didn't expect to be able to obtain such a treasure. Then in that case, breaking through to Heavenly Emperor would be even more promising. With a wave of his hand, Chen Lan put all of the treasury's contents inside his storage ring, as Luo Tianlong Emperor wouldn't be able to use it anyway. Seeing that his treasure trove was unceremoniously accepted in its entirety by Chen Lan, the corner of Luo Tian Dragon Emperor's mouth twitched with some heartache. How about it, be my slave or wait for death? Have you considered it clearly? Chen Lan asked with a frown. He had no time to waste. At those words, Luo Tian Dragon Emperor was silent, his face hesitant as he continued to struggle inwardly. Finally, his eyes were firm as he looked toward Chen Lan and said word for word, I am willing to be your slave for all eternity. When he finished, he knelt down and bowed his head. The corners of Chen Lan's mouth rose slightly as he nodded in satisfaction. Good. Outside. Damn it, what the hell is going on here? Why can't we get in? There seems to be a transparent wall blocking us. Can we break this wall? It can't be helped, I can't even break it with my full strength. Who the hell went in there? So many people, just grab someone and ask them. Outside, hundreds of Buddhist powerhouses surrounded the front of the bronze stone door, but they couldn't enter. Chen Lan's boundary blocked them. No matter how much power they used or the help of their magic weapons, they were unable to break through Chen Lan's boundary, and it also blocked the entire surrounding area without a single gap. This made them angry, and they could conclude that there was definitely a supreme treasure inside. And listening to those poor people around, there are 2 Dragonian people went in. Even there are still Dragonian people dare to come to their Buddhist country to rob their treasures. It is simply living out of patience. How can this be tolerated? This woman was the only one who spoke to those 2 Dragonian, and she's Dragonian too. At that moment, a Buddhist powerhouse pulled in a woman, the very same Dragonian woman who had spoken to Chen Lan earlier. That Buddhist nation spoke to the other powerhouses in the Buddhist language. In an instant, all the Buddhist powerhouses looked intently at the Dragonian woman, fierce and vicious, their eyes as if they wanted to see through the woman. No, it's none of my business, I don't know those 2. The woman shouted in horror, but she really didn't recognize them. Say, who are those 2 Dragonian people and how did they get in? The strongest person in the Buddha kingdom, Kshatriya, spoke in a cold voice as he grabbed the woman's neck. The woman felt breathless all of a sudden, but she still didn't say anything about Chen Lan. Damn it, speak! Kshatriya roared. Kshatriya, her child is here, threatening her with the child must have spoken. At that moment, a strong Buddhist monk came over carrying a child who was sick with a high fever.
weak in arms and legs, and dying. Seeing this, the woman struggled frantically in terror, trying to break free to save her child. Kshatriya, on the other hand, smiled a cruel smile, grabbed the child and choked it, looking at the woman and laughing.
"Speak, or I'll kill your children." "No. I've told you everything, I really don't know, and I don't know those two Dragonian."
The woman screamed, her body struggling frantically, but the strength of the other party was not something that an ordinary person like her could break free from. No one around dared to come forward to help because Kshatriya was the strongest person here and no one dared to mess with him.
"That answer is not what I want to hear."
The Kshatriya's smile came to an abrupt end, becoming cold and unfeeling, and with a slight push of his left hand, he flung the body in his hand.
"Child, my child."
Witnessing the murder of her child, the woman screamed, her eyes gradually becoming dull. She couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. The very thing she had begged Chen Lan for was to save her child, but now, it wasn't necessary.
"I'm going to kill you, kill you."
The woman shouted up in a frenzy and took a bite out of the man's tiger's mouth.
It couldn't do much damage to it, but Kshatriya was getting impatient. "Asshole, say it or not, or I'll kill you." The woman didn't respond, still biting at the Kshatriya's tiger with reddened eyes. "Damn."
Kshatriya gritted her teeth and flung it with all her might.
"Boo."
The woman hit the ground hard, her spine snapping, her face red with pain, and the sound that came out wasn't a scream but a moan. She didn't have the strength to scream anymore.
"Shit. Damn."
Instead of letting the woman go, Kshatriya stomped on her again and again, crushing her, bursting her head and torturing her to death. All the people around looked at Kshatriya in horror, none of them dared to come out and stop it, they were all afraid of Kshatriya. Almost 10 seconds passed before Kshatriya stopped her rampage and took a deep breath, slowly calming down.
"Attack me with all your might, no matter who's inside, you can't let them leave with the treasure." Kshatriya roared, taking the lead in attacking the boundary.
Not long after, the many Buddhist powers began to attack the boundary again, and no one paid any attention to the dead mother and child.
Internal. Master.
The Luotian Dragon Emperor, who possessed a complete body, knelt in front of Chen Lan, who had already been engraved with a soul brand.
From now on, he was Chen Lan's slave. "Get up, you two go back to Dragon Kingdom first."
Chen Lan spoke indifferently.
He had somewhere else to be. In an instant, the two disappeared and returned to Dragon Kingdom.
Chen Lan, on the other hand, walked outside with slow steps. He planned to take a look at that treasure in Brahma's mind, perhaps he could discover more Tao rhythm objects.
And there's a lot of people waiting for him out there.
He sensed it when the boundary was attacked, only he didn't care. Now that it's settled, it's time to sort out the trouble.
Outside.
The many powerful people were still attacking the boundary, but suddenly, the bronze stone door made a rumbling sound and slowly opened.
"Someone is coming out,"
a certain strong man shouted. In an instant, everyone stopped moving, their gazes fixed dead center on the bronze stone door. Slowly, Chen Lan stepped out from inside, his face calmly scanning everyone around him, but soon, his expression froze, and he looked at the two corpses on the ground with some bewilderment. It was the body of a child and woman, and the woman was the woman who had approached him earlier to strike up a conversation.
And now, it's dead as a doornail. "Hey, you're the Dragonian, aren't you? Do you know that this is the Buddha Kingdom, our territory? What have you gained in there? Hand it all over."
A strong Buddhist countryman took the lead and spoke in a cold voice. But Chen Lan ignored him and instead looked at the two corpses on the ground. There was no joy or anger on his expression, no one could tell how he was feeling right now.
"Who killed them?"
Chen Lan looked at the two corpses and spoke indifferently, but the temperature of the scene plummeted, as if it had come to dozens of degrees below zero, which was creepy.
"Hey, are you deaf?" That strong man asked again, and after realizing that the boundary had disappeared, he instantly whistled towards Chen Lan. "I'm talking, so listen to me clearly." He raised his hand and tried to blast Chen Lan's head with his fist. Boo! Before he reached Chen Lan, he suddenly burst like a watermelon, countless red and white things splashed in all directions, and his soul was scattered. This scene stunned everyone at the scene as they backed away and looked at Chen Lan in horror. "This strike, I didn't see it clearly, did you guys see it clearly?" "No, he's definitely too strong to mess with." It's too terrifying, isn't it? Instantaneous second kill. Dragon Kingdom actually has such a strong person. Back off, all of you, this can't be messed with. Seeing that someone was trying to run, Kshatriya roared sternly, he's alone, I'll kill anyone who dares to run. I didn't realize that no one really dared to run with that one sentence. None of them will run, so die. Chen Lan spoke indifferently. After that, a few more people burst into flames. Everyone once again retreated dozens of steps back, and some of those who were as timid as rats couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly flew towards the distance, wanting to leave this place. Boom boom boom. Just then, those who escaped but had just exploded just like that Buddhist powerhouse, and the sky was suddenly filled with a small localized red rain. Chen Lan had already guessed 9 times out of 10 that the woman and child should have died because of him. No one said anything? Chen Lan spoke indifferently, scanning the surroundings, and everyone he scanned instantly burst into flames. In a blink of an eye, the strongest people present were like fireworks, one by one bursting into brilliant red fireworks and going up in smoke. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and pointed at Kshatriya and shouted angrily, it's him, he's the one who killed him, it's Kshatriya who killed him. Upon hearing this, Chen Lan looked towards Kshatriya. The other party was incomparably fearful at this time, not having the slightest intention of answering the battle, only wanting to escape. Good. Chen Lan spoke faintly. Boo. In an instant, everyone except Kshatriya exploded at the same time, and a thick, fishy fog of blood filled the air. All the powerful people up and down the Buddha kingdom were instantly exterminated 3/4 of the way, leaving only a few dirtbags who didn't come here and escaped. Seeing this, Kshatriya was completely flustered and hastily knelt down. I'm sorry, my fault, I'm willing to be a cow and a horse, please let me go. Slave, you're not worthy yet, but you seem to like torture, so I can fulfill you. From the woman's body, Chen Lan could see that the woman had suffered a very cruel torture during her lifetime, and all of her internal organs and bones were shattered into pieces. In that case, let's do unto others as we would have them do unto us. Kshatriya was being controlled by inexplicable forces and was slowly flying towards the sky. He was screaming in terror, but there was no one left to respond. Aside from those ordinary people, all the powerful Buddhists present were dead, leaving only Kshatriya alone. Boo! Kshatriya's left arm suddenly burst open and turned into a cloud of blood mist, grimacing in pain and screaming in agony. Ah, spare me, please spare me! As blood continued to soar from his left arm, Kshatriya's face turned white and he began to beg for mercy. Boo! The right arm also burst open, both arms simultaneously spilling blood outward, so miserable that those ordinary people didn't dare to look at them, fearing that Chen Lan would torture them next. Please, kill me, give me pain. The Kshatriya cried and wailed, no longer begging for mercy and death. Right now, his life was worse than death. He would rather die than be tortured by Chen Lan, it was too painful. When you killed that woman's child, did you think about it? Chen Lan spoke in a cold voice. He didn't want to kill anyone, he just came over to get something. But I didn't expect these people to brutally kill 2 innocent Dragonian people out of greed. Those 2 Dragonian people died because of him, and those people should be buried with them. Chen Lan's eyes condensed, and Kshatriya immediately let out an even more miserable shriek than before. His body was like an easy open can that was being squeezed, his bones slowly shattering, his body slowly shrinking, and all of his internal organs being squeezed flat. Boo! With a sudden explosion, Kshatriya, the strongest person in the Buddha kingdom, died instantly and his soul was scattered. Looking at the blood mist that bloomed like fireworks in the sky, Chen Lan was expressionless. Having killed too many people, his heart had long since changed, but the ones he killed were the ones who deserved to be killed. Faintly sweeping a circle of those ordinary people, each one of them lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Chen Lan, their bodies trembling. Chen Lan walked back to the corpse of that mother and child, and with a wave of his hand, time began to rewind, and the lives of the 2 returned to their best state. Phew! The woman sat up violently, gasping in horror, as if she'd gone through a ghostly door. In the next moment, she thought of something and hurriedly looked to the side. Child. When she saw that the child was intact, even the fever was cured and he became alive, she was so ecstatic that she crawled over to him and hugged him, shedding tears. She seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly looked aside, seeing Chen Lan, instantly letting go of the child on both knees and crawling over to kowtow. Thank you for saving me and my child.
All of this, she couldn't think of anyone else, only the man in front of her could do it, no one else but him.
You're welcome.
Chen Lan spoke indifferently, waving his hand. The woman along with the child had disappeared into thin air. He had sent the two to the entrance of the Chengdu city's repair and management department. Naturally someone would send them home. With that, he too disappeared.
Buddhist country, a certain house.
Chen Lan appeared out of nowhere, and the surrounding residents were startled.
Snap.
With the crunch of a ringing finger, time stood still around them, and all the inhabitants held their movement expressions still. Chen Lan walked slowly into the house, and with a thought, the entrance to the floor of the house opened up, and an underground passageway was revealed to him, and he walked down it. What met his eyes was a sea of gold, silver, and jewels, as well as countless magic weapons, talismans, and pills. Surprisingly, they are body-refining pills and spiritual chi pills. Surprisingly, there are so many of them, at least they are all more than 200 bottles, but that Brahma didn't know the wonderful use of these pills, and didn't move a single bottle. Chen Lan murmured and opened his mouth. He scanned everything with his divine sense and was a bit disappointed that there were no Tao rhythm items that he wanted.
That Brahma had a good eye, choosing the Tao rhythm artifact with the reincarnation avenue out of so many.
Not getting what he wanted, Chen Lan smoothly took it all in and left the place. As he left, time returned to normal and the crowd did not notice anything out of the ordinary, except for the door of the house that had been opened.
Buddhist country, a certain site.
It was deserted, just forest, and under an ancient tree, there was that one small opening where only one person could go down.
Below the cave entrance, there was a clearing. Chen Lan appeared out of thin air, and the first thing he did was to survey his surroundings.
This place was emptied by Brahma. It should be some sort of cave that doesn't have a managed formation, or a clan treasury.
Chen Lan guessed.
But soon, his divine sense saw something else.
There's even a dark room? Chen Lan looked toward a wall. Boo!
With a single thought, the wall burst into pieces, turning into bits of debris that fell away, revealing what was inside. It was empty. The only thing inside was a pillar with a dusty book on it. Chen Lan casually grabbed it and it instantly flew into his hand, and with a gentle blow, the dust on it floated away.
No fonts, nothing. Chen Lan froze slightly and flipped it open.
He frowned when he saw the first line. The Cold Light Palace has been established for more than 5,000 years, but I didn't expect it to be about to die out in the world because of the world's reincarnation. It's really hard to predict what will happen in the world. I am the patriarch of the Cold Light Palace. If you see this suicide note when you see it, please dig me out. There will be a heavy reward.
Dig out? Instead of dying, this sovereign buried himself alive? Chen Lan continued to look down.
I will bury myself into the depths of the land of extreme cold, freeze my body, and sleep for 10,000 years, and if the world reincarnates, and the people of the new world see it, they may dig me out, and I can fulfill all your demands.
You can take everything here with you, just please help me wake up.
Just 4 short sentences caused Chen Lan to tighten his brows. Surprisingly, there was still a patriarch who had lived for thousands of years who hadn't died, probably for more than thousands of years, and should be alive anyway, only sleeping.
As for this extremely cold place, could it be the North Pole or the South Pole?
But the world wheeled past. Maybe it was a place of extreme cold in the beginning, but not now. After all, time changes the world.
But then why didn't the patriarch just bury it here?
By the time someone comes to see this suicide note, it will be able to dig him out. Have to pick a very cold place. This is not a needle in a haystack. And the Cold Light Palace. Later, I will go back and ask the roaring dog or the monstrous devil to see what they know. Now that he had figured it out, Blue Star was facing invasions from multiple worlds, and the old world was gradually awakening, and when that happened, Blue Star would become the target of all the alien worlds, and those outsiders would want to overrun the planet.
The people of the old world may be the best allies.
His goal was to take all the awakened old worlders and take them under his wing to become his most powerful aid.
Patriarch's Palace.
Chen Lan returned here and transmitted his voice to the roaring dog and the monstrous devil. A man and a dog instantly appeared in the sovereign hall.
Master. Archon.
A man and a dog spoke at the same time.
Do you know the Cold Light Palace?
Upon hearing this, one person and one dog looked at each other, and the snarling dog was the first to open his mouth. Cold Light Palace, it seems that I have heard of it. It seems that it is a clan that has just risen up for a few thousand years at the end of the era. I don't understand it very well. Well, the Cold Light Palace's patriarch, I happen to know her. She's a woman with a very heaven-defying talent, cultivating for only 10,000 years. She stepped into the Saint King. I passed by her clan that day, and it just so happened that the clan was being attacked by the enemy, and I stepped in to save the day.
Then do you guys know about the land of extreme cold? Chen Lan ignored it and continued to ask.
This I know. Back then she did ask me where the land of extreme cold was, and I know where it is. The Shen Dust realm is so vast and boundless that it is impossible to look at the end of it, or find the end of it. I've traveled all my life, and I've never finished, and I've seen that one place where the temperature is so low that the people who live there use a flame called the holy fire all year round in order to be able to survive, and it's also called the land of extreme cold. Later, I informed that place to that patriarch, and the time happened to be 100 years before the arrival of the world reincarnation, and that patriarch left straight away, leaving the whole clan in seclusion, after which she headed to the land of extreme cold, and what happened after that, I'm not sure. Chen Lan nodded. It seemed that this extremely cold place had already had its initial appearance changed by the world reincarnation, and trying to find it was an extremely difficult thing to do. One could only go with the flow and wait until this patriarch woke up on his own.
By the way, where is Luo Tian Dragon Emperor? Chen Lan asked.
He followed his master's words and has already met with Luo Tao. The other party believes in him very much, and said something about his own golden finger-old grandpa coming. He is the protagonist, and now he has happily accepted the inheritance. The corner of Chen Lan's mouth twitched. He had thought it would be difficult.
After all, when a stranger suddenly says he wants to give you an inheritance, everyone would be a little wary, right?
I didn't expect Luo Tao to agree so easily. Some other day Luo Tao's parents call and tell him that Luo Tao has been abducted. He is 100% convinced.
Chen Lan helplessly shook his head and laughed as he continued, aside from Luo Tianlong Emperor's cave, do you know of many other people's caves?
Before the slumber, a few clans I knew were overthrown. I know their treasure vaults, and there are also a few powerful people's caves that I know of, but I didn't leave a mark, and I'm afraid that I can't find them after so long a time has passed.
The monstrous devil laughed bitterly. Chen Lan nodded and didn't say anything else.
Suddenly, the two men and the dog turned their heads in unison and looked in the direction of Qin City.
Their divine sense sensed at the same time that there was a problem there.
Chen Lan's divine sense was able to see that something extremely bad was happening in the city of Qingdu. A group of very short creatures were drilling up from under the ground. They were only about 1 meter 2 in height, very short, but obscenely ugly looking. Especially after seeing the woman, those creatures were so horny that they rushed over to pounce on the woman and were about to do something untoward, but fortunately, there were other cultivators present and managed to solve it. What kind of demonic beasts are these, ugly looking but with the same stature as the dwarf race and a different personality? It's too disgusting. Roaring Dog frowned and spoke. It had never seen such a disgusting creature, a heartfelt disgust, the kind you want to beat to death when you see it.
I haven't seen it either. Is this a creature of the New World? The monstrous devil shook his head.
A man and a dog looked at Chen Lan, eager for an answer. This kind of creature, called a goblin, is a virtual creature that should have materialized from a game, with a disgusting personality, a love of female color, extremely lecherous, and usually extremely low combat power.
Chen Lan frowned and opened his mouth.
He was a bit staggered as to how a creature like a kobold could be here.
Shouldn't this be a creature from the side of the superpower empire?
He remembered that it was a monster inside the Western mythological stories, which was often taken by the Bonobo nation later as a disgusting monster that often appeared in the anime.
How did you come to Dragon Kingdom, and to the underground of Qingdu City?
Looking at this, it seems like quite a few, probably tens of millions of kobolds, and while they're fragile and trashy, there are a lot of them, and it's disgusting.
Snap.
Chen Lan snapped a ringing finger and those kobolds were instantly wiped out, and the cultivators who were experiencing the battle were instantly confused. The battle was over so quickly that they drew their swords and looked around in confusion.
Monstrous devil sovereign, go see what's going on in that tunnel. Chen Lan spoke.
Since the kobolds came out of it, there must be more, or something else, inside.
Yes, master. The monstrous demon lord disappeared in place and went forward to investigate. After the snarling dog left, Chen Lan took out the Tao rhythm object of the reincarnation avenue and took a deep breath. Last night, Roaring Dog had approached him and told him about the reincarnation avenue. The avenue of reincarnation has a certain degree of danger. No matter who enlightens themselves, they may be obliterated and thus enter reincarnation. It is an extremely difficult avenue. Time is the emperor, space is the king, destiny is not out of the way, and karma is the king. But reincarnation, however, has the three relationships of time, fate, and cause and effect. It is so complex that no one in the entire Xian dust realm has been able to succeed in enlightenment. Discretion. Looking at the reincarnation Tao rhythm object in his hand, Chen Lan hesitated for a few seconds before refining it. Cultivation of immortality, this is to go against the sky, if you are afraid of this and that, but also cultivate a hairline. Life and death, the cycle of reincarnation goes on and on. Either you live or you die. A voice exploded in Chen Lan's mind. Quickly, he entered a state of epiphany, sitting cross-legged and chanting under his breath. Meanwhile, in the middle of 4 different cities in Dragon Kingdom. Lu. A classical music study room, which specializes in teaching children all kinds of Dragonian classical music. But nowadays it's the age of immortal cultivation, who would send their children over to learn this so-called classical music. So, this classical music study room should have closed its doors a long time ago, but every day that one boy would come over and play the lute. A beautiful lute sound echoed through the study room, but no one could appreciate it. Just then, an aura of reincarnation vibrated in, and the boy's hand playing the lute came to a screeching halt, his eyes lost in thought as he slowly froze. But soon, the boy's body shook violently and raised his head in surprise. At the same time, the realm in his body that was originally only foundation establishment rapidly skyrocketed, and in no time at all, it came to the Mahayana stage. My name is Magic Ritual C? The boy muttered, subconsciously waving his hand to play the lute, and a powerful sound wave instantly erupted. In an instant, the walls around the study room as well as the musical instruments were destroyed. Looking at the ruins in front of him, the boy didn't show too much of a surprised expression, but muttered, was that the aura of the great Tao just now? Could it be that the great Tao has already appeared in this world? Who could it be? I'm going to find that powerful man. After the boy muttered, he flew resolutely in the direction of the Easy sect. Not only that, but the same thing happened among 3 other different cities. Yamashiro. A boy who was dancing with a sword, which he had loved since he was a little boy, and his parents even got him a scratch week when he was a kid, walked over to him as if he had a target in mind and gripped the wooden sword his grandfather had left behind, which made his grandfather laugh with glee. Because my grandfather was an old artist and equally very fond of sword dancing, he believed that what the old ancestors left behind should not be forgotten. Seeing that his grandson was also so fond of swords, of course his old man was happy. So the boys grew up practicing swords for more than 20 years, and still do to this day. Suddenly, the reincarnation breath vibrated here, causing the boys' bodies to shake and their eyes to slowly lose focus before they looked to the sky and murmured in surprise, I'm awake, I'm magic right green. The boy's memories of his past life are slowly awakening. He is one of the 4 heavenly kings of heaven, the growing heavenly king magic leeching. In an instant, his cultivation had similarly recovered to the Mahayana stage, and the rusty iron sword in his hand unexpectedly slowly began to metamorphose, revealing the special material inside, becoming sharp and brand new, with 4 large characters engraved on its body. Growing sword. This sword as he went to the antique market one day to look at, meditating on the feeling of destiny, so he spent a few $100s to buy it, not realizing that it is his missing treasure sword. With the return of the precious sword, it seems that there are still people practicing the great Tao, and in the underworld, it seems that there is a call for me to go there. Devil Li Qing looked in the direction of the Easy sect. He had a strong feeling that there seemed to be deceased people waiting for him there, asking him to travel. Thus, with the sword in hand, Mo Li Qing disappeared into thin air and headed towards the Easy sect. At the same time, there were 2 other boys, who had similarly awakened their memories of their previous lives, and they were Demon Liso and Demon Lishong, and both of them were aiming for the same Easy sect. The 4 heavenly kings, all going to the Easy sect. Not only them, but many people in all of Dragon Kingdom felt a splitting headache after experiencing the shock of the reincarnation aura,
and their minds were filled with more memories that did not belong to them at all, but quickly dissipated and returned to normal. People didn't take it to heart, and only a small portion of them completely awakened their memories of their past lives, remembering who they once were and regaining quite a bit of their cultivation.
A certain elder's gatehouse within the Easy sect.
Roaring Dog and Lei Gong were resting inside. This was the room that Chen Lan had arranged for them. No one would disturb them. The reincarnation aura shook over, and they were the first to sense it.
He's starting to comprehend the reincarnation Tao. Roaring Dog frowned in the direction of the sovereign hall. Didn't you tell him that the avenue of reincarnation is dangerous? Lei Gong was surprised.
This reincarnation avenue is not something that anyone can touch. Even if the cultivation realm is high, there is the possibility of death.
I said.
The Roaring Dog spoke in a deep voice. It was worried about whether Chen Lan would succeed. If Chen Lan died, I'm afraid that on this planet, no one would be able to resist those people. Nowadays, Chen Lan was the only mainstay, and nothing could happen to him.
I feel like my memories have returned a bit. Is it because of this reincarnation breath?
Lei Gong said as he touched his head.
Upon hearing this, the snarling dog was slightly shocked. You've recovered a bit of your memories? In the next second, it seemed to think of something, and its eyes widened in surprise. Yeah, reincarnation breath, isn't what we're doing reincarnation? That means a lot of people from the old world are going to be revived.
Ha ha ha, my spectral ancestor has awakened. Dragon Kingdom, a certain neighborhood, a middle-aged man suddenly laughed out loud. Next to the wife watching TV were startled, nervous and worried to look at the middle-aged man.
Honey, what's wrong with you? What's gotten into you? An ordinary woman is also worthy of being my wife?
The spectral ancestor violently turned his head to look at the woman with a cold smile, his eyes filled with infinite killing intent, causing the woman to be terrified.
Who are you? You're not my husband.
The woman was so scared that she hurriedly walked away and went to the kitchen to take out a kitchen knife and point it at the phantom old man. Times were different now, and it immediately occurred to her that the one in front of her was not her husband.
Not even a magic treasure, and you want to injure me?
The spectral ancestor laughed coldly as his realm aura erupted out, the Mahayana stage. The woman who faced the intimidating pressure was suddenly weak and paralyzed, and the kitchen knife in her hand naturally fell off.
Let you be my first food.
The spectral ancestor spoke in a cold voice and sucked the woman over with one hand, taking a large gulp. In an instant, the woman's body froze, and a strand of purple soul power drilled out of the woman's 7 orifices and into the inside of the spectral elder's nostrils. Soon, there was still flesh and blood, and strands of red life force poured into the spectral ancestor. In no time at all, the woman became a skeletonless flesh and bloodless skin, crumpled up, and the whole time, the woman didn't even scream, she just died. She never thought to her dying day that her day-to-day and incredibly loving husband would suddenly become another person and kill her. Delicious, too delicious, swallowing 2 souls as soon as I awakened. The spectral ancestor licked his lips. As for the other soul, it was naturally the original soul of this body, and as soon as his soul awakened, it naturally turtled up. Afterwards, the spectral ancestor unfolded his divine sense and swept through Dragon Kingdom, and suddenly curled up on the ground in fear, shivering as his face turned pale.
What's going on here? Why are there so many strong people?
He had just accidentally seen someone who turned out to be at the ascension stage, as well as quasi-saints or sacred kings, and even heavenly emperors, and the other party saw him at a glance. Frightened, he hastily withdrew his divine sense and didn't dare to peep anymore. But there are so many cultivators in the New World, I can develop slowly, and in less than 10 days, I'll be able to return to my peak cultivation. The spectral ancestor was very confident that the Gong method he practiced was different from those in the New World, not to mention that the New World didn't have Gong methods yet, so he could utilize his Gong method to secretly develop and far surpass everyone else.
With a sinister smile, the phantom ancestor disappeared.
As the reincarnation aura shook the whole of Dragon Kingdom, many people experienced abnormalities, but most of them hid at the first opportunity and did not expose themselves. On this side, Chen Lan slowly opened his eyes, and the visions in the sky suddenly disappeared, instead coming to flow back and forth between his eyes. Sure enough, there's no way to get started with such a little bit, not even to master this avenue.
Chen Lan sighed.
That little bit of Tao rhythm wasn't even enough to stuff his teeth, it just allowed him to look at the reincarnation avenue and touch it before it was gone. There's something unfulfilling and unpleasant about that feeling. But it couldn't be helped, Dao Yun was too scarce, more might appear in the future, I guess. At that moment, the monstrous devil sovereign's voice transmission resounded in his head.
Master, I've found the entrance to another world, do you want to come and take a look? The entrance to another world?
These words caused Chen Lan to be slightly stunned, and he immediately responded, immediately. After saying that, he disappeared. The city of Chengdu, more than 3,000 meters underground.
The monstrous devil sovereign was standing in front of a huge blue aperture, frowning at the aperture with a face full of incredulity.
In an instant, Chen Lan appeared next to him, similarly seeing the aperture and looking it up and down seriously. This aperture has a very large energy fluctuation, it could be the entrance to another world. I just saw a few so-called kobolds come out of it, but I killed them.
The monstrous devil pointed to the corpses of several goblins not far away.
Chen Lan was silent, his divine sense could not pass through this layer of entrance, it seemed to be shielded, with an extremely special unknown energy. And the aperture was similar to those teleportation portals you've seen on anime, so maybe there really was a world of kobolds inside.
I'll go in and take a look. Chen Lan opened his mouth. Full of unknowns, he was intrigued and wanted to explore. Master, please be careful. The monstrous devil was worried. Chen Lan nodded and stepped inside. Buzz.
The teleportation portal let out a strange sound, and Chen Lan disappeared. The monstrous devil didn't follow him in, nor did he leave, but instead, he stood in place, waiting for Chen Lan to come out. Passing through the teleportation entrance, a blinding white light hit Chen Lan, causing him to subconsciously close his eyes. But soon, the white light dissipated, and Chen Lan opened his eyes, and what came into his eyes was the endless forest, as well as the scorching and blinding sunlight, as well as the cries of the birds in his ears, and the two ugly-looking kobolds standing in front of him. After seeing Chen Lan, the kobolds were first startled, and then they just picked up the weapons in their hands and squealed at Chen Lan, not knowing what they were saying. Chen Lan frowned slightly, and with a glare, a goblin burst into flames, splattering green blood with a foul odor. The remaining one's body shook with fear and trembled, even dropping the weapon in its hand. Chen Lan beckoned, and the kobold flew into his hands, searching its soul. Not a moment later, he tossed the body away, consuming the memories in his mind. As it turns out, this world is the world of the kobolds, which was just connected last night, and it seems there's more than one world with other monsters.
Chen Lan rubbed his brow. What the hell is going on here? What is one world after another doing running over to the blue star? The current blue star was like a big piece of cake, all the bulls and devils wanted to come over and have a piece, even this trash race of kobolds had come over to rub their noses in it. According to the memories of the kobolds, there were at least countless kobolds living here, at least 10 times as many as the total population of Blue Star combined. Because kobolds, extremely capable of giving birth, their reproduction ability is even stronger than a sow, they can give birth to a dozen or so in a day, and there is no such thing as an October pregnancy, basically more than 10 days to give birth. So even if 100 million or so kobolds died every day, their race would never become extinct. This reproduction speed was too exaggerated, plus the fact that this world was extremely huge, 2 or 3 times bigger than Blue Star, the resources were equally abundant, and there were all kinds of beasts as well as monsters. Kobolds are omnivorous monsters, they eat everything, especially love to eat meat. There used to be humans in this world, but slowly it has been eaten up by kobolds, so it has become a world of kobolds. After understanding this world, Chen Lan had an idea in his mind. Since these kobolds wanted to invade Blue Star, they could invade the kobolds as well. There are a lot of resources here, there are a lot of props or elixirs that can increase cultivation, it's a good copy of the raid. Set it up as a copy of Goblin, then. Looking at the electric spear, Chen Lan knew which god's divine power this boy had obtained. King of the gods, Zeus. Die. The boy threw an electric spear, intent on killing Chen Lan. Chen Lan simply waved his hand, and the electric spear immediately dissipated. Seeing this hand, the crowd knew that Chen Lan was not simple. Chen Lan beckoned, and the Zeus power boy instantly flew towards his hand, which he pinched. Looking at the boy in front of him, he was a bit staggered as he sensed the Tao rhythm of the Thunder Avenue within the other party, and again, it didn't quite look like it.
However, he could feel that by absorbing it, he would be able to grow his thunder avenue. But why, just now, did the waterman not have the Tao rhythm of the water avenue? Perhaps it was the difference in the power of the gods within the two of them. The boy in front of him was indeed much stronger than the waterman, and the power of the gods within his body was obviously much stronger. This boy's is more intense, the waterman's is thinner. Get off me! The boy roared. And those behind him didn't make a move because they had just seen Chen Lan make a move and were very powerful, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Without a word, Chen Lan searched his soul and obtained the information he wanted. It turns out that the ancient Greek state up to now, a total of 5 gods of power, respectively, Poseidon, Zeus, Artemis, Apollo, Ares. Of these, there are very few players with the divine power of Zeus, only a handful of 7, and the most is Poseidon, as many as 10 million. No wonder the divine power was so thin. Since there's no more use for them, they're dead. Chen Lan completely sucked the divine power in the boy's body dry, and immediately obliterated the soul, along with Zeus, and the body was tossed aside. Prosperity Sect. Patriarch's Palace. Why are you here? Chen Lan had just returned when he saw Roaring Dog, who was lying on the ground waiting for him to return. Lei Gong has regained some of his memories, I'm here to tell you. Roaring Dog stood up and said seriously. Looking at your expression, it shouldn't be good news. Chen Lan noticed Growling Dog's furrowed brow. Well, very bad news. Say. Hell has rebelled. Upon hearing this, Chen Lan froze, then smiled. Didn't you say that the Hellmouth would never mutiny? Sure enough, just as he had thought, the Hellmouth had betrayed the heavenly court, most likely joining among those people. Roaring Dog lowered his head in embarrassment and sighed, I also didn't expect that the Hellmouth would actually betray our heavenly court, oh no, betray all of us. Elaborate. The patriarch of the Hellmouth, Orin Tianzi, he fell back and bribed Meng before the world reincarnated. Could it be that there is no improvement in the Mengpa soup? Chen Lan wondered, but quickly denied himself, then this is also impossible. If there was no improvement, you guys would have already lost all your memories after drinking Mengpa soup, much less awakened. The Roaring Dog was awakened some time ago, which would mean that the Mona soup was modified and it still has memories, as do those of the 4 heavenly kings, who have all regained their memories. So this one can be ruled out. Mengpa soup is improved, but not the one we want to improve. Our original plan is to wait until the aura recovery, the memory will therefore automatically recover, the effect of Mengpa soup will dissipate, but it turns out that Meng improved Mengpa soup, just simply temporarily forget the memory, and this is related to the strength. The higher the cultivation of the person, the stronger the resistance, the more likely to awaken early. The snarling dog frowned and opened its mouth as it thought of very bad consequences. What is the strongest realm of the thunder god? Holy King. So he woke up early? Yes. He also said that someone had already woken up early in front of him, and he remembered that he woke up in an era called the Qin dynasty, and he saw Jiang Zia right behind him. Ginger? Who is it? A quasi-emperor, a great general of the heavenly court, very proficient in spatial attainments. And then what? Lei Gong said that Jiang Zia took him to a certain place, and he went black in both eyes, and when he woke up again, there was an extra soul in his own sea of consciousness, a soul named Immortal Tong Tian, who took control of his body. As for the latter, Reiko hasn't recovered much of his memory yet, but he did say one very bad outcome, which is that my master has most likely been taken up there. At those words, Chen Lan fell silent and locked his brows. If that was really such a logic, then wouldn't all those paragon emperors and immortal emperors in the heavenly court have been taken away? Even Lei Gong, a person at the Sing King realm, could become an immortal emperor after being taken away. Wouldn't those people, if they were, have become heavenly emperors or supreme emperors? This is so not good. No one in hell is reincarnated? There are, but only a portion of them. The patriarch and elders have basically traveled to the top, leaving some who refused to do so to drink the Mona soup themselves to reincarnate, and some who were killed and silenced. The other side has played a big game, even the hell has been turned. Nowadays, the great power of the Xian dust realm, the Earth's mansion has already defected, the other powers are still unclear, if they also defect, we are in danger. Roaring Dog continued. There were countless great powers in the Xian dust realm, and if they all went to the top, they would definitely annex this world at that time, and if the world reincarnation came back again, it would really be over.
Raise your strength.
Chen Lan was silent for a long time before spitting out a sentence. Nowadays, improving strength was the most important, followed by the blue star's spell formations and talismans, and that profit. Chen Lan felt that the way to break the game was within these, especially the talisman, which was particularly mysterious.
Well, my strength is rapidly recovering, and I'm sure it won't be long before we're all back to our peak strength. Well, that's all for now.
Okay, I'll go first. The snarling dog left, and Chen Lan was silent. After a long time, he sat cross-legged and set up a layer of time domain before taking out the Thunder Way rhyme as well as the life gem. Today, he was going to close the door, initiating all the avenues, and not leaving the door until he had done so. There was also the Heavenly Eye technique. This divine ability was very important. If he practiced it to the 3rd level, he might be able to find a way to break the game.
Nightfall.
The sea leading to the supernatural empire in Dragon Kingdom was calm. A fishing boat was riding the waves on the sea. They were all ordinary people who were not qualified to cultivate immortality and still lived an ordinary life. Tonight, it was another incredibly normal night, with everyone out fishing for fish and feeding their families.
Suddenly, the calm sea kicked up a violent storm, with thunderclouds and lightning.
What's going on? I made a point of watching the weather report. It didn't say anything about a thunderstorm.
That's right, I picked this time of day to go sailing after purposely watching the weather forecast, so what now?
Returning to the ship, fishing in this weather is definitely not an option.
No, my wife and kids are waiting for me to make money, and the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish, and I'm not going back.
That's right, it's not easy to make a trip to the sea. How can we just go back?
Some people flinch and want to go back, others are determined not to.
It was because there were many people here who could only make a trip to the sea with great difficulty, and because there were so many demonic beasts nowadays, everyone was psychologically prepared to go out to sea.
How can we go back because of this little storm?
Look, you guys, what's that? Just then, a fisherman on a fishing boat suddenly pointed to the sea and shouted. The others looked over and were instantly alarmed.
Only the sea, the water was flowing back and forth, slowly turning into a whirlpool. No good, run!
A fisherman shouted in terror. The captains of the ships hastily reversed their direction, trying to escape. This was a vortex, and if they were all sucked in, it would really be a 1 in 9 chance of survival. But it was too late. The vortex grew rapidly larger and soon enveloped all the fishing boats. Even though the captain turned the fishing boat's horsepower to the maximum, it still couldn't get rid of the vortex's suction and quickly headed towards the center of the vortex. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the center of the vortex, everyone cried out in horror. One by one, they all had families, and there were a lot of people whose families depended on them to make money to support their families. If any one of them died, it could potentially destroy a family. Just as everyone was getting closer to the center of the vortex, suddenly, the suction of the vortex stopped. It caused the crowd to freeze, but in the next second, a huge wave lifted from the center of the vortex and swept towards the fishing boat.
Pust!
Huge waves overturned all the fishing boats and everyone fell out of them, sinking to the bottom of the sea and floating up again quickly. Being a fisherman, which does not know how to swim, after all, doing this business does not know how to swim, it is equivalent to take their own lives to joke.
Because at any moment, we could be in this situation right now.
What's that? A man surfaced and looked into the center of the vortex and saw a very incredible sight. Only a gorgeous and bright-looking palace was rising from the bottom of the sea, with a sparkling night pearl set in every part of the palace, illuminating the dark surface of the sea with a brilliant light.
I don't know, but it doesn't look good. Let's swim to some of the boats that haven't capsized.
Although all the fishing boats had just been overturned, some of them miraculously turned back as the huge waves swept over them. One by one, they swam to the fishing boat in panic, fearing that if they lagged a second behind, they would die.
And some are more curious, swimming and looking back.
The palace appeared silently on the surface of the sea without any action, but one of the fishermen was surprised to find that at the very top of the palace stood a man.
A fish-bodied, human-headed man, to be precise. Monster, there's a monster!
The fisherman shouted out in fear, speeding up quite a bit. As the fisherman yelled, the creature appeared to hear it and turned its head to look at the fisherman. Boom! The sea once again kicked up a fierce wind and waves, and the palace slowly sank until it completely disappeared from the surface. The palace disappeared and the sea resumed its calm, as if nothing had happened. But the amazing images that have just been captured will forever remain in the hearts of the fishermen. What the hell was that? One by one, the fishermen looked at the original location of the palace, fearful and grateful. In the meantime, on the other hand, in an uncharted territory more than 3 million miles outside of Dragon Kingdom, there is a dormant active volcano here. Suddenly, the volcano let out a rumbling sound, as if a bomb had burst inside, and countless hot, fiery red magma splashed out, spraying towards the surrounding forests or demonic beasts, like a natural disaster. In just a few minutes, the surrounding forests all burned to the ground, and thousands of demonic beasts died inexplicably from this volcanic eruption. Ha 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 ha, I, Inferno Demon, have returned. Inside the volcano, a demonic voice unexpectedly resounded, spreading over 10,000 miles, causing the demonic beasts to be too frightened to approach. Boo! A giant hand formed from magma slammed down on the mouth of the volcanic cave, and a huge figure instantly flew out. This wonderful aura, it's so much better than my last life, it really is a good era, I might be able to break through to Quasi-Emperor. Yen Demon took a deep breath, revealing an expression of enjoyment. This aura is so wonderful and pure beyond words. It was so much better than the aura of his previous life that he had a high degree of certainty that he would be able to break through to Quasi-Emperor, or higher. Yen Devil unfolded his divine sense and swept through Dragon Kingdom, his body suddenly shook, the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a delighted smile. There's even a place with such abundant aura, it's really wonderful. The direction he was looking was none other than the Easy Sect. There were several spirit veins there, and the highest grade spirit gathering formation, which condensed the world's spiritual chi, which was certainly hundreds of times better than other places. Good, I'll set off as soon as I stabilize my cultivation today. Yen Demon grinned, he had already treated the Easy Sect as his own territory. He didn't think that there could be an existence in this new world that was in a higher realm than him. He was the same king, even if he was placed in the Shin Dust realm, it was a very many people would have to be respectful when they saw him. Yen Demon leapt up and retraced his steps behind the volcano to stabilize his cultivation. In the meantime, in the distant Antarctic, an iceberg bursts open. A tiger with blue fur broke through the ice, its body was very large, much taller than the iceberg next to it, and after casually biting a few penguins to death, it similarly set its sights on the direction of Dragon Kingdom. There, the aura is abundant, very suitable for me to cultivate. The frost gale tiger spat out human words, and its aura was equally very impressive, also at the same king realm. It did the same, looking at the aura of Dragon Kingdom, and that direction was also the Prosperity Sect. It thought about it and decided to go back to stabilize its cultivation and set off for Dragon Kingdom after some time. 2 days have passed. The sky changed suddenly, dark clouds, thunderstorms, such as the thunder dragon roaring, gusty winds roaring, thunder rolling, like the end of the world. Demon Beast attack begins, all clans please face the battle. The sound of Hongmeng rang out, and a red heavenly thunder streaked across the sky, announcing the start of the battle. Blue Water Sect. This clan, which had refused to join the Easy Sect 2 days ago simply because it would lose face, was planning to meet the battle on its own. Because of the Patriarch's move, many disciples left the sect in fear, and even the elders ran away too, leaving only half of the disciples and some of the elders to stay put. Everyone cheer up, it's just demonic beasts, I don't believe we can't defeat them. A senior brother of the sect stood on a high platform and shouted in an uplifting manner, boosting his morale. Countless disciples were highly demoralized and completely undaunted, and this scene was played out in countless sects. I am aware of everyone's morale, and I will join you in killing the enemy. At that moment, the Patriarch came over and brought several elders with him, standing behind everyone together. The Great Tribulation was coming, and no one flinched and met it bravely. Who? Right at this moment, a beast roar resounded through the sky, resounding in all directions of the sect, shaking people's hearts. The morale of all the disciples that had just been raised was completely shattered by this beastly roar, and they immediately became depressed and panicked. What should we do? The demonic beasts are coming. A female disciple was so scared that her hand was trembling with her sword. She was a Dragonian who had just joined this sect. Originally, she wanted to quit and join the Easy sect, but she had made a Taoist partner here, and she didn't want to leave, so she stayed. Now that she saw the demonic beasts coming, she didn't dare to fight again and wanted to run away.
"Ha, humans, I'm surprised you didn't run."
An eerie voice rang out, and the crowd was startled, following the voice to the sky. Only to see a large demon with wings that were more than 5 meters long and a body that covered the sky was hovering with its wings.
"Great, Mahayana stage demonic beast."
That eldest senior brother was so scared when he saw the demonic beast realm that he fell down from the high platform and stuttered in shock.
The crowd was horrified and backed away.
The appearance of a Mahayana stage demonic beast completely shattered their courage, and the morale that had just been raised instantly disappeared. Everyone now only wanted to escape.
"Sinful beast, suffer death."
The patriarch shouted in a cold voice, condensing his sword with his chi as several sword chi slashed at the Mahayana demonic beast. He didn't think about running, because he couldn't run, there was only fighting at the moment. It's probably a more honorable death, and it's better to die in battle than to desert.
"Amir Yuaning, you want to kill me too?"
The Mahayana demonic beast laughed coldly, and with a casual flap of its wings it dispersed the sword chi, rushing towards the patriarch with a swift and thunderous momentum. In an instant, the patriarch was blown away and slammed into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, having been heavily injured.
A simple strike and it had fallen. Seeing that the patriarch couldn't even defeat them, the disciples became even more desperate.
"I joined the clan because I want to fight, and I can't even escape anyway, so let's kill."
A body-refining Dragonian roared and charged towards the demonic beast. But what could he do in front of a demonic beast?
With one easy blow, he flew backwards and was dying. Seeing that refining body were so brave, the other disciples were no longer afraid, and one by one, they rushed up to fight the demonic beasts. And they, one by one, are just going up there to give away their heads. As each disciple died in battle in front of the patriarch had repented. "If I had known this, I would have knelt down and joined the Easy sect that day, at least I could save my life. A face is just a face, which is not as important as the lives of the disciples."
Unfortunately, there is no longer any medicine for regret. I am the blood demon ancestor, and I have been ordered by my master to sweep away all demonic beasts.
Just then, a voice rang out and the crowd froze, looking up in unison. One could only see an ascended powerhouse standing in the sky, softly shouting, and the demonic beasts of the lower realms instantly burst into flames. Several sword chi slashed out, and that Mahayana demonic beast instantly died violently, and in just a minute, all the demonic beasts present were wiped out.
"Why did you come to save us?"
The patriarch looked at the blood demon old ancestor in surprise. He recognized who this person was. Wasn't he one of the protectors of the Easy sect?
How could the Easy sect come to their rescue?
He had rejected the Easy sect at that time. "What you did has nothing to do with the other disciples, and I was only ordered by my master to save the Dragonian in passing, just this once."
After saying that, the blood demon old ancestor didn't say a word more and left in an instant.
Seeing that the demonic beasts were completely wiped out, those disciples who had survived were each staring at their dead companions in a misguided manner, their emotions incomparably complicated. In the end, it was still the Easy sect that had saved them, and their previous grandiose words and aspirations seemed to have transformed into loud slaps that heavily slapped them in the face at this point.
"Oh, what do you say about not needing to rely on others, but in the end, you still rely on them to save your life? It's ridiculous."
"They're the ones who are the most ridiculous."
"Everyone, pack up your things immediately, let's go to the Easy sect and apologize." The patriarch stood up with difficulty.
Now, he had already seen the current situation. Without the Easy sect, they really couldn't survive. Just a random Mahayana demonic beast would be able to kill them all.
What face is not as important as life? Not long after, the Blue Water sect raised their clan to the Prosperity sect, wanting to find protection, but could they still join in with their earlier refusal? Not only that, the other clans that hadn't joined the Easy sect had all gotten help from the 8 protectors to help them eradicate the demonic beasts for once. The crowd realized the gravity of the matter. Without the great sects, they would really die.
That day's disdain was turned into a slap on their faces today, a fiery pain. On the other hand, the Easy sect had similarly suffered from the attacks of the demonic beasts, but those demonic beasts couldn't even break through the protective formation, and by casually sending out a few of their disciples, they were all wiped out. Of course, these disciples were Peng Dahai and Zhugu as well as Qingfeng Dao. Their strength far exceeded that of these demonic beasts, and they could casually overpower them. The Prosperity sect became the safest sect, but at the same time, it temporarily rejected everyone from joining. Many clans that had once regretted wanted to continue joining and were rejected by Qing Xuanzi. Everything today is their own fault. The Easy sect is not something they can join just because they want to, and they can't blame anyone for not cherishing the opportunity when given.
The Free sect only accepts Dragonian, no one else. Prosperity sect. Patriarch's palace. Phew. Chen Lan exhaled and slowly opened his eyes.
2 days have passed like this, but the harvest is quite fruitful.
Chen Lan muttered.
In other people's eyes, it seemed as if he had been in closed-door cultivation for 2 days, but in fact it was more than 2 days, a full 2 months of cultivation.
With all 8 great paths initiated, I'm even stronger.
In 2 days' time, he had realized all 8 great Dao paths to the introductory stage, and although there was still a very distant path to minor accomplishment, this was already very good.
Unfortunately, reincarnation is not introductory.
2 days had passed and I wondered if anything had happened in the outside world. During Enlightenment, he didn't like to be disturbed, so he would shut down his divine sense.
In the next second, Chen Lan's divine sense unfolded and scanned the globe.
It didn't take long for him to notice the oddity. Under the ocean leading to the superpower empire, there were more novel races. These races had the upper body of a man and the lower body of a fishtail, exactly like the description of the legendary mermaids.
Moreover, there was even a gorgeous and magnificent palace deep under the sea. I don't know if it was a game figment, or if it was left behind by the Xin Dust realm.
Just then, a talisman flew in from outside. Chen Lan put away his divine sense and looked at the talisman in surprise. The talisman flew over like a small bird and hovered in front of him, but it instantly burned itself up, and then Luo Tao's voice resounded in the air.
Brother Lan, I've worshipped a new master, he's letting me practice a bit, will you come with me, or else I'll be massively bored alone. This was a transmitting note, and what was recorded was what Luo Tao said, just like WeChat voice.
After thinking about it, Chen Lan realized that he really hadn't used his cell phone for a long time, and it was all dead and turned off. Chen Lan casually drew a transmission note and told Luo Tao to wait for him at Qingdu University. Ever since he started the Easy sect, Qingdu University, he had forgotten to go teaching, but Yenyu hadn't been there anymore either. It seemed like the principal had been changed. It just so happened that he could take Luo Tao to that palace under the sea to see what was going on, and it would be great to find what he needed inside.
Thinking of this, Chen Lan's figure flickered and disappeared in place. Mount Huagua.
Inside the waterfall cave, an old man sits on a stone throne, staring blankly at the monkeys playing with a warm smile. But suddenly, he appeared to sense something and slowly raised his head, his smile widening. All 8 Dao paths are initiated, you're stronger than your last life, but you're still short of reincarnation.
The old man spoke with a faint smile.
After saying that, his figure slowly disappeared. Not long after, the roaring dog appeared inside the water curtain cave. It looked at the monkeys outside and fell into deep thought.
Son Wukong, you are indeed still alive. The other side. Deep under the sea.
Inside the grand and beautiful palace, hundreds of mermaids waved their tails, and they held lances or tridents or other weapons in their hands, swimming all over the palace, seemingly patrolling. And in the innermost part of the palace, several mermaids were meeting.
Now that we mermaids have reawakened, we are bound to reclaim the land and revitalize our home.
An old man in a gorgeous robe stood in the center of the crowd of fish, but unlike the other fish, he had legs and was more human-like. He is the leader of the mermaid tribe, Wu Yu. It's our land, not theirs, so why should they kick us out and take it back?
Good, I've waited a long time for this day, and I must take it back.
Kill the humans to death, they are the deviants, they are the demonic beasts. One by one, the mermaids raised their arms and shouted in anger. They had been waiting for this day for far too long.
Now, it's time.
Alright, all listen to the order, gather in half an hour and attack the land en masse to reclaim our home.
Wu Yu raised his arms and roared, instantly igniting his morale. A battle to reclaim the land is about to be fought. An hour later, on land. Two figures appeared out of thin air. The visitors were Luo Tao and Chen Lan. Where is this place? Luo Tao looked at his surroundings with a bewildered expression.
Where is Chen Lan taking him?
Aren't you practicing? Here. Chen Lan smiled faintly. Here? Isn't this a beach?
What's so good here? Luo Tao ended abruptly. He froze, surrounded by nothing but the sea as the sand, and there are ordinary people wearing swimsuits, which do not lack beautiful women. Luo Tao was at least a hot-blooded young man with strong qi and blood, especially after cultivating immortality. His qi and blood was even more sufficient, and he hadn't touched a woman since joining the clan, and he was a bit suffocated. Now that he saw so many swimsuit beauties, his eyes went straight and he nodded dully. Well, this place can indeed be experienced. I want a red dust experience. Seeing Luo Tao's piggish appearance, Chen Lan was sort of speechless, but suddenly, the people on the beach began to scream.
Aha, monsters, run! There are demonic beasts. Run!
Upon hearing this, Chen Lan grinned. Here you go, your adventure. Following Chen Lan's gaze, Luo Tao saw countless mermaids coming out from inside the ocean. Their tails had transformed into legs when they touched the land, and they were very agile, no different from real humans.
What the hell is this? Luo Tao had never seen such a demonic beast before. Could it be that it was newly materialized? Never mind what it is, didn't you just brag about how good you are? Let me see. Chen Lan smiled faintly.
When Luo Tao had just met with him, he had blown him off about how bullish he had been for a while, and had even whispered to him that in time, he would surpass the loose emperor, and when that time came, he would be the big brother and Chen Lan would be the little brother. Unbeknownst to him, that inheritance was all arranged by Chen Lan.
Che, watch and see, Latte Dragon Fist. Luo Tao roared angrily and blasted a fist forward. A golden pale dragon silhouette burst out, roaring and whistling towards those mermaids.
Seeing the golden dragon, the mermaids were shocked, and hurriedly raised the weapons in their hands to try to block, but how were they Luo Tao's opponents, and they were instantly dried out. Blasting dozens of mermaids with one punch, Luo Tao grinned. See, I told you, it's not what it used to be. And the aura that was displayed on his body was surprisingly already the perfection of the transformation spirit. But don't look at the fact that he was only a transformation god perfection, with the inheritance of the Luo Tian Dragon Emperor in his body. Even if he was up against a Mahayana stage, he would still be able to have a fighting chance.
Well, not bad. Chen Lan smiled faintly. Damnable human, die for me.
A mermaid roared, raising his trident and throwing it towards Luo Tao, as fast as lightning. Chen Lan just looked at it lightly. The mermaid exploded along with the trident. He grabbed a mermaid at random and spoke in a cold voice. Where do you come from?
Oh, don't even think about making me talk.
The mermaid hardened.
Chen Lan did not say anything. Since he did not say anything, then I will come and see for myself.
When he grabbed the mermaid's brain with one hand, he began a brutal soul search. In no time at all, the mermaid's soul was destroyed by him, turning it into a soulless body of flesh. At that moment, a stout mermaid walked up from the sea and walked straight to Chen Lan, speaking respectfully.
Aha!
Chen Lan nodded and looked at Luo Tao. Let's go down and take a look.
Fine, but tell these demons not to hurt humans or I won't spare them.
With the mermaid leading the way, the two slowly arrived at the palace. Looking at the grand and beautiful palace, Luo Tao couldn't help but be dumbfounded. There's even such a big palace in this sea, it's too cool. Chen Lan, on the other hand, swept the entire palace with his divine sense, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he saw something of interest.
Come in, both of you.
The mermaid at the front of the line reached out. Chen Lan and the two of them walked into the palace, and the surrounding mermaids who were patrolling the area saw a human coming in and stopped to watch, gripping the weapons in their hands tightly and making a stance to attack at any time. Not long after, the two came to a room, and as soon as they opened the door, dozens of mermaids were sitting inside, with an old human standing in the center, looking at them gravely.
That one is our clan leader, Wu Yu.
The mermaid introduced.
Wu Fish.
Who came up with this name? I am indeed quite speechless when I hear it.
Luo Tao burst out laughing when he heard this name.
The mermaids next to them saw Luo Tao insulting their patriarch and burst into a rage. but when they saw Chen Lan next to them, they didn't dare to act rashly. They were not fools. Chen Lan was so cloudy and light-hearted, and at first glance, he was a strong person, but they did not dare to make a rash move. Wu Yu heard it, but instead of getting angry, he revealed a smile and cheerfully walked towards Chen Lan and the two of them. Welcome, two friends, to our place.
The mermaid race wants to kill us humans to reclaim our homeland. What kind of friends are there to speak of?
Chen Lan spoke indifferently. From the memory of that mermaid just now, he already knew the plan of the mermaid race. Wanting to capture some of the humans down there and transform them into mermaids before hiding them in human cities, they want to use this method to transform all humans into mermaids. At the end of the day, all the humans on land will be them mermaids. At those words, Wu Yu's smile froze and his face stiffened. The other fish stood up one after another, looking at the two Chen Lan with unfavorable gazes.
Come on, who's afraid of who? If you don't submit, just do it. Luo Tao shouted, already assuming a fighting stance.
You two are really joking. How could we possibly lay hands on you? Please listen carefully to what I have to say. Wu Yu invited the two to take their seats on the chairs, and then began to talk about the old days of the mermaid clan, as sad as they could be. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chen Lan.
Stop, I don't want to listen to your nonsense.
Chen Lan interrupted Wu Yu and spoke in a cold voice, other places are fine, but not Dragon Kingdom. Originally, he had wanted to come over to take a look this time, but he hadn't expected the mermaids to be so disgusting as to want to transform the Dragonian. Going to the invasion in a big way, he didn't even say anything. This kind of specializing in grabbing ordinary people to transform, tolerate it.
Then in that case, there's nothing more to say.
Wu Yu's smile came to an abrupt end, and his face turned cold.
The two of you don't think that you can really leave from here.
Wu Fish said in a cold voice, beckoning, and instantly several hundred merfolk surrounding the two of them, Chen Lan. Seeing so many people fish around, Chen Lan smiled. He wasn't unreasonable, and had originally thought about how to trade a treasure, but now, it seemed that there was no need to trade.
Chen Lan waved his hand and instantly sucked Wu Yu over, and the other party was so shocked that his body trembled in fear. What realm are you in?
This hand was too fast, enough to see that Chen Lan was very powerful.
Bring me that trident at the far end of your palace or you die.
At these words, Wu Yu's face suddenly changed. How do you know about that trident? The innermost part of the palace, there is indeed a trident, that is the mermaid tribe for generations handed down the treasure of the town, with supreme divine power, once someone used to call the wind and rain, can control the entire sea. But no one was able to pick it up, because the trident, it took a qualified person to pick it up. As a result, the mermaids also made a rule that any mermaid or any creature that picks up the trident can immediately become the new patriarch. Even if there is already a patriarch, the original patriarch will be abolished from his position.
We can't get it. Wu Yu spoke truthfully and told the story of the trident. Then I will take it myself.
Chen Lan spoke indifferently, throwing out Wu Yu in his hand.
With a wave of his large hand, a trident appeared in his hand.
The halberd body is blue, with endless light diffused in the surrounding, the water flow along the halberd body constantly swirling back and forth, the breath is horrifyingly powerful, it is a true peerless divine weapon. This trident is the most precious treasure of the heavenly Tao. Chen Lan saw it at a glance. Not only that, there was also a large amount of Tao rhythm of the water avenue inside the halberd. If he refined it, he would definitely be introduced to the water avenue. However, if they were to refine it, this magic treasure would become an extreme innate supreme treasure, 100,000 miles away from the heaven's path supreme treasure. Moreover, there was a spell inside this trident that could only be picked up by the most powerful person in the mermaid race, and the standard for this power was above the great Luo Golden Immortal. These mermaids, it seems that none of them are above the De Luo Golden Immortal, and the strongest is this patriarch, but it's just the Xian realm. As for why he could pick it up, it was because the spell was so trashy that it could be broken at will.
How did you do that?
Wu Yu looked at the trident in Chen Lan's hand and was stunned.
Even those fishmen beside him were shocked. Wasn't this the town treasure of their mermaid clan? The human in front of him could actually call over. Could it be their new mermaid patriarch?
Buzz. In the next moment, the trident radiated supreme divine light, and the light filled the entire palace, sparkling at the bottom of the sea, even more dazzling than before.
Trident, this is recognizing the human in front of us.
A mermaid said in surprise.
Flopping, the weapon in his hand fell to the ground, and he trembled as he bent down, his tail curling backward in a human kneeling motion, his forehead pressed to the ground. Greetings to the new clan leader. Whoever pulled out the mermaid divine halberd would be the new clan leader, a rule that they had never forgotten. One knelt down, and the rest dropped their weapons in unison and knelt down to worship Chen Lan. Seeing this scene, the entire Luo Tao standing next to him was dumbfounded. His good brother, Chen Lan, had just become the patriarch of a race? This is too much of a stretch. Chen Lan ignored them and instead sucked out all of the water avenue inside the trident. In an instant, the sacred light of the trident dimmed quite a bit, as if it had less divinity, but everyone was kneeling on the ground and did not notice, even the nearest Wuyu did not notice that their town treasure had undergone a sea change. Taozi, here you go. Chen Lan threw the trident to Luo Tao as soon as he could. Luo Tao took the trident in horror and was surprised to find that he could hold it. Was he also the one chosen by the trident? Seeing that the clan's trident had been picked up by Luo Tao as well, the crowd was once again shocked and quickly doubted whether this was their clan's town treasure or not. How come, two humans can pick it up, why can't we? This can't be fake. That's so weird, didn't they say only we merfolk could pick it up? Many mermaids suspected that this was a fake treasure of the town clan, and one by one, they stood up and once again looked at the two Chen Lan with hostility. Wuyu also stood up, looking at the trident in Luo Tao's hand and spoke in a deep voice, is this for real? Don't you know by looking at it? Luo Tao casually threw the trident to Wuyu. Seeing this, Wuyu did not dodge, but reached out to catch it. Boo! When the trident landed on Wuyu's hand, it became as if it was as heavy as Tarzan, bringing Wuyu's hand to hit the ground heavily. Ah! Wuyu screamed in pain and hurriedly spoke, really, this is true, please help the two of you to take it away. He could be 100% sure that it was real, because the weight, obviously, was not something he could hold. He'd held a trident before, and it weighed exactly the same as the current one. Luo Tao smiled and picked the trident back up. The trident that looked like Tarzan was as light as a feather in his hand. Chen Lan on the side smiled. When he erased the trident's spell formation, he added one himself. From now on, this trident could not be picked up by anyone except him and Luo Tao. After seeing that Luo Tao and Chen Lan were both able to pick up the trident, the patriarch knew that his position was not secure. Matriarch. Wuyu knelt on the ground and bowed down towards Chen Lan. Tao Zi, this clan leader is for you. Chen Lan spoke with a faint smile. He wasn't interested in being the patriarch of this mermaid clan, his strength was low and weak, not much use. If it was the giant race kind, he'd be happy to take it, at least he could do something. Really? Luo Tao was ecstatic, he could have his own power so soon? Of course. Chen Lan smiled and walked a few steps away. Then in that case, I won't be polite with you. Luo Tao laughed and coughed twice before lowering his voice and pretending to speak in a calm manner. From now on, I am your new clan leader. Yes, matriarch. Wuyu hurriedly reversed his direction and knelt down to worship Luo Tao. Yes, matriarch. The crowd of fish knelt down in unison to worship Luo Tao. Seeing this scene, Luo Tao's vanity was bursting open, and the corners of his mouth were crooked into Nike. That feeling, cool. At this moment, Chen Lan suddenly raised his head to look outside. He saw that a huge monster was coming out of a volcano and was walking step by step in the direction of Dragon Kingdom, and there was also a blue tiger coming out of an iceberg in the Antarctic, also in the direction of Dragon Kingdom. Looking at the routes of the two seemed to be heading towards the Easy sect. After a brief glance, Chen Lan paid no attention to it. These trivial matters did not yet require him to make a move. The other side. The Inferno demon was heading in the direction of Dragon Kingdom. It didn't hide its aura, and along the way, it scared quite a few demonic beasts. It's wonderful that the aura of the new world is so dense, and the laws of heaven and earth seem to have been replenished, so I'm expected to break through to the Quasi-Emperor, or even higher. The closer he got to Dragon Kingdom, Inferno could feel how dense the aura was in here. This made it look forward more and more to that place with the richest aura, and these humans, would it become stronger if it devoured them all? The Inferno demon, belonging to the category of the demon race,
could rely on devouring other creatures to become stronger, and this same king realm of its was growing by killing. It had forgotten how many demonic beasts or humans it had eaten. In short, it just couldn't count. In a few steps, he arrived in the middle of the Dragonian city. When the Dragonian people saw the sudden inferno, they were frightened and fled in all directions. So much delicious food. The Inferno licked his lips, wanting to fill up right away. Suddenly, Inferno's footsteps stopped and his body stiffened. Simply because in front of it stood a dark green unicorn. Kirin? Surprisingly, it has awakened so quickly? Seeing the chilin, the Inferno demon was ecstatic, sticking out his huge tongue and licking his lips. This is a unicorn. The meat is fat. It once had the honor to eat once, that taste lingers, and contains a majestic cultivation. Eat a bite can enhance the cultivation. If this were to eat this chilin in front of it, it would definitely be able to break through to quasi-emperor, or even quasi-emperor perfection. By the Master's express order, you may not set foot in Dragon Kingdom, and those who disobey will die. The crowd saw the auspicious unicorn in the sky and recognized who it was. That's the great emperor's mount. The great emperor sent his mount to save us. Great, worthy of a great emperor, always the first to save us, thanks. This time when I go back, I have to pay homage to the great emperor again. Every day, the great emperor keeps me safe. What a handsome griffin. This is the first time I've seen a griffin fight. It was the first time that the crowd had seen the auspicious chilin so close up, and before that, they had all seen it confronting the thunder immortal in the sky. Hee, a mere chilin, speaking out of turn, have you forgotten about the extinction of your race? The Inferno demon didn't put the auspicious chilin in his eyes in the slightest, and continued to speak out of turn. To tell you quietly, I was also present at the slaughter of the Chilin clan back then. Yen demon opened his mouth with a cold smile, and then he laughed loudly, very arrogant. What I didn't expect is that the Kirin that considers itself to be arrogant has a master. You have really disgraced the Kirin clan. Back then, when the Chilin clan was slaughtered, many people wanted to take them as mounts or spirit pets, but those Chilins simply refused to obey. None of them were willing to submit. One would rather die than submit. In the end, people couldn't stand it anymore and slaughtered them all. Upon hearing this, the auspicious Chilin's anger reached the extreme. A foot stepped out, dark green light erupted in its body, an endless aura spread out, terrifying and powerful, instantly rushing towards the Inferno demon as a means of suppression. Boo! Yen demon's face changed drastically as he snapped to both knees, looking up at the Chilin with horrified difficulty. You're actually in the immortal emperor realm. How could it be, a Chilin of the immortal emperor realm? The Chilin clan had long been extinct, and now that it had reappeared was already a rarity, and it was even rarer that it was still in the immortal emperor realm. I will avenge the slaughter of my clan back then. The unicorn roared low in anger. The sky changed suddenly, being rendered into a dark green color. The divine light shone brightly on its body, becoming mysterious and terrifying. The Inferno couldn't even open its eyes. You're still the auspicious Chilin. Yen demon had been completely dumbfounded. This Chilin in front of him was not only an immortal emperor realm Chilin, it was also the auspicious Chilin amongst Chilin, that traitor of the demon clan, and an existence that the demon clan feared. Zigzag. The dark green divine light spread evenly over the Inferno, surprisingly producing rolling white smoke, and the magma was burned to a rolling boil. An Inferno demon formed from magma was at that moment being scorched by the scorching heat in agonizing pain. No, let me go, please let me go. Had he known that it was the auspicious unicorn, the Inferno demon would have run away at the first opportunity. How could he taunt? The auspicious Chilin didn't say anything and looked at the Inferno with cold eyes. It hated it the most when people talked about its race. Auspicious Chilin, immortal emperor realm, if I take you in, I will be able to step into the immortal emperor. Right at this moment, a vicissitude and gloomy voice rang out of thin air, and the auspicious Chilin was slightly stunned. In an instant, a ghostly hand formed by purple chi accompanied by gusts of black chi suddenly appeared, whistling towards the auspicious Chilin, and also resounded with gusts of eerie ghostly cries and howls, which were very frightening. The attack came too suddenly, and the auspicious Chilin was in the middle of subduing the Inferno demon, so it didn't have time to react and was hit solidly. Boo! This blow, interrupting the auspicious Chilin's spell casting, the Inferno was free, and without stopping, it flew directly towards its lair, as fast as it could.
If you don't run now, when will you run?
As for who saved it, it didn't care that much. The auspicious chilin was hit, but it was harmless, that little attack, it couldn't do anything to it yet, it was just a little angry.
In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of it, and the visitor was a person wearing a purple ancient robe and a robe cap, completely unable to see his face, but the hands that were exposed were withered and thin, very scary.
Who are you?
The auspicious chilin spoke in a cold voice. I am Ghost Real Person, are you willing to be my mount?
The ghost realist pulled back the cap of his robe, revealing a vicissitude and bizarre old face, with all the wrinkles piled up on his face, and a big mole next to the corner of his mouth, revealing a disgusting smile that was very oozing. And at that moment, in the middle of the city, a certain middle-aged man suddenly looked up in the direction of the auspicious unicorn.
This aura, it's the old ghost? Has this fellow awakened as well?
The old ghost ancestor was pleasantly surprised. The old ghost, nicknamed Ghost Realist, was his fellow disciple, they had a friendship of thousands of years, and he didn't expect to be able to sense his aura. But now it looks like he appears to be fighting.
Should I go and join in the fun or not?
The elder underworld ancestor hesitated, his current realm had only just returned to the sacred king realm, give him some more time and he was certain that he would break through to a quasi-emperor. There was also the grasp to immortal emperor, simply because his gong method was very special. As long as he sucked in enough souls, he could raise his cultivation level. Senior brother Ghost Realist's technique was the same as his, but this guy practiced a much more varied style, preferring to use his soul to create into a puppet and order it to fight. After thinking about it, the phantom ancestor decided not to go through this muddy water, it was best to develop honestly and obscenely.
Ghost Realist?
The auspicious chilin repeated the name, it had no recollection of the name, but the other party's attack just now angered it, no matter who you are, spoil my good deed, die. The auspicious chilin once again performed its divine ability, the auspicious holy light shone down, the dark green light quickly formed a chilin hoof and stomped down heavily towards the ghost realist.
Boo!
Bursts of light splashed out, and endless spiritual energy shook out in all directions, the ground trembling with it. Jia jia jia, what a powerful chilin, I must take it. The ghost realist laughed grimly, turning into a wisp of ghost to dodge the chilin's attack. Although the chilin had supreme restraint against the demon race, it did not have much restraint against an inhuman cultivator like him, and he had already perfected his art of the spectral ghost. Besides, he still had his bottom card that he hadn't used, and he was certain that he could take down the auspicious chilin at the mere immortal emperor realm.
Ghost Flame, Ghost Claw, Soul-Suppressing Rope.
The ghost realist appeared once again and softly shouted, as several spiritual arts and divine abilities burst out, as well as magical treasures flew out from his body, all attacking the auspicious chilin, wanting to suppress it and put it away.
It seems that you really think I'm easy to bully.
The auspicious chilin was a bit speechless, it seemed that this ghost realist really thought it was easy to bully.
Avatar, Kirin Rage.
As the auspicious Kirin softly shouted, a shadow of itself appeared behind it, as tall as thousands of feet, going straight up to the dome of the sky, breaking through the clouds, and obscuring the sky and the sun. The huge figure covered the sun, causing Dragon Kingdom to fall into darkness, and countless people could see this shadow with a terrifying aura, and their minds and bodies trembled. Countless demonic beasts saw this, and were even more scared to death on the spot. Especially the Inferno Devil who ran far away, turned around and saw that virtual shadow, and his legs went limp.
Damn it, it's Chilin Rage.
The ghost realist was inwardly shocked when he saw the chilin's divine ability.
Can't delay, beast binding immortal rope.
The ghost realist shouted, and a golden rope appeared out of thin air in his hand, tossing it out towards the auspicious chilin. The rope looked flat and uninteresting, but as if it had its own aim, it flew straight towards the auspicious chilin's head. Seeing the rope flying, the auspicious chilin was inwardly shocked. This was the heavenly Tao's most precious treasure, the beast-binding immortal rope, specially used to capture immortal beasts to be used as spirit pets or mounts, and it had a natural restraint on immortal beasts. There was also a layer of mysterious and terrifying aura spreading out above it, and endless Tao rhythms filled the rope, as if it was locked and could not be escaped. In a flash, the auspicious chilin was unable to move as the beast-binding immortal cord was wrapped around its neck and bound its body.
Ha, this is a heavenly Tao treasure, although it's disposable, it's a natural nemesis to you immortal beasts. The ghost realist laughed out loud. Although it was a bit heartbreaking to waste a heavenly Tao supreme treasure just like that, it was worth it to catch the auspicious chilin. But the next scene made the ghost realist's jaw drop. Only to see that the auspicious chilin's face did not change, the chilin's shadow behind it did not disappear, and with just a cold snort, he instantly wrenched it away. No, this divine ability of yours, practiced to perfection? The ghost realist's body jolted in reaction. Ha! The auspicious chilin laughed coldly and once again used its divine ability. This time, the ghost real person couldn't escape, and was stomped down heavily by the chilin's shadow, instantly flying into ashes. Seeing that the ghost realist was easily dealt with by the auspicious chilin, the people on the ground all raised their arms and applauded. Cowardly, one move kills in seconds. This is the power of a great emperor's mount. If only I had such an awesome mount, I could walk sideways. First of all, you have to have that strength of a great emperor to make such a mount bow down, otherwise forget about it. Terrifying as hell, just seconds. Immortal emperor realm mounts, who wouldn't want to have them, but they would have to have that strength of easy heavenly father before they could have such mounts. After resolving the ghost realist, the auspicious chilin looked towards the distant volcano, where the inferno demon had yet to be resolved. It couldn't forget that the inferno had just taunted it. The auspicious chilin disappeared in place and disappeared, apparently going to seek revenge on the inferno demon. And down below, the spectral old ancestor watched the auspicious chilin leave with a look of fear inside and relief. Luckily I didn't make a move, or else I would have ended up in the same place as the old ghost. The old ghosts with similar cultivation to him were all killed in seconds, so it would be a death sentence for him to go up, so it was lucky that he didn't go. It's better to develop obscenely and be strong first. Old ghost, rest in peace, I will avenge you if I have the chance. The spectral ancestor said casually and quickly left. As for revenge, it is better to let nature take its course. After all, he can't beat that auspicious chilin, not to mention that people still have masters, and the master behind them may be even more powerful. He was not the only one who was frightened, but on the rooftop of one of the neighborhoods, Hinako Lettuce saw the same. The earthly incarnation of Deja, to be precise. For such a terrifying ultra-beast to exist in this world, it seems we still can't act rashly. Hinako Lettuce looked at the Digimon beside her and spoke in a deep voice. He had to hurry up and make the light communicator, connecting to the light country world, and letting more Ultramen come over for support before he could rule this planet. It was far from enough for him alone. Our digital world is 10 days away from connecting, and we will join you in taking over the planet at that time. The Yagyu spoke. Good, then I'll work hard and connect to the light country world in 10 days and fight alongside you. Hinako Lettuce spoke seriously. After the two worlds were connected, they could join forces to fight, and with their powerful strength, they could definitely dominate this planet. The other side. The monstrous devil also resolved it, and the one he resolved was the frost gale tiger, but instead of subduing it, the other party surrendered. At this moment, the frost gale tiger was lying on the ground in a well-behaved manner, and not a single trace of ferocity could be seen on its face. You said that you want to be our sect protector, god beast? The monstrous devil looked at the well-behaved cat-like blue tiger in front of him suspiciously. Well, I'm in the Saint King realm, so being your sect protector god beast should be qualified enough, right? The frost split wind tiger said with great confidence. It was in the Saint King realm, and in the Xian dust realm. If others heard that it was going to be a clan's divine beast protector, they wouldn't die of happiness? A bit inadequate. The monstrous devil shook his head and said. Upon hearing this, the frost gale tiger's face froze as it spoke somewhat blankly. This isn't enough? It's a sacred king. Isn't that enough? Our clan has an immortal emperor realm auspicious chilin in attendance. The monstrous devil spoke and added, there are also dozens of immortal beasts of the Saint King realm. Do you think you're good enough to see them? The frost gale tiger's body shook violently, its pupils slowly dilating in surprise and shock. Dozens of Saint King realm immortal beasts, and an immortal emperor realm auspicious chilin? That was an extinct immortal beast. It was too much of an exaggeration that it would become a clan's protector god beast. Isn't the auspicious unicorn an immortal beast that claims to never yield to anyone? How did it become the clan's divine protector beast? What kind of person is your patriarch,
to be able to subdue the auspicious chilin and so many Saint King realm immortal beasts?
The frost gale tiger asked in surprise. He is my master, you don't need to know.
The monstrous devil sovereign spoke indifferently. When these words came out, the frost gale tiger was even more surprised, but it knew that the one in front of it was a half-step heavenly emperor realm powerhouse.
Is it surprising that such a strong man has an owner? One can only imagine how anticlimactic that master was. I would like to worship the clan, any position will do, please. The frost gale tiger did not hesitate and immediately knelt down.
It had a premonition that this sect, if it didn't worship it, it would regret it for the rest of its life. This was potentially its only chance to reverse its fate, whether it could go far or not all depended on this clan. I still need to ask my master about this matter, after all, your realm can only be considered average.
The monstrous devil said.
If this sentence was said by someone else, the frost gale tiger would have gotten angry, thinking that the other party was arrogant in blowing it out of proportion. But this person in front of me, it is 100% convinced. Subsequently, Chen Lan instantly returned to the Prosperity Sect's sovereign hall. As it happened, the monstrous devil sovereign also sent him a message.
It was the matter of the frost gale tiger wanting to join the clan, a Saint King realm immortal beast wanting to join the clan. Why wouldn't this be a good thing?
Chen Lan didn't hesitate and agreed immediately, but only if the other party made a heavenly oath that he could never betray the Easy Sect. The frost gale tiger happily agreed to this request, a mere heavenly oath, just make it. Now that there's more of the water avenue, I can get started today, and then I'll start cultivating the heaven's eye technique, so I shouldn't even have anything to do lately. Chen Lan sat cross-legged, and after setting up the time domain as well as the shielding boundary, he took out the water Dao rhythm that he had previously obtained, and then began to refine it.
Time passed in a flash, and the day went by. The Inferno demon was destroyed by the auspicious Kirin, and the frost gale tiger joined the Easy Sect. The next day, the Prosperity clan was completed today with the help of all the major clans. Today is 3 days away from the manifestation of spiritual favor. In front of an unknown territory millions of kilometers away from Dragon Kingdom. A team of more than 70 people was flying with their swords to this place, with 3 flying swords, each with dozens of people on it. Not long after, the flying sword stopped steadily in front of the unknown territory, and the crowd slowly dismounted. There were more than 70 people, and surprisingly, more than 20 of them were immortal cultivators inside, with the highest realm being Transformation Spirit and the lowest being Foundation Establishment, while the remaining people were all ordinary people. These ordinary people were clad in white coats, men and women, young and old, with a string of black letters printed on the chest of their coats. Uncharted Territory Investigation Team. They were established by the country at the time of the aura recovery and the emergence of the unknown realm, and they were responsible for investigating the unknown realm and documenting it every day. It's not much use, but it's good to give these regular people something to do. Let's just say it's well fed. Is this the new uncharted territory that appeared last night? A woman pushed up her glasses and looked up at the uncharted territory before her. This uncharted territory in front of us was a large mountain with only a few green trees and nothing else. And this uncharted territory is a brand new place that was discovered by satellite radar last night, and again, this location had a big enough earthquake last night to suggest that it just appeared last night. Early this morning, they came here without stopping, just to investigate the place at the first opportunity to see if there was anything else going on. It should be, let's go in and take a look. An old man walked out with the support of the crowd and pushed his presbyopic glasses and said in a deep voice. He is the person in charge here, Mr. Zhang Jiguo Sr. He is over 80 years old, and has made outstanding contributions to the field of archaeology and history, and is a respected old professor. Well, go in and take a look. The woman nodded. The crowd was then escorted by the cultivators into uncharted territory. Perhaps it was the uncharted territory that had just appeared. There was not a single demonic beast, and it was so quiet that even the breathing of the crowd could be heard very clearly. But this quiet was something they were used to. Because that's the way it is in every uncharted territory they explore, not a sound, not a creature, just themselves. After almost an hour of walking, they had found nothing. There was nothing here, no critters to be seen, not even bugs. Professor, I found a cave.
At that moment, a middle-aged man ran up and excitedly announced his discovery.
"Oh! Quickly take us there to take a look."
The old professor immediately became excited. Usually this kind of cave would most likely have some kind of relics in it, and if anything was found, it could become a historic discovery.
"Okay, this way."
The middle-aged man immediately led the way, and the crowd followed him, quickly arriving at the cave he had mentioned. The cave was so large that all 3 tanks drove in without a hitch, but inside it was pitch black, nothing could be seen, and there was no source of light at all.
"Everyone follow me inside, there might be something new to discover inside."
The old professor spoke.
The crowd didn't hesitate and nodded.
The old professor took out a flashlight and walked in front. The cultivators used their spiritual power to light torches and walked further ahead, and the crowd followed behind them, exploring step by step towards the inside of the cave. As they went deeper and deeper, they found nothing.
Suddenly, a man cried out, "Come and see, you guys."
This sound startled everyone. Everyone's body shook violently, and when they wanted to scold the man, they froze and looked daggers in the man's direction. The old professor pushed through the crowd and slowly walked over, his eyes filled with incredulity.
There was a special wall inside the earth wall in front of him, and inside the wall there was even a pattern of a peculiar creature engraved on it. The creature possessed a bird-like beak but opened its mouth wide to reveal sharp and terrible teeth. Its thighs were well developed but its calves were as thin as an ostrich's. The patterns are so lifelike that it's as if the monster on the wall could jump out at any moment.
"What kind of creature is this?"
An archaeologist opened his mouth and asked, "Is it possible that it's a demonic beast?"
"I'm not sure, but by the looks of it, someone carved it on, so it shouldn't be a demonic beast."
"If it was a demonic beast, it wouldn't be here, it should be embodied."
Early on, when they were investigating the other unknown realms, they had discovered many things related to the Qin dynasty there, and they had long suspected that these unknown realms, most likely, had been passed down from the past. They believe that these may be submerged histories that have only recently been slowly re-emerging. It's possible that it's an ancient creature. Take a picture of it first and go back to study it slowly. The old professor spoke, and several people immediately picked up their cameras to shoot at the pattern. The group then continued on, and they realized that with each section they could see patterns on the walls, but each creature was different. Some were huge insects, or insects they had seen before, such as praying mantises, mosquitoes, cockroaches, and so on. There were also very strange creatures that resembled a large bird with wings spread out, but it had a long beak, especially at the top of the beak, which looked very sharp, and it had sharp claws. Unlike all the birds they'd ever seen, none of the biologists in the room had any idea what kind of creature it was a completely new creature. Until they reached the end, and when they saw what was inside the end, they were all shocked. Only at the far end, there was a huge piece of yellow amber, and inside the amber, there was a much more vivid creature, as if it was about to break out of its shell in the next second. The creature's body was very large, as tall as 7 or 8 meters, standing up. Its 2 thighs were extraordinarily thick, but its forelimbs were abnormally miniature, like they hadn't developed completely. But it has a very scary and intimidating head with incredibly sharp teeth, a head that kind of looks like a western dragon in a fictional sense, and a thick tail that looks like it could sweep across the room. What kind of creature is this, with overdeveloped hind limbs, but forelimbs that seem to have stopped developing? It's not clear, but I can affirm that this is definitely an overwhelming discovery in the history of mankind. I'm certain that I've never seen such a creature before, and it's possible that it's not of this world, or that it's a creature that exists in history that we don't know about. All in all, this kind of creature definitely has research value. I suggest digging them all up and bringing them back to study them slowly. Maybe we can make new discoveries. The crowd was talking. None of them had ever seen this kind of creature before. They were all unusually excited, and they wanted to bring it back and study it. The old professor looked solemnly at the yellow amber. He didn't know what kind of creature it was, but he had a very strange feeling. The creature, he felt, was not dead. Then we'll move all of these back to the institute? A middle-aged man asked, pushing up his glasses. Well, move them all. These are all very research-worthy patterns. Contact all the biologists when you get back and have them come over to take a look. The old professor nodded. Okay. The middle-aged man nodded his head and immediately asked those immortal cultivators to help cut down all the patterns, and one by one, they put them inside their storage rings and prepared to take them away from here. Until finally, when the crowd was ready to leave, they realized that the old professor did not leave, but instead stared blankly at a wall with nothing on it.
"Old professor, what's wrong?"
the middle-aged man asked as he walked over to the old professor.
"Look, isn't this wall a little thinner than the one next to it?"
The old professor spoke in a deep voice. At those words, the middle-aged man slightly froze, raised his head to seriously and carefully survey the wall. His body shook violently. It was really as the old professor said. "The thickness of this wall in front of you is a little thinner than the one next to it, and you can feel the unevenness just by running your hand along the wall. It's probably a wall that's 5 meters in width and as much as 10 centimeters less thick than the rest of the wall. It's all an earthen wall, and it's highly likely that it's regrown."
The middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice.
"The walls here, all of which are dirt, are able to slowly thicken, and at a certain time, when that time comes, this cave will cease to exist, and everything will be buried. That is to say, behind this wall, it is highly likely that there is a door or another cave." The old professor spoke. These words woke up the middle-aged man, who immediately sent someone over to chisel this wall away.
Rumble.
As the wall was chiseled away, a hole appeared in front of everyone.
"There really is something else," the middle-aged man said in surprise. Was this the old professor's power of observation? "It's too detailed. Can you even tell?"
Without a word, the old professor cautiously walked over, bent down, and went through the hole. When he came inside the cave entrance, his cloudy eyes slowly dilated and his pupils shrunk slightly. He only saw a skeleton of a creature before him. The skeleton was more than 100 meters long and tens of meters wide. The body was similar to a surprise, but the mouth was like that of a crocodile, and it was lying there silently. Even in death, it exuded an incomparably oppressive and terrifying aura that made it hard to breathe.
"What is this?" The middle-aged man walked in, horrified.
Never before had he seen such a massive creature, not in the entire history of the world's creatures. "I'm not sure, but this is a complete skeleton. There should still be DNA left on it. Bring it back immediately for research." The old professor spoke in a deep voice.
"This creature definitely has research value." "Good."
The middle-aged man nodded woodenly and quickly returned to his senses, calling for someone to put it away.
"Professor, come look, what's written here?" At that moment, a female voice rang out.
The old professor looked away in a hurry and ran in small steps, quickly coming to the woman's side. Just in the direction of her finger, there was a string of ancient writings engraved on the wall.
"These ancient writings."
The old professor pushed his presbyopic glasses and observed carefully. He thought he had studied many languages and read many metaphysics. He could understand many texts, only this kind of runes, he could not understand. These look like words, but not quite.
The middle-aged man also came to the side and spoke seriously. What were these runes in front of them, twisted and turned, not like words or graffiti? Film it and go back and study it.
The old professor said in a deep voice.
Good. The woman nodded and immediately tapped it down.
The crowd then looked around again, and after realizing there was nothing there, they were ready to hit the road. Now that they had gotten enough to study, there was no need to keep investigating. Not long after, the crowd once again flew with their swords and left the place. But 3 minutes after they had just left, the cave collapsed and all traces of it ceased to exist.
Time rushes on and night falls.
Within a small mountain village somewhere in Dragon Kingdom, a major event had occurred. The 5 children have not returned since they went out to play in the morning. Especially in this tight spot, in a world where demonic beasts are rampant, losing a child is a big deal. The village chief hurriedly summoned all the cultivators in the village and set off together to search for the child. According to one child's account, he saw the 5 little ones go to play deep inside the mountains today, and he was helping with chores, so he didn't go. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, knowing that there were many fierce beasts inside the deep mountains, especially now. There were also demonic beasts from time to time.
Those 5 kids, I'm afraid they're in deep shit.
But live to see a man, die to see a corpse. The village chief did not give up, still organized the crowd, began to deep into the mountains of large-scale search. As time passed, the crowd became more and more desperate, as they had almost searched the mountain without seeing any trace of the 5 children, not even a hint of a trace.
If it was really eaten by the demonic beasts, at least there are some traces. Is it possible that the 5 children just disappeared out of thin air?
This matter, they reported to the immortal cultivator administration, and someone came over in no time. With more than a handful of people searching, the shortcuts came.
Come on everyone, there's a hole here.
As one of the administrators shouted, the crowd quickly converged. A deep hole appeared in front of their eyes, a deep hole hidden under a large tree. It would have been impossible to find this hole if they hadn't been carefully poking around, and it was small, but on the contrary, it was the size that could fit a child inside. The crowd looked at the hole and made a mistake.
How are we going to get down there when it's so small? There's no way around it, it's too small unless you can shrink your bones.
What can we do? The kids most likely just fell in, and there's no telling how deep this deep hole is.
Otherwise, let's use our spiritual power to pierce it through?
No, who knows if it's brittle or not down there. If the children are down there and we use our spiritual power to forcefully penetrate it, it's highly likely that we'll hurt the children. We mustn't. One cultivator didn't know what to do. They really didn't know what to do when faced with such a small hole.
Don't panic everyone, I have a solution. I know the art of evasion. I'll go down first and take a look. If it's okay, I'll come back up and strike through the hole.
A manager spoke up. He had joined a sect and happened to be learning the vanishing technique, which allowed him to vanish anytime, anywhere, and it just came in handy now.
At that, the crowd rejoiced. It was a good idea.
Within a short time, that administrator chanted, and with a swoosh, he burrowed into the ground like a burrowing mole and disappeared without a trace.
Soon he came up again. There's a big hole down there, it's wide, the kids aren't down there, we can strike through here.
There's actually a cave hidden here.
Cut the crap and hurry up and find the kid.
The crowd had struck through the cave and arrived at the bottom, but there were 2 openings here.
The crowd split up and headed for the 2 cave entrances.
It wasn't long before the group in the cave on the left found the child. One by one the children crouched with frightened faces at the end of the cave, all 5 of them, and none of them had anything to do with it, being perfectly safe and healthy. It was only when they were sure the child was okay that they began to survey their surroundings. There were countless wooden crates placed around them, as well as several stone statues of strange demonic beasts that looked lifelike. Some people were curious about what was inside the crates, and the bold ones went over and opened one at random. Once opened, the crowd was instantly dumbfounded, only because a box of gold and silver jewelry was revealed in front of them.
This is a treasure trove?
A villager said in surprise, his eyes glowing as greed surged to his heart. So many gold and silver treasures, if we took them all, we'd have to make a fortune.
Looks like it. Are the other chests all treasure?
The other villagers ran to open the wooden boxes and found that they were full of gold and silver treasures, and the gold and silver treasures here added up to enough to buy a city.
So much treasure, could it be a tomb?
A manager was surprised.
Just then one of the administrators ran over. Everyone get to the next cave, something is not right.
At these words, the managers ran out after him. Those villagers who stayed behind, after seeing the administrators go out, one by one could no longer suppress their inner greed, and opened those boxes one after another, grabbing the gold and silver treasures like a madman and stuffing them into their arms. They were all peasants who had been poor all their lives, and seeing so much gold and silver today, even those who had already cultivated immortality couldn't suppress their inner desires.
The eyes of these stone statues are even emeralds, they're worth a fortune.
A villager discovered the new world and reached out to try to remove them. But the second he touched the stone statue, the dark green gem turned red.
Holy shit, this is the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang?
The managers came to the end of another cave, and before them was a new world. Looking over, all the terracotta warriors and horses as well as chariots, terracotta warriors and horses standing within, they are tall and mighty, like a general guarding a side, that majestic atmosphere, instantly came to the face. The terracotta warriors and horses that accompanied Emperor Qin Shi Huang are at least tens of thousands as far as the eye can see here. How can that be? Wasn't Qin Shi Huang's tomb discovered a long time ago, and it's still under museum protection?
But it seems like no one has ever opened that tomb before, so how can we be sure that Qin Shi Huang is in there? At that time, it was because the terracotta warriors were confirmed, and in order to respect the old ancestors, they didn't choose to open it, but now, we found the terracotta warriors again. What's going on?
Impossible,
Is it possible that there are two more Qin Shi Huang tombs? The crowd looked at this never-before-seen tomb of Qin Shi Huang in front of them, greatly shocked. If this is real, then placed inside the museum, what is it? Things have gone far beyond their imagination. It's not their decision to make anymore, they have to report it to their superiors. Immediately report the situation here truthfully and wait for the minister to make a decision. The captain in charge of this operation spoke. New Qin Shi Huang tomb out, which is so weird, and the gold and silver in the next cave, which is equally weird. Suddenly, the captain's body shook as he shouted, "Those people next door." In an instant, he disappeared, and the others followed. The administrator captain dashed back to the same hole as before, and was suddenly wide-eyed with shock. Only to see that the villagers who were alive just now were all dead at this moment, and the several stone statues were gone. Damn, I should have known. The captain blamed himself, but there was nothing left to do at the moment but to rush the minister over to take a look. This is not a small matter. The missing stone statues, the new tomb of Qin Shi Huang, all the signs are pointing to the fact that this is not a simple matter. The next day, the new Qin Shi Huang tomb as well as the matter of ancient creatures, Li Long has all known, and personally to the scene Qin Shi Huang tomb, to see how the matter. He and Taoist master Qingfeng came to the new Qin Shi Huang's tomb, and there were already many people taking pictures and investigating, as well as many archaeologists taking their time to confirm. As the progression slowly proceeded, it was finally determined that the terracotta warriors were real, that this was indeed the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, and that it was even more spectacular than the one in the museum. You guys are saying that this is also the tomb of Qin Shi Huang? Li Long looked at the experts and spoke in confusion. Well, the similarity between the two tombs is 90%, but this one is clearly more spectacular, and it's obvious that some thought was put into it, especially the main tomb, where the body of Qin Shi Huang is located, is much more carefully thought out than the museum one, which looks like a botched imposter. Then open the coffin to check the authenticity. Li Long spoke in a cold voice, not caring about any old ancestors now. Since there are two mausoleums of Qin Shi Huang, it is necessary to open the coffin to check the authenticity. At those words, the experts looked at each other, each not knowing what to say. It's settled, I'll let the museum side open the coffin to see. If there's Qin Shi Huang's body over there, then this is fake. If there's no body over there, this is real. It's impossible that Qin Shi Huang didn't die. The experts froze. This sentence was so damn reasonable. There's no way Qin Shi Huang isn't dead. Soon, Li Long instructed the people on the museum side to prepare to open the coffin, and as the coffin was opened a little bit, they saw everything through the cell phone remote video. When the coffin was opened, the crowd was shocked that there was really no body inside. Then, the tomb of Qin Shi Huang here is the real tomb of Qin Shi Huang. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang, which they had protected for so long, turned out to be a fake. But why did Emperor Qin Shi Huang make two tombs that look so much alike? Isn't that redundant? Or is he trying to trick everyone into robbing a tomb, only to end up robbing a fake one? Humor from the old country? So is this tomb still going to be open? After all this, there should be no need to open this tomb, right? Anyway, that one doesn't have a body, so it must be this one. Open. Li Long opened his mouth in a deep voice. In that case, open all of them, in case this one, too, was a fake. Finally, the crowd decided that this coffin, too, was open. As Li Long nodded his head in confirmation, Taoist Qingfeng gave a wave of his hand and the coffin was automatically pushed open, slowly revealing the situation inside. The crowd looked at them, and their faces changed, and they were all dumbfounded, and the scene was quiet. It was surprisingly empty inside as well. How can it be? It's even empty, so where did Qin Shi Huang go? Two of the tombs are empty, could there be a third and fourth? How many of his own tombs did the old patriarchs make? Is this idle? Or is the old ancestor not dead at all? Prosperity sect. Chen Lan was still in closed-door Enlightenment, the easy sect was peaceful, and those demonic beasts came over to attack the door every day. Only, they all came over to be toys for the disciples and could be easily eliminated. Over here, Li Long and Taoist Qingfeng had just returned to the sect when someone came to the door. Masterly, the unknown realm investigation team over there found something new that they couldn't study, so they asked me to give it to you guys to take a look at.
The man pulled out a printed picture from his storage ring, which clearly documented the characters in the cave, along with pictures of other ancient creatures.
Okay, I'll study it.
Li Long received the photo. He was naturally clear that this matter was not trivial.
The man nodded and left. Are these characters some kind of ancient writing?
Taoist Master Qingfeng, who was on the side, also saw the characters, and with some curiosity, he came over to take a closer look, and he realized that these characters were almost similar to the Taoist texts on his Taoist temple, so they should be ancient texts.
Do you recognize it?
Li Long was confused. He couldn't read it at all. I don't recognize it. Perhaps we can ask Sect Master Qing Xuanzi. Upon hearing this, Li Long's eyes lit up. Right-o, since these were found from inside the unknown realm, it was highly likely that the game had materialized over.
Coming from the same world as Qing Xuanzi and the others, then they must have recognized these characters.
Thinking of this, Li Long immediately went forward to find Qing Xuanzi to solve his confusion. In no time, he arrived in front of Qing Xuanzi's gate room, knocked respectfully on the door and opened his mouth. Sect Master, is he in?
Enter.
Qing Xuanzi's voice rang out, and Li Long pushed the door open.
Sect Master, this time I'm looking for you to ask if you recognize these characters?
Li Long showed the photo. Qing Xuanzi took it and looked at it, frowning.
After more than 10 seconds, Qing Xuanzi shook his head. Li Long was a little disappointed. Could it be that Qing Xuanzi couldn't read it either? It wasn't a character from that world? These characters are far from the characters of our world. They shouldn't belong to the Green Heaven immortal realm, but I have a vague feeling that this appears to be a talisman. Where did you guys find this? Qing Xuanzi asked with a frown. Li Long answered truthfully, telling the inside of the cave.
The more Qing Xuanzi listened, the more he frowned as he sensed that these characters had something they wanted to tell them. If that's the case, it's best not to touch anything brought out of the cave and return it to its original location immediately, or something big will happen. After saying that, Li Long's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly called that side to ask them to return those things. When the old professor heard this, of course he was not happy. This is something very valuable for research. How can they give it back? They haven't studied it yet.
But they could not disobey Li Long's order, and in the end, a team of administrators sent him back.
I thought it was over, but the next phone call that came in confused Liren. That cave was surprisingly destroyed. It appeared that the mountain had collapsed and the cave no longer existed. In the end, had to send things back again. Li Long informed Qing Xuanzi, who was at the side, of this matter. It seems that this is the unlocking of the prohibition. Qing Xuanzi frowned, picking up the picture. I'll go find the patriarch, he might know the answer. The patriarch had said that all of this Li Long's matters should be taken seriously.
Good, trouble sect master.
Qing Xuanzi disappeared in place and had headed to the patriarch's hall.
Patriarch's palace.
Qing Xuanzi had just arrived at the door of the hall when he saw the monstrous devil sovereign sitting cross-legged in place, regulating his aura and in the midst of cultivation.
Sensing Qing Xuanzi's arrival, the monstrous demon sovereign slowly opened his eyes and spoke faintly. Sovereign is in seclusion, please return. Demon Lord, I have something very important to report. What is it?
The patriarch instructed me to take care of small matters during my seclusion. Tell me what it is.
This, do you recognize it?
Qing Xuanzi took out the photo and handed it to the monstrous devil. And the monstrous heavenly demon sovereign just swept a glance, and then his body shook, a bit wrongly stunned.
This, where did you see it?
Qing Xuanzi repeated what Li Long had said, and the monstrous demon Zun immediately frowned and spoke with some surprise. This is the demon-suppressing talisman. The one on top is a rune while the one underneath is the Shin Dust Realm's script. He is warning us not to touch anything here without authorization, much less take it away, or else, they will awaken. When these words came out, Qing Xuanzi was slightly surprised. That meant that those ancient creatures hadn't died yet, and it was possible that they had come to life now. I'm afraid that those people who took away the ancient creatures are already in dire straits. The monstrous devil sovereign spoke indifferently. The life and death of those people had nothing to do with him. It's all their fault, and they deserve to die for touching it without getting things straightened out beforehand.
Okay, thank you, Demon Lord. Right, there's also the fact that this demon suppressor talisman also comes with a spell formation. Has it been destroyed there? If it no longer exists, that means the seal is lifted, and ancient creatures sleeping everywhere will awaken. Uncharted Territory Investigation Base. This amber is exquisite, so long ago that there is no damage at all, and the specimen inside is as lifelike as if it were not dead. The female expert took her book and carefully observed the ancient creature inside the amber. For some reason, she always felt that this creature inside was not dead. Especially those eyes, which seemed to be watching her all the time, no matter where she walked. If it's still alive, that's rare. The male expert on the side cheerfully said, obviously when the female expert was joking. Whatever creature was sealed in such an amber with no oxygen in it would die, and ancient creatures had to breathe. The female expert smiled and continued to observe the ancient creature. Click. A sound of an object cracking rang out, causing the two to freeze instantly, looking at each other before quickly searching for the location where the sound had rung out. Only a crack appeared in the amber, which chipped away. This amber is cracked. Hurry up and notify the professor and the others so they can come over and take a look at it before it's too late. The man said. Click. But just then, another sound rang out and the crack widened. Click, 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 click. The two men were alarmed as the clicks continued to ring out and more cracks appeared on the originally smooth surface of the amber. Boo! Suddenly, the amber exploded violently, splashing in all directions, easily scraping the skin of the two men, and the powerful impact shook them out. By the time the two men struggled to get up, they saw a horrifying and never-to-be-forgotten scene. Only the ancient creature inside the amber was now standing, not falling, and its eyes, surprisingly, were blinking. It alive? The woman stuttered in horror, slowly crawling backward. Her body shivering. Take your time, don't startle it. The man spoke in a low voice in a hurry. He was a biologist and knew that certain creatures would have a hunting mentality. If you didn't run, it might not chase you. If you did, it would come on strong. One could also pick up a weapon and act fierce to scare off the beast, something that was helpful against bears, but forget about the unknown creature in front of you. Boom boom boom. Just then, several Foundation establishment stage cultivators blasted open the steel door and rushed in. When they saw the ancient creatures that came to life, each one of them showed horror. They had never seen such creatures before. Were they demonic beasts? I can't see through its realm. Can it be that there is no realm? Not sure, but it doesn't look too good. What the hell, just do it and be done with it. One by one, the Foundation establishment cultivators used their chi to condense their swords, calling out all kinds of spiritual arts, and flames and thunder and angry waves all came out. Rumble. In an instant, the room was as if several bombs had been detonated with a deafening sound, and the two commoners were so frightened that they hid under the table and shivered. How is it possible that it didn't work? After a wave of spirit art attacks passed, the ancient creature was surprisingly unharmed, and did not even have any external skin wounds. Retreat, this is not something we can deal with. A man quickly saw that the creature's outer skin layer appeared to be very hard, not something they could breach. Who? In an instant, the ancient creature roared, and the sound resounded through the room like a drum. The ground shook violently, the glass all shattered, the sound waves shook away the tables and chairs, and the two ordinary people flew out backwards, fainting and unconscious. One by one, the cultivators were sent flying away, slamming into the wall and spitting out blood, instantly seriously injured. So strong, this is at least Yuaning or above. It's horrible, let's go get backup. With his last breath, a cultivator took out a transmitting note and threw it out. The transmission note instantly turned into a ray of golden light and disappeared without a trace. After the transmissions disappeared, the others arrived. Boo! The ancient creature crashed through the wall and opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, biting a cultivator in one mouth and wolfing it down directly in front of the crowd, finishing off a Foundation establishment stage cultivator in 3 tries. Seeing this, the crowd was so surprised that they backed away, none of them daring to go on. Damnable sinful beast, suffer! A spirit transformation cultivator shouted angrily and took out several magic treasures as well as various spirit arts to blast towards the ancient creature. Boom boom boom. Countless attacks bombarded the ancient creatures, but surprisingly, they couldn't break through the defense. Seeing this, the crowd once again backed away, their hearts long filled with cowardice. They had never seen such a monster before,
and they couldn't even break through the defense of a transformation god's attack.
How? The transformation god cultivator took a step back, somewhat in disbelief. He couldn't even break his defense? Roar!
The ancient creature roared and charged towards the crowd, its huge body speeding like a truck.
Boo!
The crowd was blown away like bowling balls and smashed heavily on the ground. Even that transformation god cultivator felt that his organs were aching. Something's not right. This creature's flesh is extremely powerful, probably above the transition. The transformation spirit cultivator said with his last breath, and after saying that, he completely cut off his breath, his vitality severed. When the crowd saw this, they completely despaired. The only harmonized god cultivator they had here was dead.
It means that there is no hope for them.
In the next second, the ancient creature fiercely picked up the body of the transformation spirit cultivator, bit down on it, and chewed it up with a big mouthful that blood splattered, and ate it in a good way.
Roar!
When the ancient creature finished eating the corpse, its body unexpectedly erupted with an incomparably terrifying aura that shook the entire arena.
This isn't a tribulation, this is the heavenly immortal realm.
A cultivator shouted in horror.
This isn't some kind of transition stage, this is a heavenly immortal.
This ancient creature actually had the strength of the heavenly immortal realm. The crowd was in utter despair. The ancient creature didn't have enough to eat. He gulped down those cultivators, and in less than 5 minutes, there were about 100 people on the scene, all of them were eaten by it.
Brush! The aura on its body soared once again, coming to a great Luo golden immortal. In a short moment, just by eating people, it came to the great Luo golden immortal. What kind of terrifying demonic skill is this?
After eating and drinking their fill, the ancient creatures crashed headlong through the walls of the base and charged towards the outside world. Not only it, but all the other creatures in the base miraculously came to life, and it turned out that the patterns on the walls weren't engraved at all, but real creatures were encrusted in them.
Until then, all awakened.
With all the creatures running out of the institute a minute later, support from the cultivator administration arrived on the scene. When they entered to check it out, each of them revealed a look of horror. Corpses were everywhere, and the scene was filled with an incomparably strong smell of blood, so that a casual sniff of it went to one's head, making one want to quickly escape from the place. Everyone in the entire investigation base, whether it was the cultivators or those experts, all died, with no survivors. This matter is not trivial. Report to the headquarters immediately. Those creatures have come back to life.
Law Metropolitan. Look, you guys, what's that?
An ordinary man walking on the road suddenly sees a mysterious flying creature in the sky and screams in terror, pointing at it. This sound made quite a few people take notice and look to the sky. The flying creature was very special. Its wings spread out to a length of more than 5 meters, covering the sky, circling continuously in the sky, seemingly searching for something. In the next second, it swooped down, and everyone was startled, running in all directions. But some people weren't so lucky, and were bitten by that strange creature, directly taken off the ground, flying into the sky, flung in midair, and swallowed into the stomach by the creature in a backward glance. This scene stunned everyone, and everyone instantly realized that this was a new demonic beast.
Run, the demonic beasts are coming. Run for what? Just do it and be done with it. I'm a Kingdomn cultivator, and I'm still afraid of demonic beasts? Ordinary people panic to escape, but the cultivator is not too afraid. Not just a demonic beast, they are not never killed a demonic beast. As long as the realm was not as high as theirs, there was nothing to fear. But soon, they were wrong. They were defenseless in front of this demonic beast. It was an overwhelming abuse. Run, this demonic beast is in the heavenly immortal realm. How is it possible? How could a heavenly immortal realm demonic beast materialize at this time? This is not reasonable. Is it all a lie? One cultivator completely collapsed. This demonic beast was even still in the heavenly immortal realm. This is a fart. Run first. Rumble. The flying creature, surprisingly, brought gusts of thunder towards the crowd as it flapped its wings. This demonic beast, which had actually mastered spirit arts, was even more terrifying. Soon, more and more of these strange demonic beasts came to the city. Some of them could fly, some were so huge that they could destroy a building with a single tail, and some even had a tail that was a round hammer that casually shook the ground and shook the mountains.
This kind of demonic beast had never been seen before, but it was exceptionally powerful. Within a short time, many cities were in a great crisis, and the people were devastated.
Prosperity sect. You mean to say that all these ancient creatures will revive? Qing Xuanzi looked at the monstrous devil father in surprise.
Well, if you leave there, 100% will revive. They are not dead, but just sealed by someone. This is a normal tactic. We often seal some spirit pets or mounts and come back to take them away in the second life. These ancient creatures should have been bred by someone, and then in order to escape the world's reincarnation, they purposely got the demon-suppressing talisman, ostensibly to protect others, but in reality, it was to warn others not to touch his things. Suddenly, the monstrous devil's body shook as he used his divine sense to look in Luo Dudu's direction with a somewhat misplaced expression.
That's the Overlord Dragon, the Flying Thunder Eagle. They've surprisingly all revived.
The monstrous devil was surprised as he saw what was happening to Luo Dudu right now.
Those demonic beasts were all demonic beasts from the Xian Dust Realm, and these demonic beasts were very special.
They didn't seem to belong to the Xian Dust Realm, and were originally skeletons without any flesh and blood, buried inside various caves or the ground. But those heartless puppet devil sects, they dug it up for hundreds of years, and finally dug up thousands of skeletons. In the end, they even utilized the art of blood and flesh rebirth to fuse all of those very famous demonic beasts' blood and flesh onto those skeletons. The result also succeeded. Those flesh and blood fused up a little bit, turning into the original appearance of the skeleton, which was the appearance of these demonic beasts now. In the end, these puppet demon sect was beaten up on their lair by a prestigious sect called the Fierce Beast Sect, which was immediately interested when it saw these strange demonic beasts after they were resurrected. Feeling that these demonic beasts were very malleable, and things were just as they thought, these demonic beasts could add any heavenly material into them to make their fleshly bodies even stronger. Someone had put thunderclapwood onto a demonic beast that could fly in the sky, and with a perfect fusion, the flying thunder eagle was born, capable of releasing thunder freely.
To be precise, these demonic beasts, to a greater or lesser extent, carried a trace of the Tao of the Great Tao, and if they were absorbed and refined, they would be able to make their own great Tao go further.
With so many demonic beasts, should we consult the patriarch?
Qing Xuanzi worried.
No need. Right at this moment, a voice rang out as Chen Lan appeared in front of the two men out of thin air.
Master. Sovereign. The two men instantly kneeled.
Get up, I'll take care of some of the demonic beasts, and you guys will see to the rest. Chen Lan spoke indifferently. Back when these demonic beasts revived, he slowly awakened and stopped being enlightened. When he first saw that flying thunder eagle, he saw that little bit of the Tao rhythm of the Thunder Avenue within the other party.
It's not much, but it works.
Not only that flying thunder eagle, but there were other creatures that also had a little bit of Tao rhythm within their bodies. As the saying goes, less is more, and although the Tao rhythm in their bodies was small, it was enough when so many demonic beasts were added together.
Chen Lan lightly snapped his fingers. Snap.
In an instant, all of the revived ancient creatures, the ones that contained Tao rhythms within their bodies, instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist that floated through the air. This one explosion came so suddenly that one could not react and was confused on the spot. Some people were watching in despair as the demonic beast was about to eat them when the beast instantly exploded in front of their eyes.
What's going on here? Did someone make a move? This move, I'm familiar with it. Isn't this the Great Emperor striking? The Great Emperor is awesome.
From the light and decisive explosion, they are all doubly familiar. Is not the Great Emperor often use it?
The other side.
Chen Lan opened his hand, and a wisp of Tao rhythm converged in his hand, slowly forming a ball. It was mixed with a mess of Tao rhythms, the Tao of force, the Tao of thunder, the Tao of fire, the Tao of water, and the Tao of wood. Two of them were avenues he had never had before, but this little bit was not enough for his avenue initiation.
Master, these demonic beasts are all from our world, someone.
The monstrous demon sovereign informed Chen Lan of everything that had happened.
At those words, Chen Lan frowned. These are ancient creatures? Even the Xian Duan realm was dug out of the ground back then? Could it be that there was another world before the Xian Dust realm, the very world where these ancient creatures existed?
They came with the world reincarnation then to the Xian Dust realm, and after being remodeled by the flesh and blood into this shape, they went through the world reincarnation again and came to the present Blue Star era.
This is too much. How many worlds are there in this?
This reminded Chen Lan of the book The History of the Next 5,000 Years of Dragon Kingdom. The history of Dragon Kingdom had been disconnected from before Qin Shi Huang, and there was a very long period of history in front of it. Could it be that that was once a world, too, and that after being punished by the gods, that history of Emperor Qin Shi Huang began to be complete until now? That is to say, it is highly likely that the Xin Dust Realm is not the old world, but the old world instead?
It's really getting complicated.
Chen Lan thought of something and spoke faintly, "You two go and arrange for someone to fix it." After saying that, he disappeared. Appearing again, he had arrived at the library of Qingdu University, which was still empty.
"I know you can see and hear. What kind of creatures are those ancient creatures?" Chen Lan muttered into the air. He was talking to the mystery man.
The mystery man could certainly see him, as well as hear him. Suddenly, Chen Lan sensed a mysterious force and a note appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Seeing this, the corners of Chen Lan's mouth rose slightly.
Sure enough, the man could see and hear.
He took the note and froze slightly when he saw the words on it.
"It's not clear, but time is running out. The aura of the blue star is recovering rapidly. Once it reaches a certain threshold, it will be targeted. Chen Lan, there is not much time left for the blue star, and then there's the fact that, the avenue of reincarnation, you have to be initiated into it." This paragraph made Chen Lan stagger. The time left for him and Blue Star was running out? That is to say, when the aura of the blue planet reaches a certain peak, it will attract more people who all want to take over the planet. It seemed that he wasn't fighting against a few worlds, he was fighting against countless worlds. And that last sentence, what does it mean that he has to be initiated into the Wheel of Fortune Avenue? Could it be that this reincarnation avenue had some hidden secrets that he needed to wait until he was initiated to know? However, he was now far from being initiated, as if a heavenly abyss separated him, unable to touch the threshold of initiation. He was closed for a few days, but in reality, he was closed for a few months. His Heaven's Eye skill had all been completed in the first major level, and all the other great avenues had been initiated. It was this reincarnation great Tao in time that he did not move an inch. It's too hard without the Taoist stuff. It seems that that person also doesn't know what these creatures are. Let's ignore this for now. The reincarnation avenue must be initiated, and this one is feared to be a bit difficult. Chen Lan frowned and muttered. Prosperity Sect. Patriarch's Palace. Chen Lan returned here and utilized voice transmission to call all of his slaves over. With the monstrous devil, Luo Tianlong Emperor, Qing Xuanzi, S. crowd. There are dozens of people in no time, all of them have arrived. Master. The sound was monstrous, echoing through the sovereign hall as the crowd spoke in unison and knelt in unison. Get up. Chen Lan spoke indifferently. I found you all here today to give you a task. I will be in seclusion. During this time, you will help me keep an eye out for Tao rhythm objects all over the world. Once you find them, you will immediately take them over. If they are Dragonian, you will report your name. If they still refuse, then you will take them over by any means necessary. He needed more Tao rhythm items. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible to do so. Relying on others was better than relying on himself. As long as he was strong enough, those people wouldn't be able to come and encroach on the blue star. Time rushed by and another 2 days passed. Today is the day of the manifestation of spiritual favor. Unlike in the past, everyone had pinpointed the right time and had already stopped outside, looking up at the sky, waiting for the sound of Hongmeng to arrive. Soon, as they had hoped, the sky became cloudy with lightning and thunder, and a scroll fell from the sky. Spirit Pet begins to materialize. As the voice of Hongmeng fell, a golden light descended from the sky to all parts of the country. Among them, there was nothing more dazzling than the direction of the Easy Sect's sovereign hall. The sovereign spiritual favorites materialized. I wonder what ranks the spiritual favorites are. They should all be about the same. Wasn't a divine beast rewarded? It's probably very powerful. Envious, just us little trash don't have spirit pets. Big deal, go get it. It can't be nothing all the time. Well, I'll go catch them when I have the chance in the future. I've at least gone to a master pet breeder to learn some techniques. It's 100% possible to catch a spirit pet. I think it takes props. How to get them? Teach me. Spirit pet embodiment.
but it can only be obtained by reaching Kingdomn perfection during the game, and reaching it after the game embodiment doesn't count, so not a lot of people got it this time. Even the light pillars were only 200 or so. Patriarch's Palace. The spirit pet has manifested. Chen Lan, who was in seclusion, sensed something and slowly opened his eyes, only to realize that 2 days had passed and the spirit pet had materialized. In an instant, thousands of spirit pets appeared within the small world inside his dantian, staying with their mounts. That small world was automatically opened up inside the dantian after the spirit pet materialized, but it was strange, it could only store spirit pets and mounts, other demonic beasts and the like couldn't be put in. He briefly glanced at the pets that he had raised in the game, all of them materialized, magic dragons, titans, flame birds and all sorts of other spiritual pets, all of them came, the realms were all about the same king realm. They were all immortal beasts of the highest quality, except for a peculiar-looking spirit pet whose breath he had never seen before was exceptionally powerful, the same as the auspicious Chilin, immortal emperor realm. Only to see that this spirit pet has a huge body, like a Tarzan, goat body and human face. The most horrible thing is that the face is actually in the armpit, almost chest position, the face is hideous and horrible, tiger teeth and dragon claws, 5 fingers as human, especially odd. What kind of spirit pet is this? Chen Lan wondered, could it be the divine beast that was rewarded in the last mount ranking? In the next second, a wave of knowledge flooded into his mind, basic information about this spirit pet. I see, this spirit pet is named Taotai, is one of the 4 ferocious beasts of the green sky immortal realm, terrifyingly powerful, can swallow everything, eat anything, can be transformed into energy to nourish itself, only rely on eating to become the most terrifying ferocious beast of Shin Dust realm. It was nice to see him rewarded just like that. Now there's another big war force. Goblin. At that moment, he heard Taotia's stomach rumble, seemingly hungry. He took it out, and Taotia's massive figure instantly filled the sovereign hall. Fortunately it was able to shrink freely, I'm afraid it would have to burst through the sovereign hall. When Taotai saw Chen Lan, he immediately barked. Its voice is as deafening as a tiger's roar in the mountains and forests with a casual bark. The voice fits the appearance perfectly. Hungry? Chen Lan smiled faintly. Taotai understood and immediately nodded and barked again. If you're hungry, go out and find food on your own, but don't eat people, eat whatever else you want. Chen Lan shrugged off the dismissal. Taotai barked again, somewhat excited, and disappeared in place, reappearing already above the easy sect. Who? A roar that resounded throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, the easy sect was trembling violently and the ground shook. The countless disciples, who were originally still gleefully looking at the other people's spirit pets, were startled by this sudden cry and looked to the sky. Heavens, that can't be the sovereign's spiritual pet. A huge thing stood in the sky, its appearance and body terrifying the crowd. Holy shit, it might still be true, its aura is so terrifying, immortal emperor realm. Then it must be the great emperor's spirit pet, it can't be wrong. It looks so scary, is it really a spirit pet? Who cares if it's scary, it's in a high realm. Is it possible that it's a divine beast rewarded to the great emperor by the mount ranking? The crowd gasped in shock, quickly realizing that this was the great emperor's spirit pet, and it was even the divine beast that had been given away in the last rankings. In the outside world, countless people could see the Taotai standing above the easy sect, each with a shocked expression. Especially the outsiders. That aborigine actually obtained another immortal emperor realm spirit pet, this is too much. Is that Taotai? The 4 great ferocious beasts, and they were actually acquired by him? It's really Taotai, this is too much, right, Taotai is exceptionally difficult to tame, and unruly, see people to eat, and now it's even been tamed? In an instant, the Taotai disappeared into thin air, it had traveled to an uncharted territory and began to feast. Spirit Pet Gold List is now being announced. The voice of Hongmeng sounded once again and began to announce those who were on the list within the 100th place. In response, Chen Lan didn't even bother to look at it, transmitting his voice to all the servants. During this period of time, are there any gains? In the next second, dozens of people appeared in the sovereign hall. Master! The crowd shouted and knelt in unison. Get up, did you find any Daoyun objects? Chen Lan spoke indifferently.
There! The cry came from Pharaoh. Only to see him walk up with a ruby and offer it to Chen Lan with both hands. Master, this is the last life gem, there are no more. Good, you've done very well. Chen Lan nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the life Tao rhythm contained within, and with a single finger point, a powerful spiritual force instantly surged into the Pharaoh King's body. In an instant, he went straight from a power user with no cultivation to a human immortal, and this was the divine power of the Supreme Emperor. Seeing the Pharaoh King instantly grow his cultivation, the others instantly became excited, and they were eager to break through their own strength as well. Thank you, Master. The Pharaoh King knelt down in excitement, and Chen Lan waved his hand, stand down. Pharaoh then stepped back and walked back to his original position, and number 2 immediately exclaimed, Master, I have one too. After saying that, he stepped forward and took out a piece of charred black wood that appeared to be like charcoal that had been burned by fire. However, Chen Lan was able to sense the great Tao of thunder contained in this wood from a long distance away. This is the lightning strike wood that I obtained by chance yesterday, containing the great Tao of thunder. Number 2 respectfully presented it with both hands. Very good. Chen Lan took it in and also utilized his spiritual power to break number 2's cultivation to the sage realm. Originally, number 2 was a quasi-saint perfection, just a little bit short of a saint, and Chen Lan was just making a casual effort. Thank you, Master. Chen Lan looked at the 2 Tao rhythmic objects in his hand and was very satisfied. He didn't expect that when he was in seclusion, these people would still be able to find 2 Tao rhythmic objects, but it was really good. Chen Lan scanned the others and realized that none of them had spoken. It seemed that 2 days were too little. Coupled with the fact that Tao Yun objects were extremely difficult to appear, they had already done very well. That will be all for now then, you may stand down. Yes, Master. The crowd arched their hands in unison and immediately left this place. His own people were still too few, just these dozens of people, if only he could get all of them to help him collect the Tao rhythm objects. Suddenly, Chen Lan's eyes lit up and he thought of a brilliant solution. In the next second, he spoke faintly, all disciples, listen to the order. This sentence spread through the minds of all the sect disciples. Outside. Some of the various disciples cultivated, some competed in martial arts, and some went out to play. And just then, a voice rang out in their heads. All disciples, listen to the order. A simple sentence caused the crowd to freeze on the spot, and then they all looked in the direction of the sovereign hall. They all heard it, it was the voice of the easy Heavenly Father, the Patriarch had spoken. Everyone be quiet, the Patriarch has spoken. Qing Xuanzi dodged and appeared in the sky above, shouting in a stern voice before quickly coming to the ground to kneel in the direction of the Patriarch's hall. Greetings, Patriarch. The other disciples immediately complied, kneeling down in unison to worship the Patriarch's hall and saying in unison, Greetings, Patriarch. The sound was deafening. Arranging the clan's mission, anyone who obtains a Dalian object can exchange it for extremely generous rewards at the clan. The better the Dalian object, the better the rewards. As for what the Dalian object is, you guys can take anything and hand it over to the clan's 8 protectors, Xing Xianzi, the monstrous Devil Zun, and others for verification at that time, and in addition we'll arrange for someone to verify it as well. As for how rich the rewards are, you can see Qing Xianzi. As soon as the words fell, Qing Xuanzi's body shook violently, and the cultivation within his body instantly soared, directly arriving at the human immortal realm. Qing Xuanzi's cultivation skyrocketed. After seeing him come to the human immortal all of a sudden, the crowd was shocked, and then revealed a strong look of envy as well as excitement. Is this the strength of a great emperor? A single thought can transform a person into a human immortal powerhouse directly. It's outrageous. I also want to be promoted by the great emperor like this. I don't want to work hard. Thank you, Sovereign. Qing Xuanzi knelt down and thanked him after his cultivation level increased. The others saw it and revealed a strong look of envy. This was too good to be true. I will rationalize the rewards based on the Dao Yun objects, absolutely fair and just, everyone go and look for it. After that, Chen Lan's voice did not appear again. In an instant, all of them immediately dispersed, one by one heading off to various places in search of the Dao rhythmic objects that the Patriarch had spoken of, wanting the same reward from Qing Xuanzi. Seeing the crowd of disciples scrambling to go out in search of Dalian objects,
the corners of Chen Lan's mouth rose slightly. As expected, there was strength in numbers, and with so many people going to help find it, even the sealed Tao rhythm objects could be found. One must know that the number of disciples in the Easy sect today was as high as hundreds of millions, and although their realms were all very low, it was still more than enough to find something. Chen Lan took out the 2 Tao rhythm objects he had just obtained and prepared to continue his enlightenment. Suddenly, Chen Lan turned his head to look in a certain direction, his pupils shrinking slightly in astonishment. How did the divine sense mark I left on Yanyu disappear? A long time ago, he had left 2 divine sense markers on Guing and Yanyu, just to protect the 2 of them. As for the other Tao couples, there was no need for them anymore because the other Tao couples were married and had dates, and even one Tao couple had already had 3 children. He didn't have the hobby of liking other people's wives, and since they were all in-game dogs anyway, he got lazy and focused on these 2. In the next second, Chen Lan's figure disappeared. A dimly lit cave, bleakly lit. Chen Lan's figure appeared in the midst of it, and with a wave of his hand, yellowish firelight inexplicably lit up around him, illuminating the cave. As he scanned his surroundings, his pupils snapped and he saw a person lying right in front of him, Guing. Not caring about exposing his identity, he quickly walked over and picked him up, shaking Guiying's head. Guing, Guing. He utilized his divine sense to probe and sighed in relief. Guing had only suffered damage to her divine soul and had temporarily passed out. There was no major problem. But where did Yanyu go? He looked around with his divine sense and there was not a single figure. Reverse time. Chen Lan unfolded the time domain, wanting to rewind this place and see what had happened. But even though he had rewound 24 hours of time, there was still no change here. No? Have they disappeared from time? Change, Yanyu appears. Chen Lan waved his hand and transformed an avenue, wanting to utilize the ability to change reality to change Yanyu back to his eyes. Still nothing happened. Chen Lan frowned, unable to even change the Great Tao. There was only one possibility: Yanyu is no longer on this planet, not even in this universe. The avenue of change has limitations, and while it can change reality, it is limited to this universe. He couldn't do anything to change the other universes yet for the time being. He couldn't even go to the other universes yet, and at his realm, forcing a breakthrough into the other universes might cause him to fall off his realm. The most crucial thing was that he didn't know the exact coordinates of the other universes, and if he did, he could use the spatial avenue to teleport. It seems that we can only use that move. Chen Lan spoke in a deep voice, his eyes instantly flowing with golden eye light, a golden dragon circling in his eyes. He was going to forcefully open the second level of his heavenly eyes and view the past to see what was going on here. Just as Chen Lan was about to forcefully open the second level of the heaven's eye, the magnetic field around him became bizarre, the ground was trembling, and the stones were slowly rising into the air. Chen Lan stopped and frowned, looking around. As the tremors grew stronger, they ended abruptly, as if nothing had happened. In the next second, a wooden door filled with black gas appeared in front of him. Boo! A cloudy wind blew, the wooden door instantly opened wide, and a cold and eerie cloudy wind erupted, blowing Chen Lan's robes hunting. What an eerie aura, unlike aura, it gives off a very bizarre feeling. What is this? Chen Lan frowned. This door in front of him was similar to the plot of the movie. It was like the gates of hell, especially this gloomy and cold aura. It was more in line with the gloomy or ghostly aura inside the horror movie. But by the looks of it, the door appeared to be letting him in, purposely opened for him. With a wave of his hand, Chen Lan sent Guing back to the gatehouse of the Easy sect, and with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, he took a step towards the so-called gate of hell. In that case, he will enter. With a single step, Chen Lan instantly disappeared. As Chen Lan entered, the wooden door closed with a bang and quickly dissipated without a trace. The scene turned, and when Chen Lan opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at an incomparably unfamiliar place. It was so foggy that you couldn't see anything around you and there wasn't a single sound. Just as Chen Lan was about to use his divine sense to see where this place was, a bell rang. Chen Lan looked in the direction of the sound of the bell, where it was still foggy and misty, but an orange ghostly fire appeared swaying with the wind and the mist, swinging towards him. The living don't go, the dead retreat. A strange voice rang out, which was as hoarse as if it was stuck in a mouthful of 1,000-year-old phlegm. Don't the living go away and the dead retreat?
That's interesting. Not long after, Chen Lan saw clearly what that thing was. It was a ball of orange flame, but with human features, no different from a human head, slowly drifting over, and shouting so from time to time, as if alerting the surrounding people. The ghost fire stopped. It looked at Chen Lan in surprise, sniffed its nose, and snapped its eyes wide open in surprise. Human, you're a human. Surprisingly, another human has come over. In its line of sight, Chen Lan was red, which meant that Chen Lan's yang qi was very vigorous, so vigorous that it was the kind of thing that a drop of blood out could make it instantly full. If it absorbed it all, it could definitely become the strongest ghost emperor in this realm. In an instant, Ghost Flame Zero Frame rose his hand and violently flew over, wanting to eat Chen Lan. Good enough timing. Chen Lan saw this and grinned. It just so happens that I don't know where to go to learn about the world, and now a creature comes to my door, searches my soul, and learns everything. Human, I will let you die a painful death. Ghostfire sneered during its flying lunge. But in the next second, it saw a large hand come and grab it violently, unable to move. You're special, to have the Foundation Establishment realm. You're not an ordinary human. Ghostfire was grabbed and panicked. The other party was not an ordinary human, it was a cultivator. Who told you that I'm an ordinary person? Chen Lan laughed lightly, his eyes glowing with a purple shimmer as a powerful soul Dao force instantly destroyed the ghostfire. What a terrifying soul-attacking technique! Seeing that this human in front of him had such a means, Ghostflame completely despaired. In no time, it gradually turned into a wisp of ash and dissipated into the world. It was originally a soul, and when it was searched for a moment, it couldn't withstand it and went up in smoke on the spot. So, this is the Yin realm, or the ghost realm. Chen Lan digested the memories in his mind as he figured out where this place was. The Yin and Ghost realm, which can be called the Yin realm or the Ghost realm, is the world where ghosts and monsters live. But there is an equal portion of humans that exist here, humans that accidentally fell into this world. Ghosts and monsters call them escaped food, and they likewise hunt ghosts and monsters to redeem money or food from the Ghost Hunters Association. Never in a million years would I have thought that a ghost-catching organization could exist in a world where ghosts and monsters existed, which is laughable to say the least. But on the contrary, these ghosts and monsters can't do anything about this association, because this organization has an immortal emperor, and the ghost world likewise has a ghost emperor, and even though we are all in the same realm, we all don't dare to make the first move. In this way, the ghosts hunted those humans, and the humans hunted the ghosts. And the flow of time here is different from Blue Star, where a minute passes on Blue Star, a day passes here. In other words, at least 5 days had passed since Yen Yu was captured here. After knowing this, Chen Lan didn't bother checking out this world with his divine sense, and for now, he went to see how Yen Yu was doing before saying anything. He had sensed Yen Yu's location since he came into this world, and she wasn't in trouble at all, just unconscious. With that thought, he disappeared in place. Green Ghost House. This is the most famous greenhouse in the ghost world, with many artistic ghosts inside. It is the favorite place for male ghosts to come and the place they are most reluctant to leave. But today, the Green Ghost House was not open to the public. Instead, it was all wrapped up by a male ghost, feasting on guests from all directions. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for taking another concubine today. Yes, the great king is truly blessed to be able to meet a great beauty even when he goes out for a walk. It seems that the heavens want to fulfill the two of you. Although this great beauty is a human, her posture is really good. The great king is not blessed with good fortune. How is that beauty, my lord? Has she tried? In the green ghost building, a white-faced, tender-skinned, elegantly and nobly dressed male ghost gripped a fan and gently fanned himself, the corners of his mouth grinning up to the sky as he let out a harumphing laugh every now and then. And next to them were all sorts of ghosts and goblins, all of them gathered around the man, talking about something. It turned out that today was the male ghost's big day. He was going to take a concubine, and the one he took was a human. He is the famous ghost king here, high strength, with the realm of the holy king, quite respected, has tens of thousands of concubines, almost every month to take concubines, the ghosts have long been accustomed to. Ha, that beauty is indeed very beautiful, but it's a pity that I haven't even touched her until now. The male ghost sighed and shook his head, his face full of pity. At that, the ghosts were surprised. This ghost king is famous for his lust. See, the beautiful female ghosts are to be strong on the kind,
now even said that touch have not touched? It's hard to believe that he's shriveled up and doesn't have that energy anymore. Many male ghosts left no trace of a look of contempt. Why, my lord, don't you like it? A ghost minion asked. Of course not, but I can't move. Her soul has always had a very strong protection. I get a little close and immediately get burned. The Ghost King was depressed. Where did he usually try this kind of thing? Usually the first time he saw a female ghost he had to taste it, but now he had insisted hard for 7 days without touching it, and had been depressed to death. But it's fine, I've already used a special magic treasure to pull out her soul. As long as I wait until tomorrow, that protection of hers will disappear, and then I can do whatever I want. The Ghost King laughed lewdly and licked his lips, very lewd. It's still the Great King. I'm sure he's got a trick up his sleeve. Awesome, willingly. And on the uppermost floor of the green ghost building, inside a dark room, an illusory and transparent soul body lay quietly on the bed. A black and red candle that had already been lit was placed on the table, but the candle could not emit any light, only the thick black gas gushed out from inside in a steady stream, slowly drilling into that soul, nourishing the soul body and slowly turning black. In an instant, Chen Lan appeared out of thin air, and he frowned at the soul body on the bed, which was clearly Yenyu. At this moment, Yenyu's eyes were closed, showing absolutely no signs of awakening. But by the bed, there was a wedding suit so red it was blinding. Robbing my Dao couple has never died. Chen Lan opened the cabinet next to him, which was holding Yenyu's physical body vertically, undamaged, even his clothes were intact. He took Yenyu's physical body out, and then looked at Yenyu's soul on the bed. There was a big problem with his soul. His divine sense marker had been being eroded by some kind of mysterious power that was very special, as if it was going to transform Yenyu's soul. Transform into a soul that is better suited to stay here. That mysterious power was the black aura coming from that candle on the table, which went out with a flick of his hand. With a snap of his fingers, a soul force burst out from his fingertips and shot into Yenyu's soul body, exterminating those mysterious forces with a strong force. Not long after, the mysterious power inside Yenyu's soul body was suddenly gone. Coming. Chen Lan suddenly turned back to look at the doorway. He had already detected that Ghost King coming over. It just so happened that Yenyu's soul was already unhindered, and after he came to this world, he also knew the spatial coordinates and could open the spatial tunnel at will. With a thought, a spatial portal appeared in front of him, and inside was none other than Yenyu's concierge. He fused Yenyu's soul with his physical body and then sent him back to the gatehouse. Just at the moment when the space tunnel had just closed, the wooden door broke open with a loud bang. The Ghost King appeared at the doorway in a rage, looking at Chen Lan with furious eyes, then at the bed behind him, and after realizing that Yenyu was not there, he burst into a rage. Asshole, where did you get my woman? Chen Lan looked coldly at the Ghost King and reached out to grab it, which was instantly absorbed into his hand. At this instant, the Ghost King's eyes instantly changed from anger to clarity. This one in front of me was human, and not just any human. Big brother, you grab, just grab, when I fart. The Ghost King immediately smiled playfully. If he didn't admit his weakness at this time, what better time to wait? He had already guessed that the man in front of him must be the woman's lover and was now here to take revenge. Give thanks for your sins with your death. Chen Lan spoke in a cold voice and searched his soul. Ah! The Ghost King's body jerked upright and threw his head back, screaming miserably. His soul was burning. It hurt so much, it hurt so much. In an instant, the Ghost King flew away in ashes and ceased to exist, unable to reincarnate. Luckily, it wasn't defiled. Chen Lan muttered. In the Ghost King's memory, he couldn't even touch Yenyu, and with his divine sense protecting him, the Ghost King couldn't even touch Yenyu. The candle just now was a chance acquisition of the Ghost King, with very evil soul abilities that could contaminate all souls, thus turning them into the Ghost King's henchmen or playthings. The Ghost King is relying on this magic treasure to eat all the female ghosts in the world, even a lot of male ghosts he did not let go. People are still men and women eat all the old ghosts. Chen Lan shook his head to dispel those disgusting memories in his mind and looked at the candle on the table, putting it away in his hand. This magic treasure had the Tao rhythm of the Soul Avenue, and he could refine and absorb it. Chen Lan looked outside. There were still a lot of ghosts and monsters under his feet at this time. He did not intend to leave. Because these ghosts and monsters, each contained a tiny bit of soul Tao rhythm within their bodies, if he absorbed all the ghosts and monsters in this world, he didn't know if he would be able to step into the grand completion stage of the soul Tao. Why did the king rush up there? Probably horny as hell. It's not like you guys don't know the king, horny as hell, refuses to wait a second. Envy the king every day, the king's life, my dream. Below, a group of ghosts and monsters were discussing about the ghost king running up there in a hurry. The life of the ghost king was a life that most ghosts and monsters envied, eating, drinking and having fun every day. It was too dashing. Don't wait, your great king is dead. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind them. Who, how dare you curse our great king to be dead, even though he died long ago? A ghostly monster shouted angrily, looking back, his body stiffened. Humans! Ghostbusters yelled in horror. The moment these words came out, the entire green ghost building instantly fell silent. All the ghosts and monsters looked in Chen Lan's direction, their gazes astonished and filled with incredulity. How dare a human come to the green ghost house? It's really human, how did he dare? He came over to the green ghost house alone. Ah, this human has such exuberant yang qi, if I absorb it, I'm bound to break through several realms, I have to eat him. What a bold human, to come here by himself, doesn't he have any companions? Jia, this human, I'll eat it. One by one, the ghosts and monsters looked at Chen Lan leeringly, licking their tongues, dumbfounded, they couldn't wait to have a taste of Chen Lan. It's not often that you see such exuberant yang energy. The other side. Above the green ghost building, there were 7 or 8 people wearing cloaks and hoods, with a small miniature lantern hanging from their waists. Strangely enough, the lantern was not used for illumination, and there was no firelight inside. Instead, it was a cloud of dark, black gas emanating an evil and bizarre aura. In addition, they all had a jade tablet hanging on their chests, with characters engraved on both the front and back, the front one being a uniformed dragon, while the reverse was a character that appeared to be a name. Captain, what's going on? Did another organization send someone over? One of the cloaked men asked with a sweet voice. They all saw Chen Lan at the bottom at this moment, their eyes were surprised and puzzled. Weren't they the only ones in tonight's action? How come there were still humans coming over? Ignore him first, I just saw the Ghost King go up, it's highly likely that he'll go after that human, let's go save him. Another cloaked man said, somewhat anxious. No, our duty is to save people, that boy is also a human, we can't just sit back and do nothing. Split up into 2 teams, Chen Feng, Liamo, you 2 are the strongest, take Xiao Lan up to save that human, I'll take Xiao Ting and Lao Zhuang to save the human underneath. The cloaked man standing in the center spoke calmly, their duty as the Ghost Extermination Association was to eliminate ghosts and save those humans who had mistakenly entered the ghost world. You can't just sit back and do nothing when you see a human being in distress now. The others sniffed and realized that they couldn't disobey the captain's orders, so they nodded in unison and said in unison, good. Soon, the crowd split into 2 teams and went to the rescue. Chen Lan watched as one ghost and monster slowly approached him with a very calm expression, and at the same time, he also saw that besides him, there were a few humans here. They should be from the Ghost Extermination Association of this world. What are they doing here? But soon, he used his divine sense to see someone running towards the room that was originally Yin Yu's. It looked like they had come to save Yin Yu as well. Just as the ghosts and monsters wanted to swoop in and devour Chen Lan, a sword sound rang out. Buzz! A sharp blade flew past Chen Lan's eyes and shot straight at the head of a ghost monster, which was a peachwood sword, directly bursting its head open. Run, it's not a good place to stay. With this strike, all the ghosts and monsters were scared to a halt. At this time, a single cloaked person suddenly appeared, a full 3 people, they no longer cover themselves, directly take off the cloak and hat, revealing their true colors. 2 men and 1 woman, the 2 men looked victorious and stalwart, while the woman looked petite and sweet. One of the men directly grabbed Chen Lan's hand, wanting to take him away, but his body froze. Because he realized that no matter how hard he pushed, Chen Lan did not move at all, just like a huge mountain that could not be moved, firmly there. Hurry up! The man was anxious, with so many ghosts and monsters here, they wouldn't last long with their strength. No need. Chen Lan smiled faintly, these ghosts and monsters, he could destroy them with 1 hand. Seeing that Chen Lan didn't leave, the other man got anxious. Captain, let's go. There are more and more ghosts and monsters. Since he wants to die, why bother? Well, there are so many ghosts and monsters. The magic treasures and talismans we brought today are far from enough. The girl spoke in a hurry. It wasn't that they didn't want to save it, but Chen Lan didn't want to go. They had already encountered a lot of people like this. There was no need to get killed for one person. The captain wasn't one to hesitate, and after realizing that Chen Lan didn't want to leave, he immediately loosened his grip and prepared to take his team away. Oh, since you're here, why don't you stay as a guest? At that moment, a ghostly laughter resounded through the scene, and the surrounding ghostly aura suddenly became dense, filling the crowd, and the temperature plummeted to a cold shiver. No good, it's the building master of the Green Ghost Building coming. The captain shouted in surprise, this terrifying aura, it must be the building master, that building master who possessed the quasi-saint realm, he had actually come. How is it possible? Haven't we already investigated? The owner is somewhere else, it's impossible for him to come over. Another man said in horror. It must be that the commotion here is too loud and has been probed by the owner of the building, and we have no way out. The girl said in fear. The ghosts and monsters let out bursts of strange laughter as they slowly approached the few people and surrounded them. A few people knew that the owner had come and they could no longer run away, and one by one, they slowly backed away, their faces showing despair. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for saving you, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. The man looked towards Chen Lan and cursed angrily. Had they known that this person didn't want to run, they wouldn't have come down. If they hadn't, they wouldn't have been exposed and wouldn't be in the situation they were in now. Chen Lan did not say anything, just smiled faintly. This man spoke a bit harshly, but he was not malicious. If he was the one trying to save someone, risking his life to do so, and the one being saved didn't want to go, he'd be pissed off to the point of cracking up. Alright, stop it, let's think about how to break out. The captain spoke calmly. We've brought 3 innate spiritual treasures and 5 6th grade thunder talismans with us this time. Can we kill that building master? The girl worried. I'm afraid not. The captain's eyes dimmed. With such a small amount of magic treasures, it was impossible to fight against the quasi-sacred realm floormaster, and one could only pray for a miracle. This brother, although I don't know why you don't want to leave, right now, we may all have to die here. The captain looked towards Chen Lan as if he had already resigned himself to a smile. No, don't worry, we can't die. Chen Lan smiled faintly. Suddenly, heaven and earth changed drastically, and the surrounding ghost chi thickened even more, then coalesced towards the air, slowly transforming into a black hole. A man with a white face and snow-white body, with long black hair, wearing a silk special robe that revealed half of his chest slowly stepped out from inside. The owner of the building. The captain muttered, his body shaking a little. The enchanting male ghost in front of him was the owner of the Green Ghost Building, a quasi-saint powerhouse. It's over. The girl closed her eyes in despair. Hey! The man sighed, equally desperate. What a phallic human, today is my lucky day. The owner of the building licked his nails lightly, his voice feminine and creepy to a few people. It's amazing that this owner is still a sissy. Want to eat us? Dream on. The girl shouted coldly and took out many magic treasures, wanting to die with the building owner. Seeing this, the owner of the building just laughed and gently waved his hand. Endless ghosts coalesced in the air, forming a huge ghost hand that instantly slapped down. Seeing this, the 3 of them immediately activated their magic treasures, stimulating all their spiritual energy to form a protective shield to block it down. Boo! A strike of the ghost hand directly shattered the shields of the 3, who violently spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with serious injuries. What a terrifying power, this is the strength of a paramount saint, we're dead. The man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and resigned himself to his fate in despair. The captain didn't say a word, feeling equally dead. Ha ha, so many humans, we can have a great meal. The owner shouldn't be able to eat that much. That human with the most young energy will be given to the owner, and the others will just laugh about it. The other ghosts looked at Chen Lan and the others as if they were looking at food, letting out sinister laughter. You guys take the other 3, that human, he's mine. The building owner pointed at Chen Lan and spoke in a cold voice. The various ghosts and monsters were excited. It had been a long time since they had eaten a human and they couldn't wait.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lan looked at the building owner with a faint smile. So sure you're going to eat me? Oh, human, you really have the guts.
Suddenly, the words of the building owner came to an abrupt end, and his body instantly stiffened, as if he was taken off the ground by a mysterious force, slowly ascending into the air, his expression becoming horrified.
You are no ordinary human.
The green ghost floormaster was horrified. He realized that his body was being grabbed by some mysterious force that he couldn't break free from, and the force was getting more and more oppressive. He felt that his body was about to be crushed. No one else here could do it, only the virile man in front of him.
When did I say that I'm an ordinary person?
Chen Lan laughed lightly, his eyes flashing with a flash of purple shimmer. Chen Lan slowly walked out of the crowd, and the three watched him walk out with astonished faces.
Don't you go out there, you want to die.
The man shouted in surprise, trying to get up and realizing that he didn't have the strength to get up at all. But soon, the three of them realized that something was wrong with the owner of the building. Only to see the building owner being grabbed by the mysterious force like a chicken, they looked at Chen Lan again, who at this moment was incomparably calm as he walked towards the building owner and gently waved his hand.
Ah.
The building owner suddenly let out a miserable shriek, instantly turning into a wisp of black smoke that drifted away and recoalesced in Chen Lan's hands.
The quasi-saintly building owner was killed in seconds just like that.
Seeing this scene, the ghosts and monsters present and the three people from the Ghost Extermination Association were dumbfounded.
Where's the owner? So big a quasi-saint realm building owner is gone just like that?
Not bad, this building owner has quite a lot of soul Dao rhythms, much more than that Ghost King. Chen Lan laughed, placing it into his dantian and absorbing and refining it again when he had time. He looked to the other ghosts and grinned. When the ghosts and monsters saw that smile of his, they all trembled in fear and could no longer tell who was the ghost or monster.
Run, this human is not easy to deal with, run.
It's horrible, the owner was seconded by this human is not right, run.
It's scary, he smiles so much, mommy help me, I don't want to die yet.
Where is this a human? It's more like a ghost king than a ghost king, even the building master couldn't withstand a single move from him. One by one, the ghosts and monsters hurriedly fled in all directions, as if they were the humans and Chen Lan was the ghost king. Those three people looked stunned, how the situation was reversed. Just now it was a scene of despair, but now these ghosts and monsters ran faster than them.
Who the hell is this man? Want to run? Dream on.
Chen Lan laughed lightly as a purple ball of light appeared in the palm of his right hand. In an instant, endless suction power erupted from inside the purple ball and sucked towards those ghosts and monsters, sucking them all in like a black hole. Countless ghosts and monsters wanted to escape, but to no avail. They simply couldn't resist the powerful suction force, and one by one they flew out backwards, turning into a wisp of black smoke and drilling into the purple ball. In just a few seconds, all the ghosts and monsters on the scene were sucked in by the purple ball, and the suction stopped at the same time. What a rich Soul Dao rhyme, I think I can step into the Soul Dao's minor achievement. Chen Lan looked at the Soul Dao rhyme inside the purple sphere. These were the essence condensed from draining the Soul Dao power of those ghosts.
Putting the purple ball into his dantian, Chen Lan looked at the three and spoke faintly, "Are you people from the Ghost Extermination Association? I'm sorry for speaking out of turn before."
The man got up and apologized as he bent down through the excruciating pain.
No harm done.
Chen Lan snapped his fingers and shot out an aura, restoring all three of their injuries. After seeing Chen Lan's methods, the three of them were completely bowled over, realizing that the man in front of them was definitely an even stronger being than a quasi-saint.
We are from the Ghost Extermination Association. My name is Li Jun. The captain opened his mouth. My name is Chen Xiaoting. The girl opened her mouth. My name is Zhuangzhou.
The man who had just apologized spoke.
Just call me Easy. Chen Lan said, adding, what realm is the strongest person in your Ghost Extermination Association?
If it was an immortal emperor, then it meant that Ghostfire's memories weren't wrong, and that their president hadn't raised his strength for so long.
Immortal emperor. Li Jun answered truthfully.
Chen Lan nodded and spoke, take me to your association. He was somewhat interested in this Ghost Extermination Association, and he wasn't going to leave this place for the next few days anyway, not until he had finished sucking up the soul Tao rhythms here. Good. Li Jun sniffed and rejoiced. If he could pull this big brother in front of him into the association, it would definitely be a good thing. Chen Lan nodded and followed him as he quickly advanced towards the Ghost Extermination Association. After a few people left, many ghosts and monsters slowly came in front of the Green Ghost Building, and when they realized that there wasn't a single ghost in the Green Ghost Building, they were all confused.
There's not a single ghost in Green Ghost House today? What's going on? Are they off duty? No way, it can't be the Vice Squad coming.
Are you nuts? Who's going to sweep porn when we're all dead?
Strange, weren't there quite a few people earlier? How come the ghosts are gone now?
All the ghosts and monsters looked at the empty building, few ghosts, and smoke of the Green Ghost Building, very puzzled. This Green Ghost Building, which had many ghosts no matter what time of the day, but at this time not a single ghost could be found, was really too strange. Until after a long time, a huge body, 3-headed, 6-armed ghost monster walked with heavy steps, came to the front of the Green Ghost Building to narrow down, and looked towards the inside, and was shocked. The ghosts of the Green Ghost Mansion, they're all gone.
Was there ever a battle here?
On the other hand, Blue Star, Dragon Kingdom, Easy Sect. Yenyu, who was lying on the bed, woke up with a jolt, looked around in nervousness and fear, and then sighed with relief when she found her own room, and then she was surprised.
Wasn't I captured? How come I woke up and came back?
Yenyu covered her head, trying to recall, but no matter what, she couldn't recall what happened before.
Was she saved?
Who saved her?
Boom boom boom.
At this time, the door to the room was knocked on, and Gu Ying's voice rang out from outside. Yenyu, you're back, thank goodness you're finally back. When Yenyu opened the door, a figure pounced over and held her tightly in her arms. It was none other than Gu Ying. I thought you couldn't come back. I just used my divine sense to look at your room and realized that you're back. It really scared me to death. Gu Ying cried with pearly blossoms. She was truly scared to death. After all, she was the one who took Yenyu out to play, and she blamed herself beyond measure when something happened.
What happened? Wasn't I captured? Yenyu wondered.
I don't know, I fainted too, but when I woke up, I was in my room. Gu Ying let go of Yenyu and shook her head. Yenyu frowned, puzzled. You say, could it be that Easy Heavenly Father saved us? Gu Ying suddenly said, suspecting that it was the Easy Heavenly Father who saved them.
I suppose, no.
Yenyu wasn't sure, but in her heart, she hoped that it was Easy Heavenly Father who saved them, which would mean that they still had weight within Easy Heavenly Father. Why don't we go ask the monstrous devil and see if Heavenly Father he has been in seclusion? Gu Ying rolled her eyes and laughed.
Forget it, it's better not to go.
The two were afraid to go out after this experience. Ghost World. Chen Lan and the crowd arrived at the Ghost Extermination Association. This association was hidden in a mountain range, and a protective shield was set up using spell formations or talismans such as the Vertigo Formation and the Concealment Talisman to keep the ghosts and monsters from knowing about this place. Outside it looked flat and uneventful, a very ordinary mountain range. But when Chen Lan stepped inside, there was a different world inside. Yo, fresh spirit ghost bead, there's a lot of power in it, make sure you suck on one and linger, and want to come back for more. Natural ghost arm, this is my great battle for 3 days and 3 nights from a ghost king's hand ripped off, still fresh, want to buy hurry over, or no more? That said, that day, our president and the ghost emperor fought for hundreds of years. That scene, that visual effect, it is simply explosive. The president of a monkey to steal the peach, directly stole the ghost emperor's peach.
Wait, you can steal a ghost's peach with this monkey?
What more logic do you need to listen to a book? Don't listen to it, go watch your documentary. Inside was like a bazaar, with humans setting up stalls everywhere, and all sorts of hawking, yelling, and storytelling ringing in one's ears. It was incomparably noisy. If he didn't know that this was the Ghost Extermination Association, Chen Lan would have thought that this was a food market.
Welcome to the Ghost Extermination Association, don't mind it, we're pretty ordinary here, but we have everything, whatever you want to buy, we have it all here, but you just can't buy a ticket home.
Li Jun laughed, but the smile was a bit bitter. Anyone who comes here basically can't go back, either they die or live, there are only 2 choices. Without a word, Chen Lan walked forward, utilizing his divine sense to take a look at the situation here. Soon, he realized that there were several more levels below, and in the deepest room, there sat a young man whose realm was none other than that of an immortal emperor. Not long after, he took a glimpse of the situation here. The highest was the immortal emperor, followed by the quasi-emperor, then the holy king and saints. Most of them were in these realms from true immortal to great Luo golden immortal, and basically he didn't see any below ascension. It could be seen that the environment here was very good, very suitable for cultivation, otherwise there wouldn't be so many strong people. When he eliminated the owner of the building, he had searched his soul and understood that in addition to the aura in this world, there was also a kind of yin qi, which could also be described as yin power. This yin power was similar to aura. It could help the ghosts and monsters to upgrade, but it could be given to humans as well, although it was troublesome for humans to cultivate it. There was a need to obtain a gongfu that could absorb yin power, and that immortal emperor had obtained one, and after he utilized it to break through to the immortal emperor, he began to selflessly offer it to everyone who came here.
How about it? This place is pretty good, right? Are you interested in joining our Ghost Extermination Association, big brother?
Li Jun rubbed his hands and laughed. If Chen Lan agreed to join, he would immediately throw out an olive branch and invite Chen Lan to their squad. With a big man like that, there must be no worries about food and drink. Finding saint teammates can be very hard these days, and when they see a fallen saint, everyone is grabbing it.
Not interested, I'm going back.
Chen Lan shook his head and rejected Li Jun. Chen Lan looked at the environment here thoughtfully. Perhaps this place could be used as the second copy of the Blue Star people, and after he beat this place, he would let the others come in to cultivate. It's a pretty resourceful place, aside from the scary ghosts and ghouls.
Big brother, I wonder what realm you are in.
Li Jun looked at Chen Lan and smiled.
Me? Supreme Emperor. Chen Lan laughed.
At those words, everyone was stunned. Supreme Emperor, what realm was this?
Supreme Emperor, what realm is this?
Never heard of it. Big brother, are you kidding? We've only heard of great emperors and immortal emperors. We haven't heard of what realm a supreme emperor is.
Biggie, don't joke around.
It was Chen Lan's turn to freeze.
How dare these people not know what realm a supreme emperor is? Do you guys know what the realm above immortal emperor is? Chen Lan asked.
I'm not sure. So far none of them have appeared above the immortal emperor realm. No immortal emperor has been able to break through yet.
Li Jun shook his head and replied.
Everyone else shook their heads. None of them were sure what other realms were up there. Chen Lan was silent. It seemed that all these people didn't know that there were heavenly emperors as well as supreme emperors above immortal emperors, believing that the highest was the immortal emperor. Why were there no heavenly emperors? And since the yin energy and spiritual energy were so abundant here, it should be easy to raise one's cultivation realm.
Could it be that there are laws of heaven and earth?
Big brother, can you release your aura, so that we can see what a supreme emperor is? Us bumpkins haven't seen one yet. Chen Feng laughed, his tone tinged with a few hints of yin and yang. Chen Lan could hear that this Chen Feng didn't believe him, but instead was shady.
Good. Chen Lan smiled faintly.
In an instant, the aura of a supreme great emperor erupted out and pushed straight towards Chen Feng, like the pressure of billions of mountains pressing down towards Chen Feng.
Puff!
Chen Feng snapped to his knees while Chen Lan's aura surged in all directions. Countless people sensed this aura and were so frightened that they rushed to use their spiritual energy to fend it off. Those who stood closest instantly flew backwards and fell on their asses.
Pust!
Chen Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt that his internal organs were shattered and he could not stand up.
What a terrifying aura, what a powerful pressure. This was even more terrifying than the president's pressure. He was completely flustered. What? I can't withstand a little bit of my breath.
Chen Lan laughed faintly, his eyes condensing as he completely subdued Chen Feng. In an instant, Chen Feng's body was like being pressed by a crushing machine, shattering layer by layer. His bones and internal organs shattered to pieces, becoming a piece of meat cake, and ultimately a paper-thin slice of meat. The truth is that the soul has long been dead. Witnessing Chen Lan destroying Chen Feng in person, the crowd was shocked. All of them stopped what they were doing in their hands and looked at Chen Lan in horror.
I don't know, but his aura is even more terrifying than our chairman's. Can it be that he's in the immortal emperor realm or above? Never seen him before. Did he just come over to the ghost world?
I guess so. I didn't expect this ghost world to welcome such a strong person.
Chen Lan scanned the surrounding crowd and spoke faintly, "Since you're here, why don't you come out?"
The crowd froze as the words fell, but soon, a voice rang out from the crowd.
"Senior should be a first-timer."
A young man walked out. When the crowd saw the young man, they all clasped their fists and shouted in unison, "President!" This person was none other than the president of the Ghost Extermination Association, that human immortal emperor.
"I don't know what to call senior, I'm Guming." "Easy." Chen Lan spoke.
"Elder Easy."
Guming respectfully cupped his fists.
He had sensed Chen Lan's aura from below, more than 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than him, causing him to be shocked and surprised, so he hurriedly came out of his cultivation state. The man in front of him was definitely in the realm above immortal emperor. If he could know how to break through to a higher level from the man's mouth, it would simply not be too good. Seeing their own president treating the man with such respect, the crowd was also shocked. This undoubtedly did not confirm that the man's realm was above the president's.
"Do you want to know about the higher realms from me?" Chen Lan suddenly spoke.
Upon hearing this, Guming froze, then nodded heavily. "Senior is really powerful." He saw through what I was thinking with a single glance.
"However, you shouldn't need my help, right?"
Chen Lan laughed and violently struck out, grabbing Guming by the neck. This sudden move startled everyone present, and they all took out their weapons and magical treasures, aiming them at Chen Lan.
"Senior, what are you doing?"
Guming's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent as he was pinched by Chen Lan, but it was quickly covered up by him as he feigned incomprehension.
"Do you really think that I can't discover your little trick?"
Chen Lan spoke in a cold voice as he opened his left hand, and a small purple snake instantly burrowed out of the ground and flew uncontrollably into his hand, gradually condensing into a purple ball of light. Seeing this, Guming's pupils contracted dramatically, and he still did not open his mouth.
The crowd looked at the ball of light in Chen Lan's hand and were also slightly stunned as they sensed very evil energy from it.
Soul corrosion, good tactic. Chen Lan looked at the ball of light in his left hand and laughed. This was what he had discovered from the moment Guming had appeared. These were soul corrosions that were slowly formed by the soul Tao power, which could be drilled into a person's body unnoticed and slowly corrode his soul until finally, the person's soul would be completely devoured and become the caster's sustenance.
This Guming wanted to devour him. "I don't understand what you're saying, let go of me." Guming shouted angrily, his immortal emperor aura exploding out as he tried to break free.
Chen Lan's eyes condensed, all dead to the end, still hardened mouth, breath burst out.
"Boo!"
The two breaths collided together, generating a terrifyingly powerful impact. Everyone was shaken away, and those in the lower realms even fainted on the spot. Blood slowly flowed from the corners of Guming's mouth, and his breath became shriveled. His breath couldn't spell Chen Lan, and it was countered.
"Are you guys so sure that this is your president?" When these words came out, everyone froze. What did this mean? If it wasn't their president, could it have been anyone else?
They had been dependent on the chairman for countless years, so they surely wouldn't be able to recognize this as their chairman.
"That's not our president, are you?" A man snorted. Chen Lan smiled faintly and looked towards Guming, who had fear in his eyes and his lips were trembling. "You actually found me?" The crowd was silent as they heard the words. What does the president mean by this? Is he really not the president?
Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Chen Lan spoke indifferently, and with a forceful pinch, his spiritual power completely tore apart Guming's disguise. Only to see Guming's face skin slowly dissipate, his body slowly dissipated, slowly turning into a horrible appearance of a man without a man, a ghost without a ghost, no eyeballs, only empty eye sockets, not even a nose and mouth, like a flesh and blood skeleton without human skin.
Transformation ghost?
The crowd was shocked at the sight. This poltergeist was not unfamiliar to them, as they had dealt with many such poltergeists. Such ghosts and monsters infiltrate their Ghost Extermination Association in human guise every day, though they are often discovered and then eliminated. But they never thought that the president was also a disguised ghost. And when did this disguised ghost sneak in as the president, and where did the president go? How is it possible that an incarnate ghost could be the president, and where did the real president go? Have we been deceived all along? Impossible. If the chairman is a ghost, then why is he so kind to us and gives us gong fu to cultivate?
That's horrible, isn't it? The chairman is a ghost, I can't believe it. It must be this human's blindfold, he's the ghost. Listening to the people's words, Chen Lan ignored them. There was no need to care about these idiots. He looked at the transformed ghost in front of him. As early as the moment Gu Ming appeared, he noticed that something was wrong. When he secretly used the soul avenue with his divine sense, he saw that inside Gu Ming's body was a soul that was completely different from his appearance. Outward appearance can be disguised, transformed, and can be changed in 1,000 ways to deceive people, but the soul, it can't be deceived. The soul is the most real. So, he knew that this so-called president was no longer human. However, the real strength of this transformed ghost did not have an immortal emperor, and it seemed to be a fraudulent means to do the breath to reveal that it was an immortal emperor's breath, but in reality, it was the same king realm. You can't kill me, I'm the ghost emperor's subordinate, it's no longer an immortal emperor, if you kill me, he won't spare you. The transformed ghost begged for mercy. Does that ghost emperor know that you want to become stronger and then kill it? Chen Lan smiled faintly. The shape-shifting ghost's heart shook as his thoughts were again read by the man in front of him. He did want to become stronger and then surpass the ghost emperor so that he could take revenge. He was nothing more than a useless puppet of the ghost emperor. Unfortunately, with your strength, you won't be able to break through to a mortal emperor in this lifetime, so it's better for you to become my sustenance. Chen Lan revealed an amiable smile, his eyes flashed with purple eyes, and he fiercely clenched his hand. Under a miserable cry from the transformed ghost, he transformed into a wisp of purple gas that drilled into Chen Lan's dantian, becoming fertilizer for the Soul Avenue. The entire room was silent. After witnessing Chen Lan kill their president, the crowd was at a loss for words. They didn't know if that was a fake president or if it was a blindfold made by Chen Lan. Chen Lan faintly scanned the entire room and spoke, "You may stop applying your feats for 2 days, and I will come back after 2 days." After saying that, Chen Lan disappeared. Watching Chen Lan disappear, the crowd looked at each other. What does he mean by that, letting us stop applying our feats for 2 days, and he'll still be here in 2 days? What does this mean? Is it possible that there is something wrong with the method? No way, after cultivating for so long, I don't even feel that there's a problem with the Gong method. The daily realm advancement is tremendously fast. Alarmist, how can there be a problem with the Gongfu? Let's not listen to him. I think this strong person is here to save us. I'd better stop applying my feats for 2 days first. A portion of the people didn't believe what Chen Lan said. This Gongfu made them stronger. How could it be bad? It couldn't possibly harm them. And some people who were greedy for life and fear of death, thinking that what Chen Lan said might be very reasonable, decided to stop applying the Gong method first. Anyway, it's just 2 days' time. 2 days of no cultivation makes no difference. In the very center of the island, a horrifyingly eerie building stood there, a black castle, with a skeleton hanging in front of the castle's door and dozens of scythe-wielding ghosts patrolling. At the innermost part of the castle, in a gloomy room, a ghostly figure hidden in the darkness suddenly looked up. Who is it, who killed my men and ruined my grand plan? A harsh, ghostly cry rang out. The 10 Rakshases. As soon as the words fell, 10 ghostly shadows appeared at the same time, kneeling in front of the figure in unison. Greetings to the Ghost Emperor. Quickly go and check for me to see what happened over at the Ghost Extermination Association. Those can be my feeders. If anything happens, you'll all have your souls scattered to the ground. Yes, Ghost Emperor. In an instant, the 10 ghostly shadows disappeared at the same time. I don't care who you are, if you dare to ruin my plans, I will eat you alive. On the other side, the green ghost house. Chen Lan is back here. And when he appeared, each of those new ghosts and monsters had the wrong face, looking at the sudden appearance of the human with surprise. It's a godsend that there's a human at your door. When you gaze into the abyss gazes into you. As these ghosts and monsters looked at Chen Lan like dinner, Chen Lan looked at them likewise looking at a sustenance. This world is several times larger than Blue Star, and the ghosts and monsters are endless, but it's wonderful. Chen Lan sighed with emotion, slowly opening his hands, his eyes flashed with purple eyes, and all of his soul Dao power was stimulated. He was going to suck up all the ghosts and monsters here to provide the avenue of souls with more Dao rhythms. Outside, Dragon Kingdom. Kunlun Mountain, inside the cave. The old man was flipping through an ancient book when he suddenly stopped turning the pages, his eyes glancing in a certain direction. I didn't expect to find the ghost world so quickly. If you can find that treasure, then it won't be far from you regaining your memories." The old man muttered, and after finishing, he continued to flip through the book. Until finally, he closed the book inside, but suddenly grinned. Interesting little fellow, after 100,000 years, he is still unwilling to give up. Interesting, too interesting, my old grandson can really admire it. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In a ruined wreckage in the ghost realm, Chen Lan sat cross-legged and suspended in the air, opening his eyes as streaming violet light flickered in his eyes. Soul Avenue, minor accomplishment. Chen Lan grinned. This was the only Dao that he had realized to a minor accomplishment, and he could feel that his soul Dao power had become even stronger, and the mysteries of the soul Dao after stepping into a minor accomplishment were endless. Try the new soul avatar. Chen Lan stood up and smiled faintly. He had comprehended a brand new divine ability from within the Avenue of Souls, called the Imperial Soul 10,000. He can revive any soul with a single thought, making it his slave instantly, and all dead creatures within a 10 million mile radius. And here, just in time, is the ghost world. Chen Lan's eyes flowed with purple light, and all of his soul Dao power erupted, a purple wave of energy spreading out towards a radius of 10,000 miles. Everywhere they went, all the ghosts and monsters that had been exterminated by Chen Lan revived and coalesced one by one, and millions of ghosts and monsters were resurrected once again. Master! 10 million ghosts and monsters spoke in unison in one direction at the same time, their voices loud and clear. Seeing this, Chen Lan nodded with quite a bit of satisfaction, but there was another even more terrifying one for this move, and that was to coalesce all the souls together and release a super powerful soul attack. This strike, he believed, was enough to kill a supreme emperor of the same realm as him. But the price of this is that the soul will be completely extinct, and there is no possibility of recovery, belonging to a one-time move. This can be used as the ultimate undercard, and will definitely come in handy in the future. Next it's time to check out that association. I don't know if those people listened to him or not. Those who listened to him can still live, those who didn't, they were left to fend for themselves. Association for the Extermination of Ghosts. 2 days passed, and a portion of the people who didn't bother to apply the gongfu as Chen Lan had said did not have anything happen in the end, but instead, those who didn't listen had their cultivation refined quite a bit more. Haha, look at those fools, they really listen to that person and don't go cultivate. I broke through another small realm yesterday. People passing by would curse those who refused to utilize their feats when they saw them. And those who had already persisted for 2 days without practicing were slowly suspecting Chen Lan. Why didn't they let them apply the gongfu? These 2 days had passed and nothing had happened to anyone and they hadn't felt anything, which meant that the gongfu could be applied. Are we being cheated? It's not the gong method that's the problem at all. Finally, someone couldn't withstand the pressure and cursed, then crossed his legs in place and began to cultivate the gong method. He didn't want to fall so far behind in the realm, and in the past 2 days, many people had already surpassed him. When the others saw this, one by one, they were immediately a bit moved, and many of them began to utilize their gong methods to cultivate. Captain, should we apply it? Shouting asked. Li Jun shook his head. Wait a little longer, if Elder Easy hasn't appeared today, we'll apply. Although they didn't understand the reason why Easy had asked them to do this, since they had already waited for 2 days, there was no harm in waiting for another day. Everyone, come on, someone is going to break through to a paragon. After so long, finally a Saint King Big Brother is going to break through. A voice loudly reached everyone's ears. The crowd came to be curious, and one by one, they ran towards the place where that Saint King Big Brother had made his breakthrough, wanting to see the scene of him breaking through to the Paragon Emperor. Come on, let's go take a look too. Li Jun laughed and rushed off with a few people from the squad. When they came to the place where the big man had made a breakthrough, they could see the big man sitting cross-legged in an open space, and the sky had already condensed a thunderbolt, which was very scary to look at, and the rumbling thunder was like a beast roaring, making people tremble physically and mentally. Not long after, a thunderbolt struck down, and that big man resisted it all, very strong, making the people around him envious. As long as one carried through this lightning tribulation, one would be able to become a quasi-emperor, a realm that many people could only dream of. As the last thunder ended, the Saint King successfully broke through and became a Paragon Emperor. The crowd cheered and congratulated the new emperor-to-be.
That quasi-emperor also stood up and looked at everyone with a smile. Thank you, I finally broke through the quasi-emperor today, thanks to everyone's past days.
Pust.
The quasi-emperor violently spat out a mouthful of black blood, bending his legs and kneeling on the ground, his hands propped up on the ground as his face turned iron blue. This scene came so suddenly that the crowd instantly froze, and some people who knew this paragon emperor very well rushed up, wanting to see what had happened. But when those people were just approaching, that quasi-emperor got up violently and grabbed a person by the neck. An eerie and bizarre voice came out of his mouth. I didn't expect you guys to cultivate quite fast. There are quasi-emperors so soon, and my plan has been shattered, so you guys don't have much use for each other anymore. The crowd was shocked as they realized that paragon emperor's eyes had turned black, and his entire body was emitting an incomparably dense ghostly aura that was very frightening. But in the next second, everyone felt a splitting headache and clutched their heads and crouched down, screaming in agony. Wailing sounds resounded all over the place, and anyone who practiced that technique's cultivation realm was falling rapidly and was accompanied by severe headaches. On the contrary, those who did not cultivate in the past 2 days, the pain was much milder, and the cultivation realm fell by 2 large realms before stopping and slowly easing. For the rest of them, their cultivation realm quickly fell to nothing and they became ordinary people. This feeling of great ups and downs completely crushed those people, and they couldn't accept this feeling of having no power. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. The crowd crumbled.
Captain, Elder Easy didn't lie to us, there really is something odd about that gong method.
Xiao Ting's face slowly improved as she was surprised. Her cultivation fall stopped and did not continue to fall downwards. On the contrary, the others, the realm could be said to have started from zero.
Yes, if we don't listen to Elder Easy, I'm afraid we'll be the same as all of them and become ordinary people straight away.
Li Jun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. They were only feeling the pain for a moment, they didn't lose much of their cultivation realm. Those people were bad enough, fortunately they listened to the words of Elder Easy, or else they would have ended up like those people. Soon, those people's screams stopped, but their faces suddenly became strange. Only to see one suddenly open his mouth wide, but did not make any sound, the body in a very bizarre movement crazy twisted, arms and legs twisted to the back, the head is to start 360 degrees rotation, like a gyroscope. Their complexions rapidly darkened, and it was only when a strand of black gas surged out from their bodies and drilled into that paragon emperor that they stopped and collapsed to the ground without a sound. Seeing this bizarre and terrifying scene, Li Jun and the others quickly retreated, and those of them who hadn't utilized their feats for 2 days didn't experience such bizarre symptoms.
That meant that there was something really wrong with the feats.
I didn't expect that you guys would be able to go 2 days without applying your feats, causing me to interrupt my soul-sucking technique. How did you guys find this out? At this moment, that paragon emperor spoke in a cold voice. His voice, like a woman's, was sharp and hoarse and unpleasant.
Who the hell are you and what the hell is this gong method?
A cultivator gathered his guts and angrily asked. You're all already dead anyway, so there's no harm in telling you.
The paramount emperor laughed coldly and began to narrate.
This technique is actually my soul-sucking technique. The reason why you guys can use it perfectly is because I improved it. The reason why I gave you guys this technique to use is because I need you guys to become stronger to make me stronger. After saying this, the paragon emperor threw back his head and laughed. You have heard it all, so die. The paragon emperor was just about to strike, but he suddenly froze as a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Chen Lan appeared out of thin air, looking at the corpses all over the place and the quasi-emperors in front of him, and was instantly enlightened about everything that had happened here.
Elder Easy!
Li Jun shouted out excitedly when he saw Chen Lan appear.
The others were likewise very excited, not expecting Chen Lan to come, really keeping his promise.
When this big man comes over, they're not afraid.
Who are you?
The paramount emperor looked at Chen Lan in astonishment. He realized that he couldn't see through Chen Lan's cultivation realm. Could it be that the other party was even more powerful than him? But on second thought, it could be this body. I purposely waited for you for 2 days, and I was afraid that you wouldn't use this technique.
Chen Lan smiled faintly.
As early as 2 days ago, he had discovered that this technique could absorb other people's souls and cultivation, so he had warned them not to use the technique. The reason why I don't use it, that's because this technique has a drawback. Once you disconnect for a couple of days to utilize the technique, there is very little cultivation that can be absorbed, so those people just dropped 2 or 3 major realms, while others lost their lives. Especially those who were applying feats in the last second, such people were the first to die.
You know? The Paramount Emperor was shocked. This man in front of him knew what he wanted?
But why didn't you stop the others from applying the feats, instead of watching so many people die? Whether these people die or not has nothing to do with me, you are the key.
Chen Lan smiled faintly. Me? The Paramount Emperor was confused. What business was it of his?
Because you are the best nourishment. After saying that, Chen Lan probed out with a palm and quickly sucked the paragon over. Sure enough, you can't absorb souls from a distance, you can only gather all of that soul Dao power inside this shell, you should be comprehending the soul Dao as well.
Upon hearing this, the Quasi-Emperor's expression snapped and he said dumbfounded, how is it possible that you also know about the great Dao of the soul? Who are you? Could it be that you're the human who exterminated the pawn I'd been ambushing for years 2 days ago?
What the hell were the 10 Rakshasas doing? Why hadn't they killed this man in so long? Hadn't he been dispatched for 2 days? This place came to the right place. Chen Lan laughed in satisfaction as his eyes flashed with purple light and began to absorb the souls of the Paragon Emperors.
No, let me go, this is my soul Dao power.
The Paramount Emperor was shocked, the soul Dao power in his body was rapidly draining away, and the man in front of him was planning to leave him nothing at all. This was the result of tens of thousands of years of careful preparation on his part, but in the end, he had made a dowry for someone else. How could this be tolerated?
If you don't give it to me, you won't be able to eat it either. The Paramount Emperor roared angrily and violently exploded himself.
Boom! The spiritual shockwave generated by the Quasi-Emperor's self-detonation quickly spread out in all directions, and those surrounding people who were watching the show instantly flew backwards and fell heavily on the ground. Those with a low realm were even directly dead, and those with a high realm were all seriously injured. Black smoke rolled, the crowd could not see the situation inside clearly. Li Jun stood up with difficulty and looked at the scene with shock.
Self-explosion?
Chen Lan was somewhat speechless, but this was nothing to him. As he gently waved his hand, the time around him began to rewind, the dead reanimated, and the shockwave returned, the spiritual energy that had exploded out flowing backward to coalesce into the Quasi-Emperor, and everything began anew.
You even mastered the time avenue.
Turning back time did not cause them to lose their memories, but rather they clearly remembered the memories of the time back, knowing exactly what had just happened. Chen Lan was silent as he continued to draw on the soul Dao power of this Quasi-Emperor. Knowing that the other party mastered time rewinding, the Paramount Emperor completely gave up and let Chen Lan suck it up until after his body was drained to the point where there wasn't even a single drop left, his body slowly turned into ashes and drifted away with the wind.
Human, finally found you.
Hissing ghostly sobs suddenly rang out, and a figure descended suddenly, surrounding Chen Lan, a total of 10 figures, encircling Chen Lan. The terrifying ghost chi instantly erupted and spread out. The ghost chi was so overwhelming that the crowd was shaken back tens of thousands of meters before barely stopping. When they looked at Chen Lan's position, it was already surrounded by pitch-black ghost chi, and they could only barely see what was going on inside. Only 10 demonic-like figures stood in different directions, and Chen Lan stood among them in a cloudy manner, unafraid.
10 great emperors, quite the handful.
Chen Lan smiled faintly. These 10 ghostly shadows, all of them were at the great emperor realm. The other party was quite conservative in order to kill him. You have ruined the master's plan. We 10 great Rakshasas have been ordered to exterminate you, suffer death. A ghost monster holding a giant scythe spoke in a cold voice, taking the lead in the attack. Only to see him dodge to Chen Lan with his scythe in hand, lifting the scythe and slashing at Chen Lan's neck. In a flash, he jolted and his body stiffened, unable to move.
Too lazy to play with you guys.
Chen Lan said in a bored manner, lightly snapping his fingers.
Soul Dao power immediately erupted from his body, enveloping the 10 Rakshasas. What is this? What power you have? Why can't I move? I feel like my soul is being tortured, it hurts. Get off me, get off me.
The 10 Rakshasas screamed at the same time, but soon, their screams slowly stopped, turning into strands of purple streams of light that surged into Chen Lan's body.
The 10 great Rakshasas, the 10 great emperors, were all exterminated by Chen Lan.
With the help of Soul Dao power, it was effortlessly destroyed. After eliminating the Rakshasa, Chen Lan looked in a certain direction, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Found you. After saying that, Chen Lan disappeared in place. The 10 great Rakshasas are dead.
The man is coming.
Inside the castle, the Ghost Emperor was so terrified that he hurriedly dashed away. The second after he had just left, Chen Lan appeared, smiled, and then dodged out of sight again. At the very bottom of the castle, 18 floors underground, a large room, dimly lit, but with 18 pairs of black wooden coffins. A female ghost wearing a red cheongsam appeared out of thin air, with a curvaceous figure and a gorgeous and absolutely beautiful face, but at this moment, she cried out with a terrified expression, "Masters, wake up, the slave body has met with misfortune." She was the Ghost Emperor of this ghost realm, the one who possessed the immortal Emperor realm, and she was the one who killed Gu Ming and allowed the transformed ghost to occupy Gu Ming's body. The reason why the two immortal emperors never went to war was precisely because they were both the same ghost, and the people and ghosts outside thought that the two immortal emperors were afraid to go to war. Suddenly, the female ghost's expression froze, and then she retreated back and forth in horror, simply because Chen Lan had already appeared in front of her. "Who the hell are you, and why do you, a human who just came in, have the avenue of souls as well as such great strength?" The Ghost Emperor drank in horror. "No need to ask, your soul Dao power is really fat." Chen Lan was satisfied, and with a gaze of his eyes, he sucked it over. "Get lost." The Ghost Emperor snapped, exploding his entire breath, as well as his soul Dao power. Seeing this, Chen Lan similarly erupted his breath and soul Dao power, instantly suppressing him. He didn't expect that the other party would also be a minor accomplishment. But thinking about it is not surprising, after all, the other party lives in this world full of soul Dao rhythm all day long, it is difficult to not be small. You're not an immortal emperor, your realm is much, much stronger than an immortal emperor. The Ghost Emperor who was suppressed on the ground lifted her head with great difficulty to look at Chen Lan. The cultivation of the human in front of her was more than 100 times stronger than her. There was no comparison between them, and she lost. Chen Lan did not say anything, but instead looked at the 18 coffins around him as he heard a faint creaking sound. The old ghost inside the coffin is going to awaken. Boom boom boom. 18 voices suddenly rang out, and all of the coffin lids all burst open, emitting gusts of black ghostly aura that filled the entire arena. Who is it that dares to break into the ghost castle? Is it that they don't put us old guys in their eyes anymore? Dare to bully our slaves, they really haven't died yet. It seems we've been dormant for so long that the world has forgotten about us. It's about time those humans got scared. A vicissitude of horrible and eerie voices rang out, the ghostly aura gradually dispersed, and an old ghost with grey sideburns and a stooped body walked out of the coffin and gathered together. They noticed Chen Lan, as well as the Ghost Emperor who was suppressed on the ground, and immediately burst into a rage. "Human, you have great guts, how dare you intrude into my ghost fortress and injure our slaves?" An old ghost spoke in a cold voice, incomparably angry. 18 old ghosts, 3 heavenly emperors, and the rest are immortal emperors. Chen Lan turned back and looked at the many old ghosts with a faint smile, stating all of their realms. "How about it, human, are you scared? Kneel down now and become our new slave, we can consider it." Another old ghost laughed coldly and opened his mouth, not putting Chen Lan in his eyes. "Will you all go together, or die one by one?" Chen Lan opened his mouth indifferently, but then thought about it and said, "Forget it, you guys are better off dying together." "Ignorant human, what a big mouth." An old ghost burst out and swung a fist violently. The surrounding ghost chi instantly condensed into a heavy fist that blasted towards Chen Lan, while the other old ghosts all used their own spiritual arts and divine abilities. Soul chains. Scythe of death. Ghost hand hollow. In an instant, countless spiritual arts avatars manifested, and the Ghost Emperor behind Chen Lan laughed maniacally when he saw this. "Ha ha ha, human, you're not going to die this time? 3 heavenly emperors, 15 immortal emperors, this human will surely die." Boom boom boom. Hundreds of soul chains instantly bound Chen Lan, both his hands and feet were bound, and not a single part of his body was able to move freely. As he watched those spiritual arts avatars blast toward him, Chen Lan remained lighthearted and spoke with a faint smile, "Soul transformation dragon art." As soon as the words fell, the dome of the sky suddenly changed, with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. The roof of the castle directly penetrated, a hole in the sky appeared, and countless ghost chi scrambled in, like a sewer through water, filling up with ghost chi. But those ghost chi, even with consciousness, generally began to coalesce, quickly transformed into a black five-clawed black dragon, tilted his head and roared, issued a deafening dragon roar, shaking the sky, and the dome of the sky will be the old ghosts of the spiritual arts of the avatar as much as possible to destroy. Boom boom boom. The destruction of the spiritual arts and avatars produced an explosion, and the many old ghosts flew out violently. Their spiritual arts and avatars were destroyed, and they suffered a backlash, as their soul bodies became even more illusory and transparent. This was a sign that the ghosts and monsters were about to disappear, which meant that the soul Tao power in their bodies was slowly dissipating, and once it was dissipated, they would completely lose the chance to reincarnate. Who are you and why is your soul attack technique so powerful? Who?
Chen Lan didn't talk too much nonsense with them, commanding the soul dragon to roar towards those old ghosts. Accompanied by a deafening dragon roar, the spirit dragon took one bite at a time, swallowing these old ghosts into its belly and transforming them into soul Tao force.
In just the blink of an eye, the many old ghosts were all wiped out, and the dragons of souls burrowed into Chen Lan's body, transforming into pure soul Tao power stored within his dantian. He turned back to look at the ghost emperor lying on the ground. The other party instantly revealed a horrified expression and shook his head repeatedly. Let me go, I can work for you as a cow or a horse, I have a beautiful body and I'm good looking, I can serve you for the rest of my life and be your slave.
I don't want to play any human ghost love.
Chen Lan laughed lightly, and with a wave of his hand, the ghost emperor flew into his hand and began to brutally search his soul and then devour it.
Not long after, Chen Lan took a deep breath and smiled in satisfaction. He had already stored a lot of soul Tao rhythms in his dantian, and although these Tao rhythms couldn't allow him to break through to greatness, it was very good to at least go further. And next, it's time to check out the mana.
Just now, during the soul search, he found a magic treasure in the ghost emperor's memory, a magic treasure that those old ghosts had protected for generations, and so far, no one or ghosts had used it, and it had been sealed in a room somewhere.
That room, right there.
Chen Lan turned his head to look at a wall that contained a dark room, and with a movement of his mind, the wall instantly burst open, revealing a long dark passage. He stepped over and soon came to a dark door, gently raised his eyebrows and the dark door opened automatically. What came into his eyes was a mirror, a round mirror that could illuminate his whole body, the frame of which was carved with patterns that were images of ghosts and monsters, grimacing and fierce, like the demons that demanded his life, holding weapons that were eerie and frightening.
This mirror, what kind of magic treasure is it?
Chen Lan walked in front of the mirror suspiciously. In the memories of those old ghosts and ghost emperors, there was no relevant information about this mirror, only that it was a very powerful magic treasure. No matter any attack, it could not be destroyed, and it existed a long time ago.
Those old geezers didn't know how to use it, so they sealed it away.
He looked at himself in the mirror with unmistakable clarity, and it was amazing that the mirror had been sealed for so long without a speck of dust. This time, he looked at it for 10 minutes, not that he was narcissistic, but he felt that this mirror, unusual.
How is it used?
Chen Lan stroked his chin, puzzled in his mind. He tried to input his aura into the mirror, with no response, and his soul Tao force was also inputted, with the same lack of response. This was followed by the input of various avenues of Tao power into it, and there was still no response.
The Tao power of all the great avenues has no effect?
Chen Lan was somewhat speechless, but soon, he brightened up and thought of the so-called blood drop recognition in the novel. This one might work. Using his spiritual energy, he flicked his finger, cutting through the bleeding and dropping a drop of blood onto the mirror. As the blood dripped on, a magical scene appeared, only to see the blood being quickly sucked dry by the mirror and blended in, the mirror rippling like water. Immediately, what appeared in the mirror was no longer Chen Lan's appearance, but another scene. Chen Lan immediately looked seriously at the mirror, which seemed to be a cave, with nothing around it, and no sound could be heard, and only one cave entrance was permeated with light. Soon, however, the picture began to shake from side to side, along with occasional gasps. Chen Lan immediately understood that this was someone's first-person perspective, and the mirror was substituting for that person. Who could this be? At this time, outside the cave entrance walked into a figure, but due to the problem of light, can only see a black shadowy figure slowly approaching, until the figure approached Chen Lan to see clearly. But when he got a good look at the figure, he snapped his eyes wide open, surprised, and blurted out a name off the top of his head.
Sun Wukong.
Only to see the figure in the mirror, monkey head and face, all hairy, but wearing human robes, human-like, scratching his ears from time to time, exactly the same as the Monkey King on that mural.
Goku, where have you been again? Finally, this person the mirror was substituting spoke, a man's voice.
But the moment he opened his mouth, Chen Lan felt that the voice was so familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. I'll go see how to escape. Sun Wukong spoke up and sighed again, it's impossible to escape right now, let's go out again when I regain some strength. No, my mind is made up, you're out. The man shook his head. It's you who saved me, I'll save you out no matter what, I'm not an ungrateful person. Sun Wukong said excitedly.
In that case, would you like to do me a favor?
Any favor, if I can do it, I'll certainly help you. Help me to go to the land of forgetfulness and fetch a jug of river water, I want to drink from there.
Well, when I get out, I'll be sure to fetch it for you.
I can help you regain your strength early.
The man spoke, radiating his own aura.
Sun Wukong's body shook, his expression surprised. You are actually a supreme emperor, in this world where the laws of heaven and earth have not been perfected and there are divine punishments, how did you do it?
This surprised Chen Lan, supreme emperor existed in the Shin dust realm? Suddenly, something occurred to him, could it be that the prophet all along was this supreme emperor?
If it was a supreme emperor, then it would make sense, after all, supreme emperors had endless lifespans and were so powerful that they should be able to escape the world reincarnation if they wanted to. It seems that he is not the only supreme emperor in this world. This, you don't need to ask too much, it's bad for you, I'll transfer your spiritual energy, you go out. The man shook his head and laughed.
But you're obviously a supreme emperor, why don't you go out on your own?
Sun Wukong queried.
I don't want to go out.
Why? Because I don't want to, don't ask, you first go out and help me look for the river, at that time, I will naturally tell you, and there is also that, I will give you an item, you will refine it, you can avoid the sight of those people. After saying that, the man took out a small stone from his arms. When Chen Lan saw the stone, he was surprised once again because it was exactly the same as the one he had found in the Superpower Empire forest. The next second, the stone appeared in his hand, and when he looked at this piece of stone on his hand that was exactly the same as the one inside the mirror, Chen Lan was certain that it was the same kind of stone. He might be able to tell from this mirror what the stone was from and what it was used for.
What is this? Asked the Monkey King in confusion, but he sensed a very familiar aura from within. This is the stone of the Heaven Mending God Stone, you burst out from inside the Heaven Mending God Stone back then, have you forgotten? The Heaven Mending Stone? The Monkey King was born from it?
Chen Lan looked at the small stone in the palm of his hand and was slightly stunned, he never thought that the stone he had hidden for so long would be the Monkey King's old mother.
It's the Heaven Mending Stone. This is the Heaven Mending God Stone?
Where did you get it? Sun Wukong looked at the stone in the man's hand in surprise.
It did pop out of the rock, but when it did,
it didn't know where it had popped to, only that it woke up in the mountain of flowers and fruits and was taken back by a group of monkeys. It has gone back later to find the place where it was born and found nothing there anymore. The day you were born, I happened to be nearby, and I saw the Heaven Mending divine stones all over the ground, so I picked them back up and refined a lot of them, and now there are only a few left. With that said, the man took out a few more Heaven Mending God stones.
It's better for you to keep these.
Sun Wukong refused. No, these are most important to you. The man shook his head and affirmed.
Why?
Because this Heaven Mending Godstone is the thing that gave birth to you. This Heaven Mending Godstone was originally the extra piece that came out when mending the sky. There is no cause and effect, you were even more naturally born in it, not in the 5 elements, not within the 6 realms, you are a variable.
A variable? Could it be that I'm able to break through to Heavenly Emperor right now just because I'm a variable?
Yes, you weren't supposed to appear, or rather you weren't supposed to appear in this era. If you were in the next era, you might still be stronger, but you can escape the world reincarnation and just refine this Heaven Mending Godstone. Upon hearing this, the Monkey King froze for a moment and continued to ask, after you have refined so much, are you also able to escape the world reincarnation?
No,
the key is you, Sun Wukong, you are the variable, the heaven-mending godstone is not. Sun Wukong's face slowly heaved as he reached out and picked up the heaven-mending godstone, nodding his head heavily. Alright, I know, I'll refine it. Refine it now and get out. I was able to save you last time, but I may not be able to next time. The man said with a sigh. Good. Sun Wukong immediately sat cross-legged, and the heaven-mending godstone hovered in front of him as he began to refine it. One could only see strands of energy drilling out from inside the heaven-mending godstone, drilling into Sun Wukong's nasal cavity and being refined by him. At this point, the image slowly dissipated and returned to its original form. Gone? Chen Lan said, it's gone just like that? He hadn't finished reading it yet, who the man was, what the Monkey King was doing with him, what the two were planning, so many puzzles to solve. Chen Lan frowned. He always felt that there were still a lot of things he hadn't been told. He subconsciously cut his finger with his spiritual energy and dripped a drop of blood once again. As the previous vision repeated itself, the mirror regained its picture, and a new one at that. Seeing this, Chen Lan was speechless. This broken magic treasure also need to pay to watch all the time. Also thought once blood can always watch, the result is to watch half of the drop once. Off the mark. On the screen, the process of the Monkey King refining the heaven-mending godstone had been omitted, and the Monkey King slowly awakened. I'm much stronger again, and I feel as if my body is much more relaxed. Before, I always felt like there was a big mountain pressing down on me, making me a bit breathless. Sun Wukong lamented. Those are karmic consequences. When there are more and more karmic consequences, you will realize that no matter what you do, there is a possibility that you may be implicated in karmic consequences, and those karmic consequences are like a big mountain pressing down on your body, and they can take your breath away. However, now that you have refined the heaven-mending divine stone, the karma on your body is almost gone. Go, and help me go to the forgetfulness land to find a pot of river water. It will help both you and me. The man spoke. Good. As soon as the words fell, the man acted, and with a single point of his finger, majestic spiritual energy surged into Sun Wukong's body, instantly replenishing his spiritual energy and returning him to his full strength. Well, your strength has been restored, go. Thanks. Wait, I don't think I know your name yet. Sun Wukong had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned around and asked. I am nothing more than a family outcast, a waste that dragged my parents down, and a prisoner who will never be able to leave this world for the rest of his life. If you really want to know my name, just call me Easy. I hope to be able to get away from the world in the future, and no longer be bound by anyone. The man sighed, his tone filled with despair that was sad to hear. Looking at the picture in the mirror, Chen Lan was silent. The Supreme Emperor in it was even called Easy. Was it a coincidence? When he was playing the game at that time, he had the same idea as this Supreme Emperor. He thought about being able to get away with it inside the game or in reality, not being bound by all the worldly things. Now that he did, no one could bind him. Okay, Easy. Sun Wukong grinned, then left the place. It wasn't long before a thumping sound could be heard ringing outside, like some kind of powerful attack bombarding the boundary. At this point, the scene comes to a screeching halt once again. Chen Lan is speechless. Again have to renew. If this goes on, after watching it will not bleed to death. Though speechless, he dropped a drop of blood down again, and the image reappeared. This time it seemed like a long time had passed, and the cave was surprisingly overgrown with weeds, while the bright cave entrance, just like the one before, had Sun Wukong running in from outside. Easy, I'm back. Sun Wukong said with joy, but suddenly froze again, his eyes rather complicated. 100 years of absence, you've changed so much. Chen Lan was stunned that 100 years had passed just like that? Does Sun Wukong's statement mean that the Supreme Lord's appearance has changed? Is it getting old? But the Supreme Emperor's lifespan was endless, and with a single thought, he could return to his youthful appearance, and he would not grow old at all. Yeah, lazy, how about that? Did you fetch the river? The man laughed. But the Monkey King, who heard these words, his face suddenly became heavy and his eyes somewhat angry. The man also stopped talking. The scene was suddenly in the middle of a heavy atmosphere. Chen Lan did not know what had happened. It seems that you know all about it. After a long time, the man let out a sigh and spoke helplessly. Well, I know all about it. There is only one river in the land of forgetfulness, and that is the river of karma. anyone who drinks from this river can remove the karma from their body, but there is a drawback to this river. With the karma removed, those who have karma with you will forget about you. Sun Wukong spoke in a deep voice, looking at Easy and Death. If you drink it, will I forget about you too? At once, the atmosphere became heavy again, but soon the man's laughter washed away the gravity. Ha ha ha, how can that be? Have you forgotten? You're the variable, you won't forget me. River of cause and effect. When Chen Lan heard this, his face froze. This wasn't the river of causes and fruits that Dazhuang had talked about. Legend has it that it was drunk dry. Did the Monkey King do it? However, there were some hiccups when I was fetching the water from the river of causes and fruits. Sun Wukong scratched his head awkwardly. What tidbit? The man asked suspiciously. There is a river god for that causal river water, and I fought him when he refused to fetch it for me. I'm well aware of this. The river god of that river appears to be only at the immortal emperor realm. Right, so I won easily, but soon many more powerful people came to stop me, and in a fit of rage, I used my magic treasure to suck the entire river dry. After saying that, Sun Wukong changed into a wooden gourd. This is what I got by chance, the Heavenly Tao's most precious treasure, the heaven-swallowing gourd, which can devour everything and store it inside, and you can also use it to refine. The river of causes and fruits is already all in there. At those words, the man sweated a bit, and Chen Lan did the same. I thought that the river of causes and fruits was drunk dry, but I didn't expect it to be sucked dry by the Monkey King with his magic treasure, not leaving a single drop. But why didn't anyone know about this move of Sun Wukong? Instead it was rumored elsewhere that he was sucked dry by some powerful person. It couldn't be that this kind of thing was so humiliating that those guarding the river of causes didn't intend to spread it out. Without much thought, Chen Lan continued to look at the image in the mirror. The man had already received the wooden gourd. He pulled off the head of the gourd, stretched his nose over and sniffed, then nodded his head. It's causal river water. Thank you, Monkey King. You're welcome. Do you want the river of karma water to get rid of the karma on your body so that you can escape the world cycle of reincarnation? One could say yes, or no. The man spoke, pulling out a spirit herb from his arms. What is this? Sun Wukong asked. Forgetfulness grass. The man laughed and placed the forgetfulness grass inside the heaven-swallowing gourd. Forgetfulness grass? What is it? Never heard of it. Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion and asked. He hadn't heard of this spirit herb. It's come to this, so I'll be honest, I need the karma river water plus the forgetfulness grass, so that I can forget all the feelings in the world, remove the karma of this life, and start anew. Starting over? Reincarnate? Sun Wukong asked. Pretty much, but there are great disadvantages to this practice. When I awaken again, there is a possibility that I will be carrying 10,000 karmic consequences. I don't know if it will work. Why would you do that? You're a supreme emperor. Wouldn't it be easy to escape world reincarnation? No, I don't want to escape some world cycle. I want to end it. This harmful world cycle shouldn't have existed in the first place. It's all because of those bastards who made this mess. If it wasn't for them, everyone could have lived a good life, and my brother, he could have lived a good life too. The man's emotions grew more and more agitated, and eventually he even yelled. Sun Wukong froze for a moment. He looked at the man dumbfounded, realizing that he had said the wrong thing, evoking the man's sad past. I'm sorry. No, I don't blame you. I'm the one who got too excited. Can I ask you for something, Sun Wukong? The man shook his head, pleading. You name it, as long as I can. I've calculated with the great prophecy technique, the world reincarnation will come in 1,000 years. When the world will start over again, there will be no emergence of human beings at that time, but after a number of years, the human civilization will re-emerge, but it will no longer be the immortal cultivation civilization. At those words, Chen Lan's heart shook. This man could prophesy. He should be that prophet. The prophet who told the pharaoh to fall asleep, the mysterious man who wanted to awaken the memories of the old world and kept revealing things that had happened before. Here, the truth comes out. What do you mean, no more immortal cultivation civilization? Then what will the world be like in the future? Sun Wukong asked in surprise. He didn't dare to imagine what the world of the future would be like. He had thought that the future would be a world where the laws of heaven and earth were perfect, but now it seemed to be worse. A world with no aura and only ordinary people, but it still can't escape the cycle of the world.
The man sighed.
Sun Wukong's eyes were lost in despair as he sat down and muttered, "Even after all this, the world reincarnation still refuses to let humans go?
Is there really no hope for us?"
"No, there is hope, I came for this." The man's emotions flared up again. "I've waited 10,000 years to come here for this." After saying that, the man went from being transformed into a sphere similar to a soccer ball, black, but strangely enough, the ball was beating and undulating violently like a heart.
"What is this?"
Sun Wukong asked in confusion as he touched the sphere in a frozen manner.
"World origin."
The scene came to an abrupt end here once again, and Chen Lan was suddenly speechless with anger. This feeling is like reading a novel that suddenly stops when you're on a roll, and the author still breaks the chapter at a crucial point, so it's annoying. He dripped a drop of blood with some boredom, desperate to know the subsequent results. But when the blood dripped down, it was a completely different sight from before. This time it was really like blood dripping on a mirror, slowly sliding down.
Chen Lan touched the mirror in doubt. This magic treasure turned into an ordinary mirror?
Although he didn't know what was going on, Chen Lan put it away to study it again in a while. Currently, he had gained quite a bit more information that supreme great emperors existed in the Xian dust realm. This great emperor might not be dead or might have died, but it was clear that Sun Wukong was not dead, and it was highly likely that he had survived until now. After all, Roaring Dog had said that Sun Wukong was only missing, not dead, and with those snippets, it should have been after Sun Wukong broke through to Heavenly Emperor.
Who could that man be?
Chen Lan was puzzled, and he would know when he had researched the mirror's function. Association for the Extermination of Ghosts. The crowd hadn't left yet and were cleaning up the battlefield. Those corpses all over the place had long since been cleaned up by them.
"You guys, who exactly is that Elder Easy? His strength is so terrifying."
"Yeah, one move to second a quasi-emperor, one move to second 10 great emperors, this is too outrageous."
"I wonder what that senior's realm is, a great emperor or an immortal emperor?"
"I heard that Li Jun and the others are very familiar with the seniors, or else ask them." Just as the crowd was talking, Chen Lan reappeared in front of them. Upon seeing Chen Lan, the crowd's bodies shook as they hurriedly spoke in unison, "Good day, senior. From now on, the Ghost Extermination Association will be changed to the Easy Sect." Chen Lan spoke indifferently. "It's not a discussion or any kind of suggestion, it's a command." Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief, all of them mistakenly staring, but they quickly figured out the meaning of this and were ecstatic. "Yes, Elder. Senpai is planning to take them in, even though a chairman died, but now there's a strong person who's even fiercer than the chairman."
People are less sad.
Seeing that the crowd had agreed so sensibly, Chen Lan nodded slightly and continued. "I'm from the Blue Star. It's different from your place. I noticed that you have different realms here, your quasi-emperors, great emperors, immortal emperors, and then it's gone. I've read your Gongfu, and as long as you improve it, it can become a new Gongfu, and this is my improved Gongfu." Chen Lan snapped his fingers and countless auras drilled into the minds of the people. It was a brand new Gongfu that would allow them to absorb all this power without any aftereffects, perfect for this world. The crowd looked at Chen Lan with fiery gazes, as if they were looking at their own parents. "Later on, I will open a spatial tunnel to connect to my world, so you guys can go over and have some fun then." Chen Lan spoke indifferently. He was going to open up a space tunnel to allow people from both worlds to come and go, which could promote everyone's cultivation. When these words came out, the entire room was silent, and the crowd wondered if they had heard it wrong.
Elder Easy is actually going to open a space tunnel to connect the two worlds?
This kind of thing, no one had even tried. The space tunnel had always appeared randomly, they could only go in and not out.
Could it be that Elder Easy already possessed the power of the spatial avenue?
The crowd did not speak, but instead tacitly backed up thousands of meters, waiting for Chen Lan's next move. To their surprise, Chen Lan only gently raised his eyebrows, and a spatial tunnel instantly appeared in front of him, a spatial tunnel that could only accommodate him alone.
Couldn't see what was inside, just pitch black.
Chen Lan stepped in and disappeared, and the spatial tunnel then closed. Witnessing Chen Lan's disappearance with their own eyes, the crowd rushed over, their expressions astonished as they touched the piece of air. "Heavenly, it's really a spatial tunnel, a big brother is a big brother, it's easy to master such a strong avenue."
I don't know if the big man is from any world, I hope it's from the world of Damori Raukaka. Wait, what language are you speaking, again? It's Damarilla. Stop, what the hell, it's so hard to memorize, not as good as my Carolina Woodchuck King of the Wit World. Come on, y'all don't talk about each other, you're all the same. On the other hand, Dragon Kingdom. Chen Lan returned to the Sovereign Hall. He had spent 2 days over there but only 2 minutes had passed over here. This flow of time was really too outrageous. But that's good, it can act as a place for everyone to improve their strength quickly, and after a month there, it's only half an hour after they come back over here. By the time those who were supposedly in charge of divine punishment came down, Blue Star wouldn't be in as much danger. He had just returned, and the door was already full of people, all his men. All come in. Chen Lan spoke indifferently. The next second, the crowd all came in. Seeing the returning Chen Lan, the boulder hanging in the hearts of all the people fell to the ground with a bang, although Chen Lan had only disappeared for 2 minutes, but for them, it was an incomparably long time, as if they had spent 2 years. Master! The crowd shouted in unison. Well, I'm sure everyone sensed that I left, I just went to the ghost realm. Chen Lan spoke. Upon hearing this, the crowd was shocked and looked at each other. None of them knew what this ghost world was. Master, what is this ghost realm? The monstrous devil asked in confusion. Chen Lan narrated the events of the ghost world, and the crowd listened in awe, refreshing their worldview. There's even such a marvelous world, full of ghosts and monsters, and ghost cultivators, even that world absorbs yin qi. The laws of heaven and earth are all different, and there's the great emperor realm, this realm is unheard of. There is nothing more terrifying than the flow of time, 1 minute here, 1 day over there. If one cultivates for a month over there, only half an hour has passed. This is simply excellent blessed land for cultivators. That's right, the last thing a cultivator needs is time, it must be nice to be able to cultivate there. The crowd murmured, their tones excited, extremely yearning for that ghost world. I came back for this matter. I will open up the space tunnel between the two worlds. I have already started the easy sect over there. When the time comes, you guys will go over and build the sect. From now on, we will be able to train back and forth between the two worlds, and raise our cultivation as soon as possible. Chen Lan nodded and said. Upon hearing this, the crowd was ecstatic and looked at Chen Lan. This is too wonderful, the two worlds are connected, anyone can go over and cultivate, which is equivalent to saving a lot of time. However, when they cultivated over there, their lifespan was still depleted according to that side, only the time was different between the two sides. They spent a month over there, and their lifespan was still depleted for a month. However, those in the higher realms had nothing to fear, such as the monstrous devil sovereign and the Luotian dragon emperor, whose lifespans were already in the tens of thousands or even higher. Xing Xuanzi, go inform the people of the sect and tell them to get ready. This spatial tunnel belongs only to us for the time being. I'll open up the nations after some time. Chen Lan spoke. Letting his own people taste the sweetness first, to be precise, letting the people of the easy sect go over to take care of that world first, there's nothing dangerous about it before letting the others go. Currently, as far as the prosperity sect was concerned, it was much stronger than those who hadn't joined the sect or those who had joined smaller sects. That world, he had looked at it with his divine sense, and there were many more immortal emperors and great emperors alike, hidden in the corners of the world, which he was too lazy to clean up. If he deliberately went to destroy those immortal emperors, he would be similar to those trash who thought they could control the fate of all mankind by mastering divine punishment. All disciples listen to the order. In 3 minutes we will open the ghost world's space tunnel. It's another world, time is completely different from ours, a day there is only a minute past here. Not only that, there are many resources there, and countless ghosts and monsters, but it requires a special technique to practice there. Please gather all disciples in the middle of the square and wait for the transmission of the technique. As everyone gathered in the square, countless auras flew out from the sovereign hall, drilling one into everyone's minds. In an instant, the people's bodies stiffened, as if they had lost their minds, and their eyes stood motionless. And in fact, the crowd was already digesting the feats in their heads. The name of the feats hadn't changed, it was still the soul-sucking technique. This one sounded like it fit. Not long after, the crowd gradually came back to their senses and already knew exactly how to run the gongfu. This technique, it's so strong, it can actually absorb yin qi to transform spiritual qi, not bad. This should be specially prepared for us by the sovereign. it's a gong method that belongs exclusively to that world. Being able to join the easy sect is the luckiest thing in my life. And the next second, the crowd noticed a strange change in the sky. Look, you guys, what's that? Only the space in the sky was distorted, like a movie, and after the distortion, it began to break up, and an extra circular space like a black hole appeared, slowly expanding until it became the size of a basketball court, and slowly falling to the ground. Space tunnel opened. This space tunnel only allows easy sect disciples. At that moment, Qing Xuanzi's voice sounded once again. Brush up. Tutu Heavenly Devil and Luo Tianlong both appeared out of thin air. Luo Tao saw his master is also happy to jump up and shouted, Master! Master! Luo Tianlong Emperor beckoned. Luo Tao automatically flew to his side and stood side by side, and the crowd was envious at the sight. They all knew that Luo Tianlong was a heavenly emperor. To be accepted as a disciple by such a person was simply a son of fortune. Let's go! Luo Tian Dragon Emperor spoke indifferently. The monstrous heavenly demon sovereign nodded, and the two of them led Luo Tao to step into the spatial tunnel together. Seeing that there were two strong men leading the way, the crowd couldn't suppress their inner excitement and hurriedly ran towards the spatial tunnel. Buzz off! At that moment, 8 more space tunnels descended from the sky and landed on the square, each traveling to the same place. In less than 5 minutes, hundreds of millions of people had all entered, and not a single one was left behind. You should all go in, it's better for you to train there. At this moment, Chen Lan's voice resounded in the minds of Qing Xuanzi and the others. All of them looked in the direction of the sovereign hall and arched their hands. Yes, master. Subsequently, Qing Xuanzi and the others left this place one after another, leaving Chen Lan alone in the large easy sect. Both the giants and the spirit mounts went into the ghost world. Currently, the spatial tunnel was only open for one-way teleportation, and could only allow the people of the easy sect to enter and exit, but the people of the ghost world could not enter and exit at will. He wasn't sure if those people would come to Blue Star to cause trouble, thinking that he would turn on the two-way ones after a while. Now, it's time for me to become enlightened. Chen Lan casually set up boundaries in time domains. He didn't need to go into the ghost world to enjoy the benefits of varying time, not to mention that this place was much more peaceful and no one would disturb. During the period of enlightenment, no one was disturbed and time flew by. The next day, the spiritual pet gold list was all announced. The first place is still the familiar easy heavenly father, rewards, alchemy aptitude, Hongmeng supreme god body. With the announcement of the first place winner, the voice of Hong Kong is not yet over. All in-game gold lists end, real gold lists open. 10 days later, the physique gold list opens. Each person will be randomly awakened to the body type. There are spirit body, king body, emperor body, holy body, emperor body, god body. When the time comes, the list will be evaluated according to each person's awakened physique. Those on the list will be rewarded with rich prizes. Several consecutive Hongmeng sounds rang out, and all the people in Dragon Kingdom were dumbstruck. The game gold list is over and now the reality gold list? As the voice of Hongmeng fell, countless golden lights descended from the sky. Those were heavenly treasures, once again ushering in a great renewal. But this time, the update seemed to be a bit unusual, and surprisingly, the golden light appeared not only within Dragon Kingdom, but all over the world. What is this, the coming of the world? Yeah, I used my divine sense to see that heavenly treasures descended on the superpower empire's side as well. Why would the whole world descend? I don't know. All in all, this descent is definitely the strongest and fiercest. What are you waiting for? Go pick up the heavenly materials. Heavenly materials and treasures descended, and the Dragonian as well as those in the green sky immortal realm all ran to grab them. The people who had just entered the ghost world not long ago thought of the heavenly materials to be updated, and they also ran out one by one. A new round of heavenly material treasure snatching battle started. The battle lasted 2 days, and everyone got something out of it. Some people even hit foreign countries directly, snatching the heavenly treasures of foreigners. And today, the feats are manifest. The technique will be realized by anyone who has practiced or possessed the technique in the game. The sound of the honk sounded, and a red light descended from the sky, landing on everyone who had played the game. This feat is basically available to anyone who has played the game, as every newbie is initially given a copy of the most common and popular trash feat, the cultivation technique.
This technique is very ordinary, but those with perseverance can still cultivate to the highest level, only very slowly. Feats are categorized inside the game as yellow, xian, earth, heaven, emperor, immortal, imperial, and divine. Immortal cultivation knowledge belongs to the yellow level, while the other laws need kryptonite or to complete some special activities or quests and special bosses in order to burst out. Within a short time, everyone materialized into their own kung fu, most of them cultivating the immortal technique. Great, my Xian grade Gongfu Qing Xan skill materialized too. This Gongfu can be powerful. As long as you calm your mind when practicing, you can accelerate the speed of immortal cultivation. I can teach it to you for free. Hehe, mine is an earth grade technique, bearing dragon heart technique. It's a technique that I spent more than 100,000 to get from Krypton. It can turn the aura in my body into bearing dragon aura, killing and decisive. It's very strong.
Oh my god, so awesome, Big Brother accepting disciples? I want to serve you for the rest of my life. What do you say? What is the gong method that the free Skyfather materialized into? It must be the most awesome god tier technique. I heard that game didn't come out with a god tier technique once, and it was still obtained by an anonymous player. It's highly likely that it's the easy Heavenly Father. Everyone had gained powerful techniques, and with the techniques, their speed of absorbing aura became much faster than the simple channeling of chi into the body that they had done before. Easy sect, Patriarch Hall. Chen Lan, who was cultivating with his legs crossed, slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. It's just 1 foot short of the threshold. I'm about to step into the great fulfillment of the Soul Avenue.
Chen Lan grinned. The Soul Avenue was about to be the first avenue for him to step into the great success. Now that Xiao Cheng had become so perverted, the great success was simply unimaginable. That's right, Kung Fu embodiment. He sensed that his thousands of Kung Fu techniques had all materialized. It's not an exaggeration to say that he really has thousands of feats. Don't forget that killing people can drop treasures, and feats can be dropped as well. However, it will only drop the jade slip of the replicated technique. This probability is extremely low, but he killed enough, the same dropped out. As long as the jade slip is learned, you can acquire this technique. Feats can be switched at any time, but inside the game, up to 2 feats can be practiced at the same time. One is this cultivation method, which is the aura's feat, and the other is a specialized body refining method, which can enhance one's physique. Inside the game, it was divided into 2 attributes, physical attack and spell attack, so it was necessary to cultivate 2. In reality, this attribute was not there, but there were still 2 feats, both of which could be switched at any time. It just so happened that he had 2 different divine level techniques.
Separately. Chaotic Heart Technique and Devouring Devil Technique. In the next second, the 2 techniques flew out of his mind and hovered in front of Chen Lan. A book filled with black and red demonic aura, seeping and frightening, was constantly provoking Chen Lan's desire, but he was unmoved. And the other book, filled with gray atmosphere, this is the chaos gas. Rumor has it that the beginning of chaos, heaven and earth, is a gray piece, nothing to see, only an endless gray fog, mysterious and fascinating. Chen Lan sat cross-legged. He was going to cultivate these 2 techniques. As the techniques didn't enter his body, he closed his eyes and silently recited the technique's mnemonics, thinking carefully about the technique's movements. A Yuanshan constantly waved its movements in the sea of consciousness. With the Yuanshan's every move, the sky turned upside down in the outside world. All the meridians on Chen Lan's entire body opened up and began to greedily absorb the outside world's spiritual chi, like a whale opening its mouth to crazily absorb seawater. The endless spiritual chi in the sky and earth began to pour towards Chen Lan in a steady stream. The winds and rain were fierce, and the wild winds were howling. Whether they were Dragonian, outsiders, or even foreigners, they all sensed that the world was changing. The aura of heaven and earth is rapidly flowing away. Who is cultivating and sucking away all the aura? This is a bit too terrifying. On the other hand, Chen Lan sighed. His body was permeated with the Taoist rhythm of the great Tao, and his endless light spread a thick and mysterious veil, making him inscrutable, like a supreme divine being, majestic and honorable. Not only that, but there was also gray chaotic chi surrounding his body, quenching the aura in his body, devouring it little by little and then transforming it, just like cellular reproduction, from a strand of chaotic chi to 10 strands, then 100 strands, 10,000 strands, 1,000,000 strands, 1,000,000,000 strands. The more it changed, the more it grew, and soon all the aura in the Dantian was transformed into supreme chaos chi, filling the Dantian with surging power. What a strong chaotic chi! I relied on this technique to rapidly increase my cultivation inside the game. Chen Lan looked inside his Dantian aura and laughed in delight. The next step was to cultivate the devouring devil technique. Chen Lan waved his hand. Countless heavenly treasures appeared out of thin air on the ground. There were extremely high-quality pills, extremely high-quality innate supreme treasures and all kinds of divine weapons, talismans, and so on. All of these contained extremely majestic spiritual energy, so many of them appeared at the same time, instantly filling the Patriarch's hall with spiritual energy. The mere act of inhaling it is pleasurable for the body and mind. Chen Lan immediately sat cross-legged, placed his hands in front of his dantian, closed his eyes and began to take deep breaths. As he silently recited the mnemonic, a powerful suction burst out from his dantian, like a black hole, crazily absorbing those heavenly treasures on the ground. Countless heavenly treasures into a wisp of green smoke into the dantian, with these green smoke into the dantian, transformed into the essence of the spirit of the liquid, began to swim in the body of the various meridians of the roots and bones. The spirit of the liquid wherever it goes, such as rain penetrate the soil, is soaked into the roots and bones of the meridians and the blood to become one. Chen Lan's arms, neck, and face were all glittering with crystal clear silver light, eye-catching and brilliant, like diamonds shining. With all the heavenly treasures on the ground all being inhaled, the endless spiritual liquid was cleansing Chen Lan's body, was quenching his meridians and roots and bones. His meridians became surging and powerful, pulsing with passion, his roots and bones became hard, and his physique doubled by more than 10 times, and was still being gradually enhanced. At the same realm, he could suppress his opponent with just his hands without relying on divine abilities or spirit arts. After more than 10 minutes had passed, Chen Lan stopped, spat out a mouthful of grayish, chaotic air, and slowly opened his eyes. Now that my physique has doubled 20-fold, I'm confident in suppressing a supreme emperor of the same realm when I encounter one. Chen Lan grinned as he looked at his refreshed physique. This feeling of getting stronger, awesome. Supreme Emperor was far from the end. He wanted to become stronger, so strong that those people wouldn't dare to bully him, wouldn't dare to bully Blue Star until then. He had seen a movie that had a line that stuck with him, that in order for someone to respect you, you first have to make them afraid of you. In a world where the strong are honored, everything is based on strength. Thinking of this, Chen Lan sat cross-legged and continued to comprehend the great Tao of the soul, striving for an early breakthrough to the great completion. On the other hand, the magic city. People were engaged in their daily cultivation when they suddenly felt the ground trembling and their houses shaking, as if a great earthquake was coming, shocking and terrifying. The sudden scene scared the crowd so much that they didn't dare to cultivate anymore and left one after another, and those who could fly flew into the sky to ascertain the situation. Only to see that in the center of the magic city, a large hole in the ground had appeared, comparable to 5 soccer fields, and countless houses and vehicles had plunged down and disappeared. Howl howl. Is that a pig's squeal? It seems to be coming from that hole in the ground. Is it hard to believe that another demonic beast has appeared? The sudden howl of the boar caused the crowd to panic, but instead of fleeing, everyone stood together, ready to meet the enemy. Howl. The wild boar's howl sounded again, and the ground shook violently as a massive figure flew out of the hole in the ground, obscuring the sky from the sun. The crowd was shocked and rushed to avoid it. Rumble. The heavy object fell to the ground with a loud rumble, and the crowd looked on with astonished faces. A black-haired boar that rivaled a giant mountain stood in the city, with hard fur and 2 sharp tusks, and every now and then it let out a low growling grunt, shaking its head and grimacing as if it were angry. Let's all make a move together and kill this demonic beast. A cultivator shouted and took the lead in drawing his sword and rushing forward. The others nodded and followed, offering countless magical treasures as well as spirit arts aptitudes, wanting to kill the demonic beasts. But when the powerful killing moves that the crowd was so proud of hit the boar, it couldn't even cause a single bit of damage. All of them were blocked by the impenetrable fur of the boar, making a clanging sound, as if the sword had touched the steel. Seeing this, the crowd was shocked, and all of their attacks were unexpectedly ineffective. Howl. The boar angrily threw back its head and roared, a sound wave roaring out of its mouth and shaking 10,000 people. A powerful aura of oozing terror erupted, shaking the 8 directions, and the crowd was dumbstruck that this boar was still in the quasi-emperor realm. Quasi-emperor realm demonic beasts, the crowd hurriedly fled, no longer having the heart to continue fighting. The average realm of the crowd present was at the transformation god, not even a quasi-saint, so how could they possibly beat this quasi-emperor demon beast? Just as everyone was busy running away, an old man, however, rose to the challenge and slowly walked towards the boar. His stride was steady, no panic visible in his expression. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a high-rise building, a figure appeared out of thin air, and it was none other than Chen Lan. Before he could start his enlightenment, he sensed the situation here. Now that the auspicious Chilin and the others were all practicing in the ghost realm, there was no one left to hold down the fort in Dragon Kingdom, so he came over to see what was going on, wanting to take in this demonic beast and make it work for him. As soon as he came, he saw the old man with strange movements, and through his divine sense, he always felt that this old man looked somewhat familiar. And just then, that old man stopped. He seemed to have sensed something and looked up to Chen Lan's side. Seeing this, Chen Lan was slightly stunned. Could it be that this old man had sensed him? This caused his eyes to instantly condense, immediately realizing that this old man might be extraordinary. Sure enough, the old man took one look before walking towards the boar again, and the boar was quick to notice the old man walking towards it, growling angrily. The old man stopped, his eyes complex and angry, his hands clenching his fists and clenching his teeth. His body was trembling slightly, his chest rising and falling as if he was holding back his anger. Chen Lan looked at the old man and then at the boar and realized that these two either knew each other. Soon, he heard the old man speak. "Beiji, what did they all do to you to make you become like this?" The old man's voice, vicissitudes and sadness, more anger and helplessness. As the old man's voice rang out, the boar miraculously stopped growling, and its eyes, which were originally filled with rage, gradually regained some clarity. The 8 Commandments? Could that be the name of the boar? Could it be that this old man is the owner of the boar? I thought that the boar would regain its senses, but in the next second, its eyes flashed with a hint of blackness, and it instantly became hideous. Its eyes were fierce, and it began to be violent again. Ding! Right at this moment, the old man reached out his hand and blurted out the word fixed. The boar was miraculously stiff, as if time had stood still, not moving a muscle. Words out of the law follow. This old man's strength was extraordinary. The old man finally looked up at Chen Lan again, and with a wave of his big hand, he directly took the boar in his sleeve, and in a blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. How? Chen Lan was slightly stunned and somewhat surprised that the mark of divine sense he had left on the other party was gone. I can't sense it at all. Did the other person walk into another world, too? Otherwise, in this universe, he could sense where the other person was. If I'm not wrong, that old man and the boar could both be from the Shin Dust realm. I'll have to ask the roaring dog or the monstrous devil. Thinking of this, he left the place and reappeared already in the ghost realm. Roaring dog and monstrous devil, they were all practicing in the ghost realm. Seemingly sensing Chen Lan's arrival, the monstrous devil opened his eyes and immediately saw Chen Lan in front of him, hastily kneeling down to pay his respects. Master. Well, get up. I came here to ask you a question. Master, please. Do you recognize a boar demonic beast called the 8 Rings? 8 Rings, demonic beast? The monstrous demon lord muttered, his mind frantically pondering over the memories of that name. After a while, he shook his head and said, "Not really, I'm a person who has fought countless battles and only recognizes the strong. This 8 Rings shouldn't have fought with me or not recognized by me." Chen Lan nodded and looked to the side of the roaring dog, who had long since woken up, his expression now dazed and surprised. Seeing this, Chen Lan knew that the roaring dog must know the 8 preceptors. Great Emperor, how did you know that name? Roaring dog asked in surprise. Just learned. Who is this Baji? The 8 preceptors is our heavenly court's heavenly pompous marshal, also a great general, killing countless enemies and guarding the heavenly court for tens of thousands of years. Moreover, he is also the brother of the sun Wukong. The two of them met at first sight, and they bonded on the same day, quasi-emperor realm. But, you said that the 8 Ring is a boar demonic beast. Why is that? He is not a demonic beast, and I have never heard of him turning into a demonic beast. Roaring dog was astonished. Chen Lan said all the things that had just happened, and after hearing about it, the roaring dog's expression became even more horrified, but suddenly tilted his head back and laughed out loud in an almost maniacal manner. Ha, I know. That monkey can't die, he can't die. Make a fuss in the heavenly court. 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals can't kill that monkey. One person's strength bravely break into the hell, make a mess of the sky and the earth. Countless monks can't do anything about him. Sun Wukong, how can he die?
Sun Wukong didn't die, and Beiji is Sun Wukong's brother. Hearing the snarling dog's words, Chen Lan was slightly stunned. Then if the Monkey King wasn't dead, then wasn't the man in the mirror image also not dead?
Unfortunately, the clue to the Monkey King is lost and he can't be found.
If we can find the Monkey King, then we can know a lot of things. After all, it's possible that he didn't fall asleep and came down from the world reincarnation alive. Roaring Dog said. The monstrous devil on the side was also doubly shocked. He had needed to defraud the heavenly curtain in order to escape the world reincarnation, and even slept for hundreds of years because of it, but Sun Wukong could actually live through hundreds of years unharmed?
How?
Chen Lan was silent. He also knew that he could know a lot of answers if he found the Monkey King, but he couldn't.
Humans, to think that there are so many humans intruding into the ghost realm, heaven help me.
Just as the two men and a dog were contemplating, a voice resounded through the ghost world, eerie and terrifying. In an instant, the yin chi in heaven and earth was agitated, as if it was greeting their ghost king, becoming wild and restless, unsuitable for absorption. Everyone stopped their cultivation and looked at the place where the sound originated from in horror. It seems like the yin chi is very dense there, but if you inhale too much, you'll go off the deep end, so we didn't go.
The monstrous devil spoke in a deep voice.
When they came in on the first day, they began to inspect everywhere and found that there were a few places where the yin chi was particularly dense, more than any other places, but contained a hint of riotous aura. Inhaling too much of it was not good, and might make the cultivator go off the deep end. So they cautioned the crowd of the prosperity sect, telling them not to go there or suffer the consequences.
Everyone was obedient and didn't go.
Now it seems that there is indeed a mysterious presence there.
Master, we will go and take a look. The monstrous devil clasped his fists and said.
Well, go ahead.
Chen Lan nodded.
Afterwards, the monstrous devil sovereign brought the roaring dog along to rush over there to see what was going on. Chen Lan unfolded his divine sense to see what was happening over there. Only two figures stood in the sky, but they were dressed very strangely, and their heights were even stranger, one tall and one short, one black and one white. Black that ghost monster, body white and fat, a small face black like a piece of black charcoal, wearing a black robe, standing straight also to the waist of the ghost monster next to him, a big difference, and his head is also wearing a towering official hat, written in 4 big words. Peace in the world. What about the white ghost, tall and thin, like a bamboo pole standing up, a white robe, white face, especially the tongue, long to the navel position. Stooping can drag the ground, the same wearing a towering official hat, the same 4 big words.
I'll see you when I get there.
These two ghosts and monsters were both at the heavenly emperor perfection realm, just one step away from the supreme emperor. At this time, quite a few people had already arrived there, the 3 Peng Dehai, the Luo Tian dragon emperor, the monstrous devil and the roaring dog, as well as the 4 heavenly kings and the auspicious chilin were all there, their gaze as heavy as they looked at the 2 ghosts and monsters. Heavenly Emperor Perfection, this is not easy to deal with. I'm afraid we need our master to come over. The monstrous devil said in a deep voice.
No need.
At that moment, the growling dog frowned and spoke, stepping forward and looking deeply at the 2 ghosts and monsters with a surprised and unbelieving gaze.
Obviously, it recognizes. Black and white, why are you guys here?
Roaring Dog came to the 2 ghosts and opened his mouth in confusion, and continued to add, where is hell?
Where's King Yama? Where's Mona? Where have they all gone?
The crowd frowned slightly when they saw that Roaring Dog knew these 2 ghosts and monsters, but they were all ready to fight.
Who are you?
The short black ghost monster spoke in a cold voice as he looked at the snarling dog suspiciously, not recognizing it.
Oh, that's right, you don't know me. The snarling dog froze for a moment, reacting with embarrassment.
Indeed, it has not even been to the hell a few times, the master has not been there much, the details of the hell is also someone else said, as for these high-level generals of the hell, it has only seen a few eyes, and is not very familiar with the other side, I am afraid to say have not seen it. After all, it had access to all these people because its owner had taken it there.
You seem to recognize us? The white tall ghostly monster spoke.
Well, I know you guys, but what makes me curious is how did you guys break through to Heavenly Emperor Perfection?
Don't I remember that you guys were just paragon saints before?
Roaring Dog was puzzled. It's only been a few hundred years,
how did these two black and white irregulars, whose cultivation realm was not very high in the Hellmouth, become heavenly emperors perfect? It's not so outrageous to knock on a Danmaku. Who is it, who is controlling me? White Impermanence was just about to say something when he suddenly clutched his head and started screaming in agony, and the Black Impermanence on the side did the same. The two of them were in pain as if they were controlled by something, and this kind of soul torture was even more horrible than physical torture. The crowd saw this and slowly backed away, feeling bad. As the two ghosts of the Black and White Impermanence struggled frantically, suddenly, they were immobile, with their heads bowed and motionless, as if they were already gone. Suddenly, the Black and White Irregulars lifted their heads, their eyes flashing red, their faces grimacing up. Humans, so many delicious humans, I want to eat all of you. The Black and White Irregulars spoke in unison, looking at the crowd like lions. In their eyes, the crowd was delicious and savory food. In an instant, endless Qi erupted from the Black and White Irregulars' bodies, and the spiritual arts and magical powers were unleashed as much as they could, blasting towards the crowd. Demonic hands of ghostly Qi like giant mountains descended from the sky, covering the sky, trying to grab them. A huge chain formed by ghost Qi flew out from the void, tossing and swimming like a dragon, wanting to bind the crowd. Countless divine weapons formed by ghost Qi surrounded the crowd like a sky full of arrows, and they had nowhere to go. Boom boom boom. Just as the crowd was preparing to meet the battle, a barrier appeared around them, resisting all spirit art divine abilities. Wake up! A voice shook the entire ghost realm, like a great bell of Hongmeng, rumbling. Countless people felt their brains shake, instantly clearing up and stopping their cultivation, and countless ghosts and monsters were even shaken to the point where they knelt on the spot, agonizing and terrified, covering their ears and screaming miserably. The Black and White Irregulars flew directly backwards, crashing through several large mountains before coming to a stop, smoke and dust rolling out. Damn it, who dares to stop me? Black Impermanence was the first to stand up, and from his mouth came a voice that didn't belong to him, a voice that sounded victorious and hoarse, like an old man talking. Daring to stop our black and white twins, simply seeking death. White Impermanence similarly stood up and roared angrily. Black and white? The crowd was surprised. Could it be that there was another soul inside the Black and White Irregulars? I don't care about your black and white double demon, suppress them all. Boom! A giant tower filled with endless terrifying Soul Dao power descended from the sky, crashing down and suppressing black and white. Soul Dao power, you've actually mastered the Soul Dao. The crowd's hanging hearts dropped. It was the master, patriarch, who had struck. That's nothing to be afraid of. Watching the easy Heavenly Father suppress two Heavenly Emperor perfections with such ease, the worship and respect within the easy sect disciples grew even greater. This was really too terrifying. To cover the sky with just one hand, to suppress the perfection of heaven and earth with one's hand, was this the gap between a supreme emperor and a heavenly emperor? Just a difference of one realm, surprisingly such a big gap, just like an abyss. Damn it, it was my miscalculation. I didn't realize that there were still humans in this world who could master the Soul Avenue. Oh, but is that all you think we have? The Black and White Irregulars opened their mouths in cold voices. The ghostly aura on the two of them grew stronger and stronger, exploding out with all their might. The countless ghostly auras propped up on the ground like a ghostly hand, wanting to lift the ancient pagoda up and thus break free. As they exerted their efforts, the ancient tower really went up a little bit. Just as they saw hope, the Soul Dao force on the ancient tower strengthened once again and pressed violently, suppressing them back down, even more wretchedly. You've actually stepped into the great success. How is it possible? How high must the Enlightenment be to step into the great success? Black Impermanence shouted in terror. How could he not expect that this person suppressing them would still be a great achievement Soul Avenue? How could this be possible? This world would even have someone whose great Tao had stepped into the realm of great completion. It shouldn't exist. The great way is not to have the Tao Rhyme can become, but also high enlightenment. This person in the end, who is it? Is it some kind of hidden old monster, accidentally came here? I don't know who Senior is. We have angered Senior. Please calm down Senior. We will definitely return the favor later. Black Impermanence was very sensible. He thought that this mysterious person was definitely strong, probably a supreme emperor, a person who had mastered the Soul Dao and had reached great success. It was something they couldn't fight against. Not to mention the fact that they were using the body of this ghost,
not to mention the ability to fight against it. Any ghosts or monsters were ants in front of the great Tao of the soul, and even if the other party was a heavenly emperor and possessed the power of the Tao of the soul, they could still crush them to death. Born all things have restraints. One thing down, even if more powerful, there will be natural enemies. This is the heaven and earth in order to balance and design. There is no such thing as a completely invincible existence, unless there is really someone who can break away from the heaven and earth bondage, the achievement of self.
Come out and talk.
The sky once again resounded with that voice. In an instant, countless purple rays of light descended from the sky, transforming into two giant hands as the ancient tower slowly rose, and the black and white irregulars had just revealed expressions of delight when they were violently grabbed by the giant hands, their expressions of horror.
Senior, what are you doing?
Black Impermanence said in horror.
Let us go, our master won't let you go, he's a supreme emperor.
White Impermanence then didn't beg for mercy, but threatened Chen Lan, trying to use Master, the Supreme Emperor, to scare off Chen Lan.
Oh? Is that so?
The voice was slightly playful, and a terrifying aura instantly shook out. The pressure of a supreme great emperor assaulted towards the black and white irregulars. The two ghosts perceived this terrifying and familiar aura of pressure. Their faces were suddenly shocked. This was the supreme emperor's aura of pressure. They could not be mistaken. After all, this was the aura of their master.
You're even still a supreme emperor. How is that possible? The laws of heaven and earth in this place don't allow for the appearance of immortal emperors or above. It's only been 100 years of slumber, and such a demon like you has appeared.
White Impermanence was surprised. He thought that Chen Lan had grown up and cultivated to a supreme emperor from this place. Did not think that it was the supreme emperor was walked into the ghost world by himself to come. After all, such an existence, the ghost world's random picks will not appear at all on him, not to mention that they dare not accommodate such a strong person. At this time, the giant hand made a move, only to see it fiercely pinching White Impermanence's soul body directly to pieces. Seeing this, the growling dog's body shook violently, just wanting to open his mouth to say something. The words came to an abrupt end, and finally sighed without saying anything.
You killed him? Didn't you come to save him? Black Impermanence was dumbfounded as he watched White Impermanence's soul die out and completely dissipate. Isn't this mystery man here to save these two ghosts?
After all, they were only controlling the ghosts and monsters, and they had already expected that this mysterious person wouldn't kill them, not realizing that the other party hadn't given the slightest reaction and killed them instantly.
What's going on here?
By the time his words left his mouth, he felt the giant hand that grabbed him exerting itself, and his soul produced intense pain. No, you can't kill me. If you do, this ghost's soul will be destroyed as well.
In the next second, it instantly exploded, and the black and white invincibles fell to the ground.
Seeing this, the snarling dog revealed some sadness and didn't say anything. Chen Lan had his idea for doing this. It wouldn't say anything. It's just a little sad to see one you know die like that. Roaring dog, come to the sovereign hall. At that moment, Chen Lan's voice sounded in its mind, causing it to faintly freeze and its face to suddenly rejoice.
Can it be possible that it thought of something and immediately left? Patriarch's palace.
Roaring dog appeared out of thin air and immediately saw Chen Lan sitting on the main seat smiling at him, while next to him stood two ghostly figures, the black and white irregulars.
I knew it, you didn't kill them, thank you. The snarling dog laughed, grateful.
You're welcome. After all, I want to know something too.
Chen Lan laughed.
It was true that he had just obliterated the black and white irregulars, but he could reshape the soul and still allow it to recover its original memories. Now that the black and white's memories were restored and the soul parasites inside their souls had died out, there would be no more manipulation of them. Chen Lan lightly snapped his fingers, and the godless eyes of the black and white irregulars suddenly regained some clarity, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, doubly puzzled.
Soon, they noticed Chen Lan and the roaring dog. Are you the black dog from just now? Black Impermanence asked suspiciously.
Where are we? Weren't we just manipulated? It's those two damn guys again.
White Impermanence clenched his teeth in anger. You have been rescued, don't you realize that you have regained your freedom? Snarling dog laughed.
Upon hearing this, the black and white irregulars froze and hurriedly checked their souls, realizing that the soul parasitism was no longer there, and that they had become extraordinarily relaxed. as if they were less burdened by certain burdens.
It's true, the soul parasites are gone, we're back to freedom. Which mighty one saved us?
The two men's words came to an abrupt end as they simultaneously looked towards the smiling Chen Lan, immediately kneeling down and cupping their fists. Thank you, senior, for saving our lives. The kindness of a drop of water will surely be repaid by the spring.
There's no harm in talking about it. If I'm not wrong, you're from the Shin Dust realm, and you're also ghosts. You should be from the hell. Since you're a ghost cultivator from the hell, why would you be dormant in the ghost realm?
Sure enough, the Hellmouth has rebelled. Roaring Dog spoke in a deep voice. Just now, the black and white irregulars had told the whole story, and the Hellmouth had really mutinied as Chen Lan had thought. Meng Pasup, indeed, has been improved and changed to random awakening, especially for those in high realms. There is a possibility that they will not be able to awaken in this lifetime, and it is possible to be an ordinary person in obscurity. In Tianzi, the master of this hell, he left with Mang Woman, the 10 great Yama, ox-headed horseface, and many ghost cultivators. As for the black and white irregulars, they, as part of the resistance, naturally couldn't defeat the In Tianzi, and were crushed and brainwashed, planted with soul parasites, and sent to the ghost world as administrators.
Can you all know who the person in control of you is? Chen Lan asked.
That soul parasitism, it can't directly destroy the person behind that, but it can cause it to be seriously injured. It is estimated that those two black and white twins are incomparably angry at this time, and they can't wait to come over and exterminate him immediately. I know, Tao Heavenly Sect, the shut-in disciple of the spiritual Tao Emperor, the black and white twin fiends.
Black Impermanence nodded.
Although their souls were controlled, those two were not controlling them often, only occasionally, and even in their controlled state, their consciousness was awake and could hear the usual conversations of these two. Tens of thousands of years have long since known what they are.
Tao Heavenly Sect. Chen Lan repeated the name, pondering.
One could ask Qing Xuanzi and the others to see if they were from the Qing Tian immortal realm. If not, then it meant that there was another higher and stronger world, and this world was so powerful that it could simultaneously control the green sky immortal realm, the Shen Dust realm, today's blue star, and other worlds. This control, however, is a bit morbid, as that world doesn't seem to value the lives of the creatures of other worlds, but instead, they are kept as pets, or more accurately, as beasts of burden, and the creatures of the other worlds, in their eyes, are all beasts of burden. Beasts that can be left to fend for themselves regardless of death, throw in a little natural or man-made disaster now and then, throw in a little favor now and then, and play the game. Damn it, one day he would exterminate all these people. Chen Lan deeply memorized the names Tao Heavenly Sect and black and white twin fiends in his mind.
Then do you know what this magic treasure is?
Chen Lan took out the mirror that he had obtained in the ghost realm, the small and exquisite mirror suspended in the middle of his hand. The black and white irregulars and the roaring dog looked at the same time, both frowning. After a long time, the black and white irregulars shook their heads at the same time. I don't know, I've never seen it before. Is this a magic treasure obtained from the ghost world?
I've never seen it either, it looks flat.
Chen Lan nodded. It was obtained from the ghost world. The eyes were a little lost. How could they not know what this mirror was? Did it not belong to the ghost realm or the Shin Dust realm?
Is it from the green sky immortal world or that world? Great Emperor, can we rest in this sect? Black Impermanence asked carefully.
Whatever.
Chen Lan said indifferently. Thank you, Great Emperor.
Both of the two ghosts clasped their fists and thanked him, shaking their bodies and transforming into two completely different human appearances. Especially Black Impermanence, surprisingly turned into a meter 8 of clean white-faced little scholar appearance, looks refined, holding a fan slightly fan, very elegant, smiling, is a lot of girls like the image of the little milk dog. As for the white Impermanence, it turned out to be a muscle-bound man with obvious muscle mass, wearing a tank top and shorts alone, with a cold brow and a serious face, looking fierce and unlike any good person.
These two ghosts, there's some contrast.
A short one becomes a tall one, a thin one becomes a strong one.
Then I'll take my leave first.
The two said in unison and left in unison, finding an unoccupied gatehouse in the easy sect to stay in. The snarling dog followed suit, and the two of them, the ghost and the dog, probably had a lot more to say.
Chen Lan looked thoughtfully at the mirror in his hand. Who was that man anyway? Time rushed by and another 4 days passed.
The people of the Prosperity sect had been staying in the ghost world without any knowledge of the outside world. One day in the outside world was almost 4 years in the ghost world, and 4 days would already be 16 years in the ghost world. The strength of the crowd increased dramatically.
Dragon Kingdom. Medium-sized clans appear, and the blue planet expands fivefold again. 1 month later, all remaining clans will materialize and the game will further integrate with reality.
The sound of the hongmang rang out, the medium clan came, and that last sentence eluded everyone.
What do you mean by further integration? Is another world about to crash through?
No way, Mars crashing into the blue planet is it? If that's true, then the area behind it is going to expand dozens of times. Hey, it's getting harder and harder. There's a new clan coming. Che, it's useless to come to as many clans as possible. Right now the easy sect is the big clan that's in the middle of the day. No one is good enough to come.
Some of them were worried as they listened to the voice of Hongmeng. Would the new sect come and look down on them, the locals, as they did before?
I don't know what realm the new clan, the patriarch, is in, so I'm afraid it's not too favorable if we really go to war. Before the crowd could react, heaven and earth changed drastically, the earth shook, the ground trembled violently, and golden light descended from the sky.
The blue star expands, and medium clans materialize.
Not long after, the expansion of the blue star was completed, and all the medium sects were fully materialized, and Dragon Kingdom once again ushered in sweeping changes. At this time, in a just expanded out of the territory, a large and light blue hall of the clan is now there, high pavilion immortal building, immortal fog-filled, countless cranes roam with the wind, fly high, countless dressed in white robes of young men and young women as well as the old man appeared out of thin air.
We're finally here and can't wait.
I wonder how the natives of this world are doing. This opportunity has been waiting for a long time. The natives of the last world were so trashy that they were overthrown in a few days. Let's hope that the natives of this world can make us happy. It's funny to say that it's surprising that this world chose us first, and made us wait for 500 years, which is too long. A mere 500 years, a snap of the fingers and it's over. Let's not talk so much nonsense and find the natives to kill.
The sect disciples cheered one after another, as if they couldn't wait to go and kill someone.
And in the Patriarch's hall, 5 old men were gathered. One of them, clad in black robes, was sitting on the main seat, frowning as he looked outside, his body exuding a faint aura of the Dala Sky immortal realm. The other 4 old men similarly exuded an aura. All of them were at the Great Luo Golden immortal realm, and 2 of them were perfect.
Why hasn't this world been overthrown yet? Those who came first didn't act. The black-robed old man sitting on the main seat spoke in a cold voice. He used his divine sense to observe and found that the natives of this world were still living happily, and those newly arrived small clans seemed to have taken in the natives. Could it be that these people had mutinied? This bunch of trash, they can't even grasp the opportunity by letting them come first. We still have to make a move.
Now is the time when there are just too many wolves and not enough meat. I don't know if the natives of this world can withstand our killings. Don't let us down. Oh, why talk so much? Let's find a place to kill first. It's been a long time since I've killed anyone. A few old men revealed cruel and terrifying smiles. They didn't seem to treat the Dragonian people as human beings, but as animals, killing them whenever they wanted to, without any humanity.
Let's set off then, lead the entire clan's disciples and head out. The black-robed elder stood up and spoke in a cold voice, disappearing in the next second.
Appearing again, he had already brought a few elders along with him to the top of the sect. All the disciples of the Limitless sect listened to the order. We have come to a new world. This world is rich in resources and is very suitable for cultivation. I will lead you to kill and seize the treasures, seize the spiritual land. All the disciples prepare quickly and set off at once.
The black-robed elder transmitted his voice aloud. Soon, the disciples spoke in unison, "Yes, Patriarch."
The sound was monstrous, and the momentum shook the earth.
In less than an incense stick, the crowd was ready to set off towards the nearest Dragonian city.
Not only them, but all the newly manifested clans, one by one, led their entire clan of disciples and attacked towards the nearest Dragonian city. They had only one goal in mind, and that was to kill and seize the treasure in Seize Dragon Kingdom.
Prosperity Sect. Patriarch's Palace.
Chen Lan sat cross-legged, suspended in the air. Endless soul Tao rhythm permeated around his body, also mixed with chaos gas. Between the eyebrows, a vertical pupil is hidden, emitting a light golden light, adding a sacred pressure to Chen Lan, like a god, mysterious and majestic. In the next second, his eyes opened, and a terrifying soul Dao force shook out in all directions with him at the center, sweeping the entire Easy sect as well as half of Dragon Kingdom. Anyone who was swept by the Dao power of the soul was disoriented for 2 seconds before coming back to their senses. The avenue of the soul has entered the great completion. Chen Lan opened his eyes, radiant purple light flowing in his eyes, looking evil and bizarre, like a hunter hiding in the shadows who could harvest lives at any time, laying on a layer of mystery. Feeling the endless soul Dao power in his body, he finally had a thoroughfare that had stepped into greatness. Before, when he suppressed the black and white twin fiends, it was still only a quasi-greatness, giving off the feeling of being like a greatness, but in reality it was only a little bit short. During this period of time, he had been impacting the soul avenue, as well as the heavenly eye technique and the other avenues, and had finally stepped into the great completion. Converging the soul avenue in his body, the vertical pupil between his eyebrows was trembling, slightly squinting a slit, but instantly opened, bursting out with bright and dazzling golden light, dazzling the patriarchal hall, and then quickly closed and slowly disappeared. The heavenly eye technique, the first major accomplishment, is just a little bit short of being complete. This divine ability is too difficult.
Chen Lan shook his head and said,
This Heaven's Eye skill was more awesome than any divine ability, worthy of being Erlangshan's original divine ability. It was just difficult for outsiders to cultivate it. It was more difficult than all those great avenues because this Heaven's Eye skill, once cultivated to the third extreme, was more terrifying than the consummation of any great avenue. I don't know if that Erlangshan has practiced to the extreme. The medium clans materialized, and I wonder if those clans are up to something. Chen Lan unfolded his divine sense and looked outward, and immediately frowned. These sects really weren't oil-saving lamps. As soon as they materialized, they started killing and setting fires, snatching treasures, and even the old, young, sick, and disabled weren't spared.
All of you listen to the order. Chen Lan spoke faintly.
In an instant, dozens of figures appeared in front of him at the same time, kneeling in unison, Master. The sound shook the sky and echoed in the sovereign hall for a long time.
Go clean up the trash,
Chen Lan said in a cold voice.
Yes, Master.
All of them spoke in unison and disappeared in unison, having traveled to various parts of the country to kill those inhuman outsiders.
Dragon Kingdom, it's not something they can invade just because they want to. Demon refining formation, what a cruel tactic. Chen Lan's divine sense saw a certain location where a clan was setting up a demon refining formation. This formation is extremely evil and can refine all the people of a city to become devils, and once they become devils, they will go off the deep end, disowning all 6 of their relatives and killing anyone they see. The Tao rhythmic objects of the Tao of wind, and the Tao of thunder, there's even a hint of the Tao rhythm of destruction. This clan is somewhat rich. Chen Lan grinned. It had been a long time since he had seen so many Tao rhyme items. Sure enough, these clan embodiments were a heavenly opportunity for him to kill them to seize the Tao rhyme, and there would be no guilt in killing them. After all, they were intruders. In the next second, Chen Lan's eyebrows raised as he saw an even more unbelievable scene, only to see that those people from the sect had grabbed a woman and were preparing to refine her, and the little boy on the side who wanted to save his mother was being wantonly played with and abused by those people. And on that little boy, he saw a monstrous black aura, which was the aura of blood and death. This black aura went straight to the clouds, but others could not see it, only he could see it. He happened to have read in an ancient book that the blood-bane chi represented the blood-bane body, and it was highly likely that this physique would be awakened in the future, and once it was awakened, the hatred could be transformed into a powerful battle force that would wreak havoc on the 8 directions. Just in time to be taken into the clan. Let go of my mom. Let go of her.
A little boy with scuffed clothes and a dirty face was clinging to a cultivator who was actually dragging an unconscious woman stiffly in his hands without the slightest bit of mercy, just like dragging garbage, with no expression on his face.
Get lost.
The cultivator kicked the little boy away. With his realm of foundation establishment perfection, this kick was enough to kill the cultivation-less boy. But on the contrary, the boy just flew out tens of meters away and miraculously stood up, and the black aura on his body grew thicker and thicker as he shouted angrily towards the cultivator, "Let go of my mother." "Yoho, not dead, your physique is quite special." The cultivator looked back at the boy in surprise, revealing a playful smile. The fact that he could still come across natives with such a special physique here piqued his interest. In a flash, the cultivator came in front of the boy,
while the boy only subconsciously feared for a moment, then raised his head and looked viciously at the cultivator. "Let go of my mom." Raising his limp fists to strike at the monk, but what could he do, with his fists? Interesting. The cultivator laughed coldly, and with a cold face, he grabbed the boy's head and pressed it hard to the ground. Boo! The boy's head directly smashed out a big crater, but he still did not die. Hard to raise his right hand, grasping the cultivator's hand, with that slurred voice shouted, "Let go of my mom." "Good, I'll see when you die." The cultivator was doubly surprised. Just now that blow was used with enough force, ordinary people would have died long ago. This boy was surprisingly still alive. This aroused his interest even more to explore what the boy's physique was that had lasted so long without dying. What the cultivator hadn't noticed was that there had been a steady stream of red energy drilling into the boy, providing him with an endless supply of life energy, making him immortal. In the distance, Chen Lan, who stood above the sky dome, watched all of this with an expressionless face. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, but that he wanted to help this boy completely awaken his physique. "I didn't expect that when the physique had yet to materialize, someone could manage to awaken the physique ahead of time. Could this be the son of Qi?" Chen Lan murmured. After the new era came, there were many people whose destinies changed drastically. Some losers originally accomplished nothing, but because of their excellent talent for cultivating immortality, their speed was much faster than others, thus changing their destinies against all odds. Now this little boy is the case. If these people do not arrest his mother, may not be early awakening of the body, and may not be able to awaken the body of the bloodbath. After all, the body manifestation did not say 100% awakening. "Why aren't you dead? Why aren't you dead?" On the ground, the cultivator had collapsed. No matter how much force he used, the boy under his feet never died. The boy was trampled under the foot, dying. The bones of his left hand have been broken into pieces, both feet were trampled, all the ribs were broken, the internal organs were even more heavily damaged. This state, if an ordinary person would have died. But him, not dead. "Let go of my mom." The boy's trembling right hand grasped the cultivator's pants leg in a death grip, his eyes closed, and he murmured vaguely, "Fine, then I'll kill your mom." The monk kicked the boy away and came to his mother, stomping towards the woman's arm. Click! With a kick, the woman's right arm directly shattered and her bones burst open. The intense pain caused the woman to instantly wake up. Her pupils contracted violently and she screamed in pain. The voice, incomparably miserable, while the friar was looking up and laughing maniacally. "How about it, aboriginal child? Are you angry watching me stomp off your mother's hand?" His favorite part was just watching the boy want to kill him so badly, but there was nothing he could do about it. "Mom!" The boy shouted angrily, his eyes looking at the friar in death as he stood up again, raised his fist and charged at the friar. "Die! Child, run!" The woman was saddened to see her child covered in blood and rags, but she still shouted. She can die, but not her children. Not self-conscious. The cultivator kicked out, kicking the boy out dozens of meters, then grabbed the woman's head and broke open her eyes. "How about it, watching me kill your son with your own eyes? Do you hate me? It's too good to be true." "Animal, you are an animal." The woman cried out in grief. She couldn't wait to kill this cultivator immediately, but what could she do? Ordinary people were powerless in front of cultivators. "Cursing me? Then you'll die." The cultivator once again crushed the woman's other arm to pieces with an expression of incomparable enjoyment. Rumble. But just at this time, the sky changed, dark clouds, lightning and thunder, such as the harbinger of the end of the world. The wind was fierce, blowing the cultivator's robes hunting. "What's the situation?" The cultivator looked up into the sky and froze slightly. The corners of Chen Lan's mouth lifted slightly when he stood in the celestial dome and saw the sudden heaven and earth anomaly. "It's finally going to be awakened. It'll be the first person to awaken their physique. Interesting. No one else was able to awaken their physique, but this little boy was able to awaken ahead of time, and as the one who was behind the push, he had some sense of accomplishment. I don't know what kind of physique this blood fiend body belongs to, imperial body? Or saint body, it shouldn't be bad. Once the physique is awakened, the speed of cultivation will skyrocket. If this child's natural talent is also good, you can let the monstrous devil teach him to cultivate, and in the future, it is possible that he will become one of the nice facades of the easy sect."
Chen Lan's ambition was more than that. He wanted to create the strongest clan to conquer the universe, to make the entire universe hear the three words easy sect, not with bewilderment, but with fear and respect. It's like the heavenly court of the old world, which Roaring Dog said that almost everyone has heard of and everyone fears, and is one of the two great clans in the Shin Dust realm.
Rumble.
Countless red pale thunderbolts descended from the sky and struck beside the cultivator, causing him to be instantly terrified and look around in horror. And just then, a black and red baleful aura that rose up through the sky shot straight up into the clouds, rendering a demarcation line between this heaven and earth that could be seen by anyone, no matter where they were.
There is. The cultivator snapped his eyes wide open, because that is exactly where the boy flew out. Is it possible that the boy created the heaven and earth anomaly?
Impossible, it was clearly an ordinary person. How could there be such a terrifying vision? Suddenly, he thought of something, of the boy's undefeatable physique, and his body shook, his lips trembling up and down.
No way, could it be a physical awakening?
He wouldn't be so unlucky, beating a native whose opponent had awakened his physique at this exact moment.
Not good.
Realizing that something was wrong, the cultivator hurriedly took out a talisman and threw it into the sky. We have to hurry and notify the other brothers and sisters to help.
Hit my mom, I want you, dead.
A childish and angry voice rang out, and a monstrous blood fury chi violently erupted and swept away. The cultivator was immediately shaken out and rolled heavily to the ground, tumbling dozens of times before coming to a stop.
Pust.
A mouthful of blood was spat out, and he looked in the direction of the boy in horror, only to see a boy whose body was permeated with a bloodthirsty aura slowly standing up, his eyes red as he slowly looked at him. The cultivator's body jolted as the boy's eyes were fixed on him like a wild beast, causing him to be creepy and sweaty. In a flash, the boy took one step as 100 steps, and in 3 steps he arrived in front of the cultivator.
You are actually a 1 in a million bloodbane body.
The cultivator opened his mouth in horror as he recognized what kind of body it was. Legendary body of the bloodbath. This kind of physique 1 in 10,000, awakening physique person must first experience inhuman pain, but also far beyond the hatred of others. This hatred will be turned into the energy of awakening physique, break through the physique, awakening physique. I didn't expect that this hand of torture of his had awakened the boy's blood fury body. Had I known that, I wouldn't have been so arrogant.
Spare me, can you? The cultivator laughed miserably, trying to beg for mercy.
But how could the boy, whose insides had long been filled with endless rage, let him go? A terrifying aura immediately erupted out as the Foundation establishment consummated. Having only just awakened his physique, he had come to Foundation establishment perfection.
Foundation establishment perfection.
The cultivator's eyes widened violently as he looked at the boy in despair. He had cultivated for hundreds of years before he had successfully built his foundation, and this was only just awakening his physique, and he was so brutal. How could he still do it in the future? Without saying a word, the boy grabbed out with one hand, grabbed the cultivator's hair, and pulled it out with a violent force, directly pulling out all of his hair.
Ah!
The cultivator screamed in pain and rage. You're only a Foundation establishment perfection, you may not be unfightable. Realizing that he was the same as the boy's realm, the cultivator didn't have much to fear anymore, having all just lost their minds earlier from the sudden bloodbath. Reacting now, he condensed his sword with his chi and slashed at the boy's neck.
Madaka!
The spirit sword slashed into the neck, but instead of cutting into the flesh and blood, it was as if it had cut into steel, not advancing an inch.
How?
The monk shouted in surprise.
Die!
The boy grabbed the spirit sword with one hand, no matter how much pain his right hand was in, and forcibly shattered the spirit sword, his face expressionless even as the blood flowed into a river.
The more blood you bleed, the fiercer you become, and the angrier you get, the fiercer you become. Watching the spirit sword shatter like glass, the cultivator despaired. What else could he do when his spirit sword was shattered by such an easy grab? Heavenly Thunder Talisman, Heavenly Fire Talisman, out!
The cultivator didn't give up in his despair, throwing out a few talismans in an attempt to save the day. Heavenly Thunder and Blazing Fire appeared at the same time, whistling towards the boy.
Boom!
The two attacks hit at the same time, producing rolling black smoke, and the cultivator rejoiced that he had hit. But when the smoke cleared, he completely panicked.
For even though the boy's head was bleeding and he was covered in burn marks, he still stood there, standing like an undefeatable man. Why aren't you dead yet? The cultivator shouted as he broke his defense. He really broke down. Was the blood fiend body so terrifying? You can't kill them? You die, I don't die. The boy walked towards the cultivator step by step like a walking corpse, his mouth murmuring vaguely and his eyes glowing with angry ferocity. Go away, don't come over, don't come over. The cultivator was scared out of his wits and collapsed to the ground, constantly crawling backwards. And with each climb he made, the boy got a little closer to him and soon caught up. The boy grabbed the cultivator's robe with one hand, his face covered in blood. He could no longer see his face. Who would have thought that he was once a cute child? You die, I don't. The boy repeated, grabbing the monk's right hand with one hand and pulling it out hard with all his strength. Blood splattered on the spot, blood flowed into a river, his right arm was disconnected, blood continued to flow, and the cultivator threw his head back in pain and screamed. Madman, you madman! The friar kept blasting the boy with his left hand, but the boy didn't care and slowly bent down and took a bite out of the friar's ear, pulling back hard. Pust! The ears instantly spewed out blood and looked so oozing that the cultivator almost went into shock from the pain. The other ear, the other arm, the neck, both thighs. Whenever the cultivator was about to fall into shock and unconsciousness due to blood loss, the boy would deal him a grievous blow, the intense pain making him instantly awake and powerless to resist. Damn it, stop! At that moment, the cultivator's fellow disciples finally arrived. When the boy saw this, he ran away and came to his mother, guarding her. A man ran to the friar to check on the situation, and found that the friar had died from blood loss, and that no part of his body was in good, tattered condition. Damn! The man spat, looking to the boy with a sudden clarity. Surprisingly, it's a blood-stained body. It's really great. If we bring it back, the patriarch will definitely reward us. The man grinned, not expecting to be so lucky to come out and still come across a blood-stained body. It was truly a great fortune for the clan that an insignificant person had died and encountered the body of the blood fiend. Kid, go back with us and we'll consider not killing you. That's your family back there, isn't it? You can let your family heal too. The man revealed what he thought was a gentle smile and said, Fuck off, you're all bad people, I don't trust anyone. The boy cracked. He's now raising enemies and trusting no one. Then in that case, don't blame us for striking too hard. The man spoke in a cold voice. No matter what, he had to capture the boy back. As for the woman, let her fend for herself. The man made a look and instantly several cultivators walked out, all of them at the Kingdomn realm. Seeing several cultivators stronger than him approaching, the boy despaired, but instead of leaving, he looked back at his unconscious mother with even more determination in his eyes. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. The boy roared back, ending abruptly before he could finish. Because there was a back in front of him somehow, a back full of security. What's bullying a small child? Chen Lan smiled faintly. Who are you? The man was surprised. This person was so godlike that even he didn't notice. He was a Kingdomn perfection. Those who were just about to make a move also stopped in their tracks, looking at Chen Lan in horror, not daring to act rashly. Die! As Chen Lan's words fell, the few people in front of him instantly burst into flames, like brilliant fireworks, one by one, splattering blood and flesh. What? The man took a few steps back in shock, as did the others. Silently killing several Kingdomn in seconds was enough to prove that this man was very terrifying. What realm was he in? Don't be afraid, kill in with me. Chen Lan looked back at the boy with a kind smile before taking a step forward. Every time he got close to those people, someone would explode and die a very bizarre death. This bizarre scene scared those people into fleeing, realizing that this man was strong and could not be resisted. In a matter of seconds, the crowd was all dead, and Chen Lan was already far away. The boy looked at the scene and was very confused. He didn't know if Chen Lan was a good guy or a bad guy. What, you don't want to kill them all? Those people can all be the same as the one just now. Chen Lan turned back to the boy and smiled faintly. After a moment of hesitant thought, the boy nodded heavily. I want to. Then kill. Okay, kill them all. The boy picked up his mother,
and Chen Lan led him to the interior of that clan door in a flash. At this moment, the crowd of that sect was still busy setting up the alchemy array. Seeing the sudden arrival of Chen Lan and the boy duo, their expressions were also stunned. This was because Chen Lan and the boy's clothes knew that they weren't disciples of their clan as soon as they looked at them, more like natives. "Who are you guys? This is the Red Heart sect." A male cultivator spoke in a cold voice, looking at the several people with a slight frown. "Then you've come to the right place to kill." Chen Lan nodded his head and smiled lightly before looking at the boy. "Go on, kill them all and I can help your mother regain her health." "Really?" At those words, the boy laughed with delight, but then he frowned at those people. "But I'm not strong enough, I'm afraid I can't beat them." "No harm done, I'm behind you." Chen Lan smiled faintly, giving the boy a complete sense of security. "Good." The boy nodded heavily, confident that the big brother in front of him was good. He glanced at his unconscious mother, whose face was already very pale, and was afraid she would die if she didn't get help. Summoning up his courage, he firmly and full of killing intent looked towards those people. The blood fury chi surged within his body and filled out his body, laying down a thick layer of blood-red chi, terrifying and bizarre. "That kid, it's a blood-bane body," the man said in surprise, and hurriedly looked at the disciple next to him. "Quickly, go and report to the patriarch. There's a blood-fiend body here. If we can use him to become a sacrifice for the magic refining array, all of us will definitely be able to increase our cultivation rapidly." "Good." That disciple hurriedly left. "I didn't expect that there would be a blood-fiend body to come to the door on its own. The heavens have helped our Red Heart sect." The man licked his lips, itching to throw the boy into the spell formation and refine it now. "Ah!" the boy shouted, emboldening himself, and charged towards the middle-aged man. Seeing this, Chen Lan smiled helplessly. "A child is a child, there is only the most primitive fighting." Not self-important. The man was Yuaning Perfection, an outer sect elder of the Red Heart sect, and completely disregarded this child as he slapped out his palm. Buzz! A palm slapped out, but it was blocked by a barrier. "Ha!" The man froze slightly, but in the next second, a small fist had come to his chest and blasted it. Boo! The man flew out backwards and hit the wall, spewing out a mouthful of blood and looking at the boy in surprise. "How is that possible?" As soon as the words left his mouth, his head lolled and he was cut off. A Yuaning Perfection, just like that, died? When the surrounding disciples saw this scene, they were surprised and hastily backed away, their gazes looking at the boy with fear. "What's this? One punch killed Elderly." "No way, Elderly is a Yuaning Perfection. Can it be that this child can still be a transformation spirit?" "No way, absolutely no way, it could have something to do with that man." The crowd looked towards Chen Lan, who was not far behind the boy with a smiling face. This man did not put up a fight from the beginning to the end, and was very mysterious, looking profound and unfathomable. Not even a hint of breath could be sensed, the same as an ordinary person. But they knew that if it was really an ordinary person, they wouldn't be standing here so confidently and would have died hundreds of times already. So there was only one possibility for this man to be so confident, and that was that his realm was above them, and several realms higher than them. "Am I that good?" the boy said, looking at his fists in surprise and delight. He hadn't thought that he was actually so powerful that he could kill an immortal cultivator with a single punch. Then in that case, he would have great strength to protect his mother. He wasn't a stupid kid, though, and quickly analyzed that it wasn't his own doing. He turned back to Chen Lan and understood when he saw Chen Lan's secure figure as well as his slight nod. It was Chen Lan who helped him, not his own strength. "Thanks." The boy bowed his head slightly in thanks before charging towards the men. "Since my savior thinks so highly of me, I absolutely cannot let him down. I cannot let my mother down. I'm going to kill these people, all of them." However, things were just as he thought, and within his body, a trace of the Tao force of the great Tao of power had been placed by Chen Lan, allowing him to strike across the levels without any effort. Seeing the boy rushing over, the crowd was also shocked and ran in all directions like war-shy lizards, not daring to fight. "Set." Chen Lan spoke faintly. Utilizing the spatial avenue, he locked all of these people in place, leaving them with nowhere to run but to obediently suffer death. "Who is it that dares to intrude into our Red Heart sect?" At this moment, a voice exploded from the sky, and 10 or so figures descended from the sky. A middle-aged man in beige Taoist robes stood at the first place, while the others stood on either side of the man in a mixture of black and white Taoist robes. As Chen Lan looked, the man's realm was that of a great Luo golden immortal, while the rest were Xianxian immortals, heavenly immortals, or human immortals. Patriarch, save us, these two people are bold enough to try to sabotage our demon refining plan, quickly execute these two. That's right, that child is still a bloodbath, an excellent sacrifice. Be careful with that man though, unusual. When the crowd saw the patriarch and the various elders coming over, they also showed joyful faces, help had arrived. With the patriarch and the elders around, these people are dead. Listening to the words of the disciples, Kingdomn looked at the child and his eyes lit up. Surprisingly, it's a blood fiend body, it's really lucky. I didn't think that the natives of this world could still awaken such a good physique. It would be a pity to use it as a sacrifice, it's better to accept it as a disciple. The man laughed in his heart. As for the man, who are you that you dare to sabotage our Red Heart sect's plans? You deserve to die. The middle-aged man snapped, looking towards Chen Lan. The boy glanced nervously at Chen Lan, wondering if this big brother could handle it. He looked at that man quite powerful, the aura emanating from his body was terrifying. Nonsense. Chen Lan slapped out his palm, instantly slapping him into a puddle of bloody foam and scattering his soul. It all came so suddenly that the others didn't react at all, and the patriarch just didn't come before them. By the time they reacted, a large hand of aura had already grabbed them all, and with a fierce pinch, it pinched them all into pieces that floated away into the sky. In less than a minute, the Red Heart sect's patriarch, along with many elders, all perished, their divine souls extinguished. How is it possible? A disciple was dumbfounded, their patriarch and elder were gone, instantly killed in seconds by this man? How is this possible? How terrifying is this man's strength? Li Luo, take care of it yourself. At this time, Chen Lan looked at the boy and spoke. Li Luo instantly froze. How do you know my name? I know everything, and after you have solved it, you can go to the easy sect to learn from the master, and there will be a master waiting for you there. After saying that, Chen Lan inputted an aura to Li Luo's mother, restoring her to health and waking her up soon. When it was done, it disappeared. Hey, wait, I still don't know what your name is, big brother? Li Luo reached out and shouted, wanting to retain Chen Lan. It's been so long, I still don't know the name. At large? A voice of Hong Meng resounded through the scene, echoing for a long time before slowly dispersing. Hearing the name, Leroy's eyes widened and he broke into a smile. So it's him, no wonder he's so strong, it's actually that well-known prosperous heavenly father. But soon, Li Luo put away his smile and looked at the remaining crowd of disciples behind him, charging towards them. You, all of you, are going to die. Red Heart sect treasure trove. Chen Lan appeared here, looking at the wide array of various heavenly materials inside. He ignored them and walked straight towards a mediocre bushel fan placed on a small wooden platform in the innermost part. He sensed a very strong Tao rhythm on it, which was very cool, and whenever he sensed it, there was always a fresh breeze that brushed his cheeks, like that sudden breeze in the middle of summer that relieved the heat, very comfortable. Every Tao rhythm object could sense what kind of Tao object it was. For example, the Tao of thunder could sense the berserkness and fury that existed within it, which could indicate that the Tao of thunder was very much a Tao of killing power. This was true of all the other avenues. The avenue of life could perceive a constant flow of life force that was energizing. Another new Tao smiled. Chen Lan picked up the bushel fan and took out the Tao rhyme inside. All of a sudden, it was as if the originally plain bushel had lost some kind of divinity and had become even more ordinary. This should be some kind of magic treasure that can call out the wind or something like that, but it's just a pity that it's now turned into a real bushel fan, which is useless except for fanning to relieve the heat. He casually threw it away and looked at a lance on the other side, which was anything but ordinary. The body of the gun was blue and purple intertwined, a line like thunder-like lines on the gun. There were countless blue electric ons surrounding the gun, splitting and snapping. It was very extraordinary. Just by being close to it, one could feel the incomparable terrifying power on it. This was a lower-grade Heaven's Path Supreme treasure. This sect didn't look like it had a bad foundation. Chen Lan grabbed it with one hand, and after absorbing the Tao rhythm inside, the electric aura on the lance instantly dimmed, turning it into an ordinary lance, but the body of the lance was still hard, making it a handy weapon. This kind of magic treasure without the Dao rhyme, if the Dao rhyme was then transmitted back, it was still possible to restore the original function. However, Chen Lan was not lacking in magic treasures, so he casually threw them away. Finally, he looked to a certain corner where his main goal for this visit was hidden. He set aside all the heavenly materials in the corner, revealing a red stone which was what he was looking for. Inside this stone, he sensed a trace of destruction Dao rhythm. It wasn't a lot, but at least it was Dao rhyme. I didn't expect these people to throw such a treasure into the nooks and crannies. I guess they didn't know the origin of this stone. He picked up the stone and crushed it. A wisp of fiery red energy drilled into his dantian. Feeling the majestic power as well as the violent and terrifying destructive energy, he actually felt that his dantian was stirring. The avenue of destruction was simply too terrifying. This avenue should be one of the top avenues in terms of killing power. Compared to the avenue of thunder, it was unknown how many times stronger. This kind of avenue, once initiated, could easily destroy many things, and once perfected, one thought could destroy multiple universes. However, it was also easy for the enlightened to go off the deep end and destroy themselves, and, like the great Tao of reincarnation, they needed to be careful with their enlightenment. He put all the Tao rhythms of the other two great Tao paths into his dantian, and then with a wave of his hand, he put all the heavenly treasures here into his storage ring. There's no one left anyway, so it's just right to take it back to the clan. Prosperity Sect. Patriarch's Palace. Returning here, Chen Lan was just about to immediately enroll in the Great Tao when he caught a glimpse of a note placed on the desktop. It immediately made him realize that something was wrong. Before he left, he had set up a boundary. If anyone came in, he would be the first to know. What kind of person put this note in? Could it be him? He quickly picked up the note, and after seeing what was on it, he sometimes looked happy and sometimes puzzled. That mirror is vital. Every month to condense the heaven and earth aura to recharge once can be used 3 times, the opportunity not to use is not reset. As for more things, I cannot tell you directly, that will harm you. You need to rely on yourself to explore the answer. After all, your fate, I cannot interfere too much anymore, otherwise all this will be in vain. Chen Lan didn't understand why he couldn't just tell him that his fate couldn't be interfered with too much. All for nothing? Who is this person, and is there a long-standing plan? And he's part of the plan, so if it fails, then it will be all for naught? It reminded him of the image in the mirror, where the man was also talking about some kind of plan, as if he wanted to get back at those in the sky. It was possible that this plan was about the heavens. Could it be that the game embodiment, the arrival of the green sky immortal realm, and the revival of the Shin dust realm were all orchestrated by that man? He had been planning this from so far back in time, just to overthrow those people. This couldn't help but make Chen Lan stand in awe. What kind of perseverance one must have to plan for so long? In that case, it's highly likely that the man is still alive, that he's still plotting, rationalizing, and most likely the person who wrote him this note. And where did the Monkey King go? He must not be dead, because he saved his brother, the 8 rings, whose whereabouts are still unknown. Chen Lan felt that he had already explored part of the answer, a plan that had been plotted since the Shin dust realm. Probably tens of thousands of years had passed, and everything that had been done was for the present. He was, most likely, the most important part of the plan, or else the man wouldn't have given him so many hints, and was trying to get him to explore the answer to the final riddle. It could not be interfered with. Once it was interfered with, the trajectory of destiny could change, and everything would be lost, and the plans that had been plotted over tens of thousands of years would be ruined in his hands. At once, Chen Lan felt pressurized. Why was he chosen? Is it just because he's a supreme emperor? But how did those people know that he must be a supreme emperor, and how did they know that there must be a supreme emperor? After all, this plan had been plotted for tens of thousands of years, so it couldn't have been a gamble. Betting that in the future there will be people who play this game, and that there will be people who stick with it for 10 years to become the highest supreme great emperor realm? This is too much bullshit. It's not a plan anymore, it's a huge gamble that concerns all of mankind, and if you lose, you have nothing, not even your life. We can only take one step at a time. Right now, improving our strength is the most important thing. Chen Lan still felt that boosting his strength was the crucial thing. Strong strength is more important than anything else, and low strength is not even a part of speech. Thinking of this, he took out 3 great Dao Dao rhythms and refined them all. He couldn't delay any longer, he had to refine the 3 great paths together and combine his efforts in enlightenment to see if there would be any strange effects. He felt that there wasn't much time left waiting for him, those people were eyeing him and couldn't wait to kill them, the blue stars. In just half a day's time, all of the medium sorts of sects that materialized, but all of the sects that invaded Dragon Kingdom, have been liquidated. Originally there were 1,000 or so sects, and now there are only 100 or so left. Under the leadership of Luo Tian Dragon Emperor, the crowd of the Easy sect was very easily resolved. Dragon Kingdom is once again back to its usual calm, but there is also bad news. That is, due to another expansion of Blue Star, the world has lost its internet connection, the signal is down, and there is a possibility of never being able to access the internet from now on. Currently cell phones, as well as many tech products, are useless. It's as if mankind has returned to the primitive age, but now everyone can cultivate immortality, and it's not the old days when the machine didn't leave your hand. And at that moment, inside a residential building. At last, I have made contact with the world of light. Inside the residential building, Hinako Lettuce-ma looked at the glittering divine light stick in her hand with an excited expression. This rod of divine light was not only a summons for the earthly body to summon him, it was actually a communicator that could contact the world of the land of light. Just today, the communicator, which had never emitted a glow, finally lit up faintly, and that meant that he had made contact with the kingdom of light. But the signal was weak, and it would have to wait a little longer. What about you guys, have you gotten in touch with your world yet? Hinako Lettuce asked as she looked to the Digimon off to the side. Almost there, initial contact has been made, but it is easily disconnected. The sub-creature spoke up. That's good, then when the time comes, our 2 worlds will open the space tunnel together and occupy this planet with absolute crushing power. Well, today will do, I can feel getting closer to the world. The worlds of the Land of Light and the Digimon are about to connect, and they'll soon be able to rule Blue Star. And right at this moment, the outside sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and the electricity flashed and thundered, like a drum beating in a deafening roar. Countless people looked up to the sky, which became blood red, like blood covering the head, rendering the earth red, causing people to be on edge and not knowing what to do. What's going on? The sky, déjà vu, seems like I've seen it somewhere before. Another update on something? There's not much going on today yet. Hey, it's getting harder and harder. I hope that makes it better for us. The blood-red sky flashed with golden heavenly thunder, and not long afterward, a ticking drizzle began to fall. But when this rainwater soaked the ground and wet their clothes, the crowd realized that this rainwater, surprisingly, was golden in color. Could it be, again, that golden divine rain that can increase cultivation? The crowd was so ecstatic that they hastily opened their mouths and tilted their heads back to drink the rainwater, and some of them even took out containers and started to fill them with water. The next second, however, the crowd spat it out, frantically wiping the rainwater from their mouths with expressions of disgust and dislike. This is not divine rain, this rain is stinky, the nasty kind, it tastes like dead rats in a sewer, it's disgusting. Don't drink it, the rainwater might be poisonous. Something's not right. What kind of water is this? Is it the end of the world coming? I've seen a lot of zombie movies and it's the rain that's causing all the trouble. Why don't you say it's all because of the moon? Those who drank the golden rain spat it out and wiped their mouths, and those who had filled their containers with water threw them away with a look of disgust. The crowd didn't know what the rain was for, but some knew. Prosperity sect. This is the fall of a cultivator above the level of a paragon emperor. The monstrous devil sovereign spoke with a slight frown on his brow. This kind of situation was not an uncommon thing in the Shin Dust Realm. After all, the Shin Dust Realm had many more people than here, and from time to time, people broke through to quasi-emperors, and from time to time, people fell. Once a cultivator above the level of a quasi-emperor fell, the blood of an emperor would fall from the sky and the gods and devils would wail. As if to fulfill the thoughts of the monstrous devil, several divine and demonic silhouettes appeared in the sky, and in unison, they let out a ghostly and horrifying cry that resonated through Dragon Kingdom, and countless people could hear that oozing cry and were creeped out by their bones. A few days ago there seemed to have been a thunder tribulation. I remember it was the thunder tribulation of a saint king breaking through to a quasi-emperor. It could be that he fell. The auspicious chilin on the side spoke.
At that moment, the sky rumbled as the golden list of cultivation reappeared. Tendo is weaker than me and has fallen. The list will be rearranged. Hearing the voice of Hong Meng, the Dragonian people were shocked. Wasn't this the fourth that strong man? Never showed up, so how come he's dead? Did the rain just now have something to do with him?
Ha 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 ha, I, a spectral ancestor, have finally broken through to a mortal emperor. I didn't realize that I could gain so much cultivation by killing people in this world. It's too good to be true. An evil laugh resounded through the sky, and a silhouette flew into the sky at an extremely fast speed, standing in the dome of the sky, filled with a bizarre black aura, and many ghosts floated beside it, hovering and showing their teeth, oozing terror.
That's an immortal emperor who appears to have just broken through. The auspicious Chilin spoke.
Wait, this person, I seem to recognize him. The monstrous devil froze as his mind began to ponder that person. He seemed to have some impression. Coupled with the name the other party had just shouted out, he quickly remembered. So it's him. He's a notorious devil cultivator in the Shin dust realm. He seems to have a fellow disciple named Ghost Realist, the one you killed last time.
The monstrous devil said.
I see, then I'll go over and slaughter him too. That won't be necessary, after all, the other side has no grudge against us. The monstrous demon sovereign had just finished speaking when the sky once again resounded with the voice of the spectral ancestor. Auspicious Kirin, get out and kill my senior brother. This revenge, I must avenge. The monstrous demon sovereign was speechless, having just finished speaking.
Now there's a grudge. The auspicious unicorn laughed. After saying that, it flew towards the elder underworld ancestor. The monstrous devil shook his head helplessly and followed over. Patriarch's palace.
At this moment, Chen Lan looked as if things weren't going too well. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his body could not stop trembling, as if he was going to go off the deep end. In the next second, he violently spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards, only to climb up after a while and wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. What exactly is that old man's realm? He even knocked me out with a single slap, causing me to seriously injure my soul.
Chen Lan's pupils contracted as he murmured in surprise.
Just now, his soul went out of his body and went on a trip to the river of time to see what happened 500 years ago. That was the first time he stepped into the long river of time. It was very ordinary and barren. There was nothing there. It was just a desert, but it was biased towards the desert. There was also a big river. The water rushed like a waterfall. The water surface was very muddy. There were no fish in it, just dirty river water. When he was a little bewildered, he saw an old man, shaking a bushel fan, lying in a rocking chair, sunbathing with sunglasses, wearing still swim trunks, very different and strange, very out of place. It was out of place with that scene, and it kind of shattered his worldview. After all, someone who could appear inside the river of time must be strong, but which strong person was like that? What the old man said struck him. You're here, but you're still too weak to come early.
Auspicious Kirin, you're finally here.
On the dome of the sky, the auspicious Chilin and the monstrous devil stood in front of the old man of the underworld. Seeing this, the spectral ancestor laughed coldly. There are still helpers, I guess they are also in the immortal emperor realm, but I'm not afraid, bullying the few with the many, I'm good at it. After saying that, the old man of the underworld shouted, the ghost chi permeating his body instantly dispersed in all directions, and a strand of ghost chi even slowly formed a soul body, and the realm was not low. However, most of them were at the human immortal realm, and one or two of them were actually still great Luo golden immortals. Not only that, the spectral ancestor pulled out 5 puppets from his arms and threw them out, exploding the black smoke, and when the black smoke dispersed, the corpses of the 5 eyeless puppets appeared beside him. There was one that happened to be at the quasi-emperor realm. This is the puppet technique, and the imperial spirit technique. Don't look at them at such a high realm. When they really fight, their strength will be greatly reduced.
The monstrous devil said. He recognized the 2 evil arts.
Insightful, but I see that you look a bit familiar. You should be from the Shin dust realm as well. The old man of the underworld froze and grinned. The other party was so clear, he should be from the same world as him.
Monstrous heavenly demon sovereign. The monstrous heavenly demon sovereign spoke faintly. So it's Demon Lord, long time no see.
The old man of the underworld was surprised and immediately clasped his fists and laughed. I didn't expect to run into the famous monstrous demon sovereign.
but I was really fortunate. However, I don't know if this monstrous demon's soul tastes good or not, and how much it can raise his cultivation level. The monstrous devil frowned as he saw that the elder underworld ancestor's eyes didn't have the respect and flattery towards him that was expressed in his movements. Instead, they were greedy and seemed to want to eat him. "Come out, the auspicious chilin is here, it's time for us to begin." Suddenly, the elder underworld ancestor bellowed. Several figures appeared out of thin air. They were holding huge chains, and at the end of the chains there was actually a person chained, with his hands and feet as well as his neck chained, with no freedom at all. It's an immortal emperor. That person chained is an immortal emperor. The monstrous devil father stared slightly wide-eyed. An immortal emperor was actually chained by a few saint kings. What was this situation? But soon, he saw that those chains were actually inscribed with strange runes from the beginning to the end, and instantly understood that the chains had been spiked, which was why they were able to bolt the immortal emperor so easily, or else they would have already broken free. Something's not right. That one doesn't seem to be an ordinary immortal emperor, it's an immortal emperor perfection. The auspicious chilin was surprised. "Ah, you guys found out, so die." The spectral ancestor laughed out loud. This immortal emperor puppet, but he found it in an ancient tomb, just a short while ago, a new unknown field. He went over to take a casual look. The result let him see this puppet. There are also countless heavenly treasures, so that his strength soared. And just now, he had killed that paragon emperor, and incidentally consumed the 8th grade pill, the calamity exempting pill, and managed to avoid the lightning tribulation and break through to the immortal emperor again. "Let go of him and let him go on a killing spree." The spectral ancestor shouted in a cold voice, and those few people immediately loosened the chains in their hands. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed drastically, and countless black chi gathered over in a steady stream, pouring into that immortal emperor puppet. "Who?" The immortal emperor puppet violently opened its eyes and let out an unusual roar that was deafening, like a fierce beast with red eyes. Jingle bell. At this time, the spectral old man took out a bell and shook it. The immortal emperor puppet's gaze suddenly became clear, and it looked at the spectral old man dumbly. "Go, kill them." The spectral ancestor pointed at the monstrous devil sovereign and the auspicious chilin. As if the immortal emperor puppets understood, they immediately showed their teeth towards them and pounced violently. In a flash, heaven and earth changed color as the 4 immortal emperors fought, turning the sky upside down and reversing the sun and moon. The other side. Patriarch's palace. After Chen Lan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, he tightly frowned. This was the first time he had been injured, and it was also an injury to his soul. Fortunately, however, his soul Dao power was strong enough, and he recovered in no time. That old man, who made him feel awe, just lightly slapped him on the chest and he flew out of the time river. And the other party was so unreasonable that he just said that one sentence and then made his move, not giving him a chance to react. That palm was very strong, and he thought that the old man was much stronger than him, and should be at the realm of a supreme emperor or above. "No, I have to go in again." Chen Lan planned to meet that old man again. No matter what, he had to figure it out. Suddenly, his body stiffened and he frowned slightly as he looked in the direction where the monstrous devil sovereign and the others were fighting. Immortal emperor puppets, and there are also the Tao rhythms of the 2 great Taos of destruction and life, who refined the puppets out of such generosity. Chen Lan muttered. But by the looks of it, it seemed like the monstrous devil sovereign and the others couldn't beat them, and the Luotian dragon emperor and the others were cultivating inside the ghost realm, not knowing anything about the outside world. Thinking of this, Chen Lan's figure disappeared. The battle was only 5 minutes past. The monstrous devil and the auspicious Kirin had already fallen into a disadvantage. Although he was a half-step heavenly emperor, he was already advanced in age, and this immortal emperor puppet in front of him was not weaker than him. He could see that this puppet's body seemed to have been molded with so many magic treasures, weapons, and spiritual herbs and grasses, equivalent to an artificial saint body, incomparably hard, and I'm afraid that that guy from Luo Tianlong Emperor couldn't even help it if he came over. This puppet's body is comparable to a heavenly emperor. But in the next second, the monstrous devil revealed a smile. "Master is here." The auspicious chilin was relieved when it heard this. It was afraid that it wouldn't be able to defeat the monstrous devil. "What, have you guys given up?" Seeing that the monstrous demon sovereign and the auspicious chilin had slackened off, the spectral ancestor thought that they were preparing to surrender. Hee hee, your time to die has come.
The monstrous devil laughed coldly. As soon as the words fell, a red longsword descended from the sky and stabbed into the spectral ancestor's chest with lightning speed.
Pust.
The spectral ancestor's expression instantly froze, and he was directly and heavily injured by this sudden strike, falling downwards uncontrollably.
Boom!
The spectral ancestor collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, but he wasn't dead yet, but the red longsword was still stuck in his chest and began to rotate clockwise, churning his heart and completely severing his life.
How is this possible? Who is it?
Before dying, the spectral old ancestor muttered in surprise, but the next second, a soul drilled out of his body and instantly flew towards that immortal emperor puppet. In a split second, the ghostly aura on the immortal emperor's puppet erupted and shook the 8 directions. He became even more terrifying. His skin was split open but not a single bit of blood flowed out. He looked horrible and scary.
Ha, you guys didn't expect it. I've long ago deposited a sliver of my soul on this puppet. Once I die, I'll become one with him and become stronger.
The immortal emperor puppet laughed maniacally, and the voice was that of the old man of the underworld.
This was the backhand he had left behind, and once it was fused, it would be invincible. 2 immortal emperors, fused into one, this is an effect that far exceeds 1 + 1 = 2, and is equal to 3. Ah, you guys forced me to do this. Even if I give up this old life, I will fight you guys.
The spectral old ancestor threw his head back and laughed wildly, his rotting body suffused with a large amount of ghostly aura, his eyes slowly turned black, and his aura skyrocketed rapidly.
Immortal Emperor Perfection, Breakthrough, Heavenly Emperor.
However, this wasn't the end. The cultivation level was still skyrocketing, and in no time at all, it came to the Heavenly Emperor Perfection, just a foot short of the threshold to the realm of Supreme Emperor. But here, it ended, and his cultivation slowly stabilized at Heavenly Emperor Perfection, unable to cross over to Supreme Emperor. This is the soul sacrifice technique, sacrificing one's soul to the puppet, raising the puppet's realm by a large amount. This needs to depend on how the cultivation realm of the sacrificer is. The higher the realm, the more cultivation one can sacrifice. The 2 immortal emperors fused together to reach Heavenly Emperor Perfection, but this won't last for much time.
The monstrous heavenly demon sovereign opened his mouth with a slight frown on his brow. If it was before, they might have been afraid, but now, with the master here, they couldn't be afraid a bit.
You're right, but as long as I resolve you all now, I'm not afraid. The spectral old ancestor spoke in a cold voice. He had heard the words of the monstrous devil sovereign, and it was just as the monstrous devil sovereign had said. He couldn't last too long in this state, at most an incense stick of time, but it was already enough to exterminate these 2 immortal emperors, more than enough. And the mystery man, he didn't know where he was, but the sword that was stuck in his chest over his body was still there, and that meant the man was still there.
Take your life.
The spectral ancestor shouted harshly, his ghostly aura exploding as he lunged towards the monstrous demon. Attached to the immortal emperor's puppet, he was unable to use spiritual arts and magical powers, which was the drawback of the puppet, and could only perform the most primitive physical attacks. However, this physical body of his, which had already initially reached the category of a supreme great emperor, was extremely strong, and was not at all comparable to these 2.
Buzz!
Just then, the sound of a sword rose, and a red light flew rapidly from the ground, slashing out a red moon and slashing at the phantom ancestor, knocking him back. A silhouette appeared out of thin air in front of the monstrous devil sovereign and the others.
Master!
When the monstrous devil sovereign and the auspicious chilin saw the visitor, they immediately knelt in the void and shouted. Just leave it to me, go to the ghost realm and raise your cultivation. Chen Lan spoke indifferently.
Yes.
The monstrous demon sovereign and the auspicious chilin nodded in unison. They weren't worried in the slightest. If even their master couldn't solve it, it was useless for them to worry. As for the crowd on the ground, they all saw the 2 silhouettes in the sky. One was the immortal emperor puppet, and the other was Chen Lan, but they couldn't see Chen Lan's figure clearly at all. It was as if it was mosaic. They could only vaguely see a silhouette.
Is it the prosperous Heavenly Father? It should be him, except, I don't even know who can beat a cultivator of this level. That person is so terrifying. To have suddenly elevated to Celestial Emperor Perfection, that's too much. Did he use some secret technique? I'm not sure, but all in all, there's no need to be afraid when the easy Heavenly Father comes. Look, what do those people want?
At this time, someone noticed that there were people in the distance who were speeding towards the direction of the easy Heavenly Father, and the comers appeared to be very ill-intentioned, as there were a bit too many of them. And there were people flying rapidly in different directions, at least tens of thousands of people. Were all these people rushing towards the great emperor? Who are you and why can't I see through your cultivation? After the spectral ancestor stopped his form, he nervously and fearfully looked Chen Lan up and down as he couldn't see through the other party. He was a celestial emperor perfection, couldn't even see through him? Or was the man in front of him just an ordinary person? But how could an ordinary person repel him? Therefore, he could be sure that this person in front of him was not to be messed with, and his strength was above him. If that was the case, then it was the Supreme Emperor. Impossible. How could there be a Supreme Emperor in this world, not even in the Shin Dust realm? The spectral ancestor didn't believe that there could be a Supreme Great Emperor and pounced towards Chen Lan like a hungry wolf. There's a lot more you haven't seen. Chen Lan lightly blasted out a fist, and the spectral ancestor was shocked and hastily blocked his chest with his hand. Boo! The spectral elder ancestor flew out backwards, flying 10 million meters away before barely stopping, looking at his limp hands in horror. That strike just now had directly destroyed the bones of his hands. The meridians and root bones were all ruptured. These hands were ruined. If it wasn't for the puppet's inability to feel the pain, I'm afraid he would have died from the pain. Not good. This person in front of me is really the Supreme Emperor. Run. Staying green is not a worry. The 36 stratagems, walking is the best plan. The spectral ancestor quickly swept out towards the back, his speed increasing to the fastest in his life, fearing that if he took a step slower, he would die here. Worthy of a physical body that is comparable to that of a Supreme Emperor, being able to carry one of my punches is not bad. Chen Lan looked at the fleeing phantom ancestor and smiled faintly. Although he hadn't exerted his full strength with that punch just now, if it was a heavenly emperor perfection, he would definitely have been seriously injured. This puppet in turn was just having its hands broken, but otherwise there was no problem, enough to show that the body was really strong, which made him a bit interested. He looked around at the people who were coming towards him, although he didn't know what these people wanted to do, but right now, let's kill the old man of the underworld first. Thinking of this, Chen Lan flashed and disappeared. Having just left, those people arrived at Chen Lan's location. Damn it, running away, we promised the spectral ancestor that we would help. Then why are you still waiting? Chase him. As long as we protect the spectral ancestor, we will be able to eat and drink in the future. The spectral old ancestor is already a celestial emperor perfection was beaten and fled. Can we really do it? If it works or not, we all have to go. Don't forget, our souls are controlled. I don't care about that much first, we are at least Sing Kings, not to mention there are also quasi-emperors. I don't believe that we can't deal with him alone. We'll definitely be able to kill him if we join forces with the old man of the underworld. All of these people had recovered from the Shin Dust realm, but all saints and above had almost escaped the world's reincarnation. Only those of a lower realm were unable to escape. They had just awakened when they were found by the spectral ancestor and taken under his command, promising the spectral ancestor that he would give them their freedom as soon as they took over the new world. These people's souls were controlled by the phantom ancestor, and they had to go and help no matter what, even if it meant death. With a single breath, the spectral ancestor flew to the other side of the blue star, in the middle of a desert, with countless natives underneath, speaking an unintelligible language, but it was obvious that they were surprised. This will always get rid of him, it's too terrifying. The spectral ancestor gasped for air, he was truly afraid, the other party was too terrifying. Tired of running? At this moment, a sudden voice startled the spectral old ancestor's body as he stiffened and turned his head to see a terrifying smiling face that he could hardly forget. If you're tired, rest. Chen Lan smiled faintly, holding a red longsword as he stabbed into the phantom ancestor's chest, power Dao force and soul Dao force infusing the sword, penetrating the phantom ancestor's heart as well as his soul. With the blade drawn, a dead and powerless body fell downward, slowly turning to ash and disappearing into the sky. And just then the men arrived. They were almost scared out of their wits when they saw that the spectral ancestor was dead. Run, the spectral ancestor is dead. Once the spectral ancestor died, they were a rabble and dispersed. Chen Lan lightly snapped his fingers, and the crowd instantly flew away in ashes. The reason why he ran over to chase after the spectral ancestor was because he thought that the spectral ancestor would be able to have a painful fight with him.
But I didn't expect that it would still be so easy to exterminate. It's no fun. A new relic?
Suddenly, Chen Lan turned his head to look in a certain direction as he sensed something.
In the next second, he disappeared. Indra country.
It was a small country located on a large desert, with a total population not as large as that of a city in Dragon Kingdom, only a few million people. And they're not technologically advanced, many of them can't play on their cell phones, so they can't even materialize the game. It remains the same, yet they're subject to attacks from invaders from other worlds, and now there's only about 1 million people left. Not all countries have realized the game, some backward and poor countries do not have the conditions of cell phone games, many of them have not even seen a cell phone, not to mention the game, so they are still living in this era, still living a poor life.
Rumble.
On a barren desert in this country, the ground suddenly began to tremble, and some people passing through the Indo-Dragon Kingdom country sensed the sudden and violent earthquake and fled in a panic, all at a loss for words. The desert ground unexpectedly began to crack, splitting a crack, and it was rapidly getting bigger. Countless sands were pouring into it like a flood, and only when the vibration stopped did the crack stop getting bigger. But in this short period of time, a large rectangular hole had appeared, which was very large, at least as large as 20 or 30 soccer fields.
Rumble.
An eerie rumbling sound resounded from inside the deep cavern, and it was getting closer and closer, scaring the peoples even more.
Soon, something is going to come out of it.
Within a short time, a building slowly rose from the hole in the ground, and it was a full 5 minutes before the building rose completely, revealing itself on the ground. It was a huge building, whether it was the walls or the roof, every brick and tile was surprisingly blood red, and it looked very oozing and terrifying. What a wonderful smell of blood! I didn't expect to see so much delicious and tasty food just after my heavenly blood demon sect was revived. How fortunate! In an instant, the clan door opened wide, and the endless blood fiend she drilled out as much as it could, flying out like a stern ghost, drilling into those Indo-Dragonian when they saw them, and wherever they went, not an inch of grass was left to grow. Any human being who was touched turned into a thin skin without flesh and blood, bone marrow, and internal organs in a few seconds, and landed lightly on the ground, and the 5 senses on his face had disappeared, which was hollow and bizarre. Delicious, so delicious. A man clad in a long red dress with a shrill laugh slowly stepped out from inside the sect's gate. He enchantingly licked his lips, his index finger resting on his lips, his eyes revealing the ultimate greed and desire. The humans in this world were really too delicious, simply eating a few of them allowed him to enhance his cultivation quite a bit, his own life in the quasi-emperor realm. I'm afraid that he would soon be able to break through to the immortal emperor.
Come out all of you and get your fill.
The man waved his hand, and a rustling sound rang out behind him. The next second, countless strange-looking, unlike human ugly monsters crawled out from it. These monsters had pinkish-white skin color, ball-like body, round, no neck, but a small head, while the top of the head had 2 eyes, and in the chest position but has a mouth and walks on all 4 limbs, very weird and scary. They climbed out densely, let out weird cries, like the squeaks of rats, and then sniffed their absent noses, as if they had smelled something, and all at the same time ran in the same direction in a hurry, very fast, belonging to a walk and a jump, and disappeared in a flash. There were hundreds of thousands of these monsters, densely packed like a swarm of bees running in the direction of the Indian Luo country. Watching the monsters leave, the man revealed a pervert-like smile. Go eat to your heart's content, this world belongs to you. What kind of monsters are those? Just then, a voice rang out behind him quite abruptly. The man's body shook and instantly stormed back out, retreating tens of thousands of meters before stopping to look back. A handsome young youth stood where he had just been, and the visitor was none other than Chen Lan. He came over when he sensed this way, and as soon as he came over, he saw those monsters start to go on a killing spree, eating people on sight and looking so disgusting. Who are you? The man frowned and spoke coldly. Who are you? What sect is this place?
Chen Lan asked without answering.
He looked towards the clan in front of him and frowned slightly. Others might not be able to see it, but he could see it clearly. This clan was filled with endless bloodbane chi, and those bloodbane chi had penetrated 1,000,000 miles around, and there was also a huge and majestic bloodbane chi that rose up to the sky and went straight to the clouds. To be able to have so many blood fiends before this clan was not a good thing at first glance. I am the patriarch of the heavenly blood demon sect, the bloodshake heavenly demon. The man spoke in a cold voice. Looking at Chen Lan with a nervous expression, he could not sense any aura from the other party, but the other party's godlike stance indicated that the visitor was extraordinary. Easy heavenly father. Chen Lan laughed lightly, his figure flickered and reappeared already in front of the blood chakra heavenly demon. He choked his neck with one hand. The blood Shakti heavenly demon's body was shaken. Before he could react, he was grabbed by the neck, wanting to resist but realizing that the other party's strength was terrifying, as if he would be strangled to death in the next second. Senior, you and I have no grievances, why should we be like this? The bloodshed heavenly demon asked in horror. Chen Lan quietly looked at the bloodshed heavenly demon in front of him, and only after a while did he speak, submit to me, or die. When he finished speaking, his body's aura spread out, and the Supreme Emperor's might suppressed the bloodshed heavenly demon as much as he could. Boo! The bloodshed heavenly demon snapped to his knees, his body trembling, unable to raise his head, staring at the ground with wide eyes, terrified. This person was actually a Supreme Emperor, that realm that existed in legends. I am willing to submit. It was also an honor for him to be able to follow such a person. Therefore, the bloodshed heavenly demon didn't hesitate for half a second and directly recognized the master. Good. Chen Lan left his own imprint on the soul of the bloodshed heavenly demon and took in another paragon emperor. For these people who had awakened from the Shin dust realm, he was uneasy, and taking them under his command was the best guarantee. After all, these people can only be trusted if they are controlled. Master. The blood Shakti heavenly demon knelt down and said loyally. He was already Chen Lan's man. So it is. Chen Lan muttered. He had seen many things in the soul memories of the bloodshed heavenly demon, and there were many about this clan. I didn't realize that this sect was hiding 10 heavenly demons. Heavenly demons, one of the demonic beasts of the Shin dust realm. But they were far more powerful than demonic beasts, and they wielded a power that was even more terrifying than the other demonic beasts for the demon. This heavenly demon is a kind of demonic beast that appeared out of thin air, and suddenly appeared within the Shin dust realm without anyone's knowledge. The people of the Shin dust realm suspected that they were from another world because they were too evil. Not long after, the bloodshed heavenly demon led Chen Lan into the interior of the sect, which was empty, and it appeared that apart from those monsters and the bloodshed heavenly demon, there was no one else. The clan is just me and those blood devils. The blood devils that the blood chakra heavenly demon spoke of were those densely packed monsters just now, specializing in sucking blood for a living. It was the same as vampires, but they were even more terrifying. They could suck out all the cultivation, and if the person they sucked had a special physique, then the blood demon could enhance it even more. So this thing is so much better than a vampire. It's the equivalent of the difference between a grandfather and a grandson. As he walked, Chen Lan came to a dimly lit chamber that was closed around him, with only a few torches emitting a faint red light hanging on the walls. Dead silence, not a sound at all. The ground was full of water that looked like red blood through the dim light of the torches, while in the middle, there was a large red crystal, more than 5 meters high. This is the heavenly demon crystal stone? Chen Lan spoke indifferently. From the memories of the bloodshed heavenly demon, he had learned the function of this crystal stone. As long as blood is shed on this crystal, the sleeping heavenly demon inside will awaken. The crystals are used to seal the heavenly devils from plaguing the earth. Chen Lan inputted a bit of spiritual qi, and the heavenly demon crystal stone shone brightly, able to make out the heavenly demon inside, which was curled up in a ball, with human hands and feet, but with a pair of large bat-like wings on its back, strangely terrifying. There were 10 black shadows in there, almost all the same, but the one in the very center, unlike the others, stood out with a pair of bull's horns on its head. Probably much stronger than the other heavenly demons. Master, this heavenly demon is strong. I'm afraid that neither you nor I can deal with it. The bloodshed heavenly demon spoke carefully. Not even me? Chen Lan was puzzled. Well, rumor has it that these heavenly demons once fought dozens of immortal emperors, and in the end, these immortal emperors were undefeated, or an immortal emperor of the 9th grade formation artist stepped in, and utilized a great formation to forcibly seal them, and then finally used this crystal to aggravate the sealing. But that's all just a rumor, and anyway, These heavenly demons have already been stored here for over 100,000 years, and I've only heard it from my master. The blood chakra heavenly demon said. This heavenly blood demon sect, which sounded like a demonic sect, was actually a prestigious sect, a sect created specifically to guard this heavenly demon crystal stone from damage. However, it turned out that when it came to the time when his master succeeded to the position of patriarch, there was a change. Chen Lan nodded slightly. He also understood the heavenly demon's plight, and turned his head to look at that blood demon crystal stone. With a wave of his hand, he casually grabbed more than a dozen huge demonic beasts from the blue star and crushed them on the spot, bursting them into a bloody mist. But in an instant, the blood mist resolidified and became a blood orb. He floated onto the heavenly demon crystal stone, and as this blood flowed onto it, the heavenly demon crystal stone flickered with a red light, and also made a buzzing sound. After all the blood had been shed, a bloodthirsty aura instantly erupted from this heavenly demon crystal stone, and the robes of the two of them, Chen Lan, were blown and crackled. The blood Shakti heavenly demon retreated backwards in terror, and Chen Lan narrowed his eyes slightly as he quietly watched the changes in this heavenly demon crystal stone. Click! At that moment, the top of the heavenly demon crystal stone made the sound of a stone cracking and began to crumble, rapidly crumbling downwards, and in less than a moment, a large crack appeared in the center of this piece of heavenly demon crystal stone. Boo! In the next second, the crystals burst open and countless fragments flew in all directions, and the spiritual boundary in front of Chen Lan blocked them all. As the crystals burst open, the bloodbane Qi became even more terrifying. A through and through bloodbane Qi began to spread in all directions. The winds were so fierce that the entire sky above the Indra kingdom turned black and fearful. However, there were no humans left in the Indra kingdom now. All of them had been turned into terrifying blood demons, with not a single human left. The blood devils were more specialized than any creature in this aspect of eating and finding people. Because of their sensitive sense of smell, they could smell any creature. As long as there was still blood in their body, they could sense it, and the stronger the bloodline of the creature was, the more excited they would be to find it. When the blood fiend Qi filled the air, all the blood devils seemed to sense the king's descent and looked up to the sky in unison, and then to the heavenly blood devil sect. At the same time running towards the heavenly blood demon sect. It's revived. The heavenly devil is revived. Earthly purgatory is coming. The blood chakra heavenly demon shouted in terror. He didn't believe that his master would be able to defeat it. If his master couldn't, then he would perish along with him. Because the function of the soul brand is the death of the master. If they die, the master will not die, but once the master dies, they will die a violent death, and their souls will follow them to the grave. Chen Lan ignored the bloodshed heavenly demon and instead looked at the 10 figures in the mist in front of him. Ha ha ha, my heavenly demon clan has finally awakened. I wonder which one of us has awakened us. When the black smoke dispersed, the figures of the 10 heavenly demons were slowly revealed, and Chen Lan could see them, while they also saw Chen Lan and the bloodshed heavenly demon. But all of their gazes quickly shifted to Chen Lan, unable to take their eyes off of him, and they even stuck out that meter-long tongue and licked their lips. What a pure and surging bloodline, it must be delicious to eat. This seems to be the aura of the great Tao. Could it be that there's still a Tao rhyme? God help me, God help me. The 10 heavenly demons looked at Chen Lan intently. They all smelled many unusual flavors on Chen Lan. There was the scent of the great Tao of life, as well as the scent of other great Taos, and this person's bloodline was very pure, the kind where that blood surged to the point where it could jump out. Especially the heart, which was beating extraordinarily strongly, looked like a very tasty and delicious food. Human, are you our sacrifice? The heavenly demon in the center spoke in a cold voice. Chen Lan was silent as he looked at these 10 heavenly demons in front of him. All of their realms were actually immortal emperor perfection, and the one in the center was actually in the heavenly emperor realm. No wonder it took dozens of immortal emperors at one time to seal them with great difficulty. It made sense. Looking at these ugly-looking heavenly demons, each one of them was comparable to a small mountain, 7 or 8 meters tall, with their wings spread out to 3 meters. Human, asking you. The other heavenly demon spoke in a cold voice, not expecting this human to be so uneducated. Was he scared silly by them? No, it's your god of death. Chen Lan shook his head and blasted out a fist, hitting that heavenly demon. The terrifying might swept away, directly piercing a hole above the sect, and the ground trembled violently. The other heavenly demons were shocked. They felt the power that they had just felt. and they immediately stormed back, their eyes looking towards the heavenly demon that had been hit. There was no longer a sky demon in that location, only a puddle of blood remained.
What terrifying strength, is this a supreme emperor?
A heavenly demon said in horror. They had seen supreme great emperors that were this strong.
Not good, it's the supreme emperor, go outside.
Another heavenly demon shouted and quickly flew outside, followed by the other heavenly demons. Seeing his master blast a heavenly demon to death with a single punch, the blood-break heavenly demon was dumbfounded. This was a bit too much.
I thought that my master would not be able to defeat it, but I didn't expect it to be so easy.
The Supreme Emperor is really a terrifying existence above the Heavenly Emperor.
Chen Lan just wanted to chase out, but he realized that the heavenly demon that he had killed had remodeled his body at that moment.
Surprisingly, he didn't die, but his cultivation fell, falling to the early immortal emperor stage, no longer perfect.
Could it be that these heavenly demons would lose their cultivation with every kill? After that heavenly demon remodeled his body, he immediately flew out, not daring to stay for long.
Chen Lan flew out, and just as he reached the outside, he saw 10 heavenly demons standing in different positions, surrounding him.
It's not just the Supreme Emperor, it's not like we haven't killed one before, we're afraid of nothing.
That's right, the big deal is to kill another one. As long as we eat him, we can all break through to the Supreme Emperor.
Do it, I'm horny as hell.
The 10 heavenly demons murmured, each looking at Chen Lan like a wild beast looking at its prey. From what they had just said, one could tell that these heavenly demons had actually slaughtered Supreme Emperors. And the Shin Dust Realm didn't have any Supreme Emperors. It was hard to produce even one heavenly emperor, so it was said that these heavenly demons came from that world.
Heavenly demon evil light.
A heavenly demon shouted angrily, his eyes flashing red as an energy ray shot out from his eyes. Chen Lan didn't dodge and flew directly towards him in a hurry, utilizing the aura boundary on his body to block it all. But even so, he felt the power of this attack. It was comparable to a heavenly emperor, and it was also destructive. I'm afraid that a cultivator of the same realm wouldn't be able to fight any of them one-on-one. This kind of evil sneak was too terrifying.
Not good.
That heavenly demon saw Chen Lan flying over and screamed in terror as he hastily retreated violently. But it was too late. Chen Lan had already arrived in front of him and blasted out with a punch that directly exploded. Without too much hesitation, Chen Lan summoned his red longsword, and a powerful sword she slashed towards the other heavenly demons, destroying them all, and then looked towards that heavenly demon in the heavenly emperor realm, and grabbed with his large hand towards the nothingness in front of him. A giant hand of aura appeared out of thin air and grabbed towards the heavenly devil, who was unable to move as if he was locked in place and was firmly grasped in his hands. Wisps of purple energy filled the area around the giant hand and drilled into the heavenly demon, trying to invade its soul, but to no avail.
No soul?
Chen Lan was surprised. The soul Dao force could not invade the other party's soul, that is, there was no soul in the body at all.
How do creatures without souls survive and how do they speak?
No soul, that means no brain, no different from the living dead.
Want to invade my soul?
Dreaming. We heavenly devils were originally born outside the domain, our souls were abandoned long ago and transformed into flesh, and flesh is our souls. The heavenly devil laughed out loud. The soul Dao force had no effect on it. It was the only strange creature that could resist the soul Dao power, and it was so weird that it didn't have a soul. Chen Lan was still thinking about soul searching to learn more, but now it was unnecessary. He pinched it violently and crushed it to pieces, and in the meantime, the other heavenly demons were also revived, and all of their cultivation had dropped by a large margin. Resurrected and died, resurrected and died, so in this way, under the repetition, the 10 heavenly demons, all of them died under Chen Lan's hands. Looking at the river of blood on the ground, Chen Lan frowned slightly. These heavenly demons surprisingly did not have souls. Did that also mean that other creatures would also have such soulless creatures?
It seems that between the great paths, there are also mutually exclusive against this kind of soulless creature, it still needs absolute strength to be able to do so. Master, the heavenly demons have all been annihilated?
The blood-shakti heavenly demon ran over and asked in a timid voice. He couldn't believe that this difficult problem that had plagued countless cultivators for tens of thousands of years had all been solved by this young man in front of him.
It's not too far off the mark. Well, those blood devils, you just manipulate them and remain here.
Chen Lan glanced at those blood demons around him, already millions of them, standing there with dull eyes. Obviously, with the death of the heavenly devil, it was as if they had lost their only king, and they all became lost.
Yes, master. The blood-shukti heavenly demon nodded heavily as Chen Lan disappeared into thin air.
But instead of leaving, he returned to the place where that heavenly demon crystal stone had been and picked up a crystal fragment that emitted the aura of the Tao of life. He had sensed from the moment the crystals burst open that all that blood had actually flowed inside these crystal fragments, and if they weren't there, those heavenly demons would have eaten all of these fragments. Once they were allowed to eat it all, then their strength would increase by a large margin. Now this world doesn't have those laws of heaven and earth from before, which means that all 10 of their heavenly demons can break through to the heavenly emperor realm, and that strongest heavenly demon might be able to break through to the supreme emperor. At that moment, he looked back in the direction of Dragon Kingdom and frowned slightly.
There's a new world coming.
The Kingdom of Light world has been contacted. They will open the world channel in 5 minutes and attack Blue Star immediately. Inside the residential building, Hinako Lettucema looked at the Digimon on the side with an excited expression.
Okay. Hinako Lettucema nodded, picked up the divine light rod, and turned it on with one hand.
As the divine light rod blossomed into a dazzling light, Hinako Lettucema was wrapped in white light that quickly penetrated to the outside and rapidly grew in size, turning into a giant comparable to a large mountain that landed on the ground with a loud thud.
Rumble.
It was like an earthquake. The city trembled violently, countless humans panicked and rushed outside. Looking up they saw the blue, red, and white mingled giant, and were dumbfounded.
Isn't that fucking Deja?
Oh my god, it's really DJ. How can there still be a DJ showing up? That's a little bit too far.
Holy shit, what's with the bonobo country's Deja? Isn't that the ninja age game they're embodying? Is this Deja friendly or enemy?
What a huge body. I don't know if Deja is bullish or I am. Seeing the childhood memory of Deja real appear in front of, people are confused. This is serious. How Deja are here? And this Deja looks like he's coming from a bad place. At that moment, Deja looked down at the people and straightened up, raising his right foot and slamming it down towards the crowd.
Not good, this Deja is an enemy.
A cultivator shouted, using all his strength to blast a fist towards the soles of Deja's feet. The others did as they were told, and there was no telling how much it would hurt if they gave that a stomp. And to the crowd's surprise, Deja was just blasted by them and fell backwards unsteadily, landing with a thud.
This Deja is so weak, it seems that this so-called Ultraman is not very strong.
A cultivator laughed. I never thought there would be a day when they could become monsters to defeat the Deja they worshipped as children. Deja's strength is actually only as strong as the realm of transformation. They are not as strong as powerful cultivators in terms of both flight speed and energy light, but due to being an alien body, their physique and energy are different, so they possess the strength of the realm of transformation.
Who?
Just then, a massive beast appeared out of nowhere, also as big as a mountain, but with the same body as a human.
Holy shit, I know what this is. Isn't this the battle Tyrannosaurus beast from Digital Baby?
Also really damn, what the hell is the situation? A moment Deja, a moment Digital Baby, this is not a mess. There's no messing around, at least they all have something in common, they're all the work of the bonobo state.
Human, this world, we take it.
The battle Tyrannosaurus beast opened its mouth in a cold voice, a voice so hoarse and hard to hear that it was hard to hear if one didn't listen carefully.
As its words just fell, its mouth unexpectedly condensed a huge fireball and sprayed it directly towards the ground.
The crowd was stunned as the fireballs fell from the sky, but a few cultivators with strong cultivation stepped forward and blew the fireballs away.
Countless flints splashed away in all directions.
Everyone, pay attention, Deja's strength is at most that of a transformation god, while these Digimon belong to an evolved form, and not all of them have evolved yet, but their strength has already reached transformation god completion. Don't let them continue to evolve, and fight them quickly. A cultivator shouted out. He more or less understood these digital beasts, and could continue to evolve, and Deja was only in its initial state now. Who knew if it would turn into Shining Deja, or something even more powerful? Shining Deja, another form of Deja, is very powerful, the exact strength of which is unclear, but in any case, it just can't be allowed to be Shining Deja. Hearing this cultivator's words, the crowd also understood that this was a hard battle. However, with these Digimon and Deja, the crowd was able to handle them for now, but 5 minutes later, the sky suddenly changed. Two large world passages appeared out of thin air, ghostly blue portals, unable to see what was inside. But in the next second, countless Ultraman and Digimon flew out of it and landed with a bang. The crowd was shocked that there were so many Ultraman and digital beasts, and the lowest was against the Yuaning realm, the highest was unclear. There are so many of them, how can we fight, where's Easy Sky? The crowd looked at so many enemies and really had no choice but to pin their hopes on Easy Heavenly Father. Other than him and the Easy sect, I'm afraid that no one can really solve it. On the Skydome, Chen Lan looked down at the Ultraman and Digimon below. All of them were very strong, not something the Dragonian could deal with right now. He transmitted a message to his men: everyone stop cultivating and bring the disciples back, foreign enemies are invading. Since these two worlds want to invade, let's fight and kill them all so they won't invade again. I am the father of Otter, listen humans of the blue planet, surrender now and we may let you live, otherwise, die. An Ultraman wearing a red cape stood in the sky and spoke in a cold voice that everyone in Dragon Kingdom could hear clearly. Damn man, it's you. An ice-cold to the extreme voice rang out, and a large aura hand violently appeared, grabbing the Father of Ultras in the middle of his hand and crushing it on the spot. Father of Otter, dead. The other Ultras are shocked when the Father of the Ultras is suddenly killed and rush to look left and right to try to find the killer. Damn it, who is it? Come out here, I can't spare him Terra. And me, I'm going to show him the power of Lord Zophi. The Digimon were also very surprised, they could sense how strong that Ultraman was just now, and they were instantly seconded? Who the hell is it? And only the humans knew by whom the Father of Otter had been killed, for the voice, they were more than familiar with. Ha! The Easy Heavenly Father is here, you guys are dead. When the Great Emperor strikes, it's really as terrifying as it is, giving the Father of Otter seconds in one go, it's too terrifying. These Ultramen are dead, and if they want to invade Blue Star, they have to think of the consequences. Kill them all. The crowd was incomparably exuberant, that hand just now, there was no one else but the Great Emperor. I am the free Heavenly Father. Intruders, die. As the words just fell, the sky instantly bloomed with countless brilliant and splendid fireworks, and countless Ultraman and digital beasts exploded one after another, their flesh and blood bursting and splattering, exploding into pieces and falling down. Even the most powerful Ultraman was not worth mentioning in front of Chen Lan. However, even after Chen Lan eliminated these Ultraman and digital beasts, the two world passages were still flying out Ultraman and digital beasts in a steady stream. It was as if they couldn't be killed, endlessly coming out of them, killing one after another. The crowd was surprised to see this. How many more Ultraman and Digimon were there after this kill? Heavenly, look! At this moment, a certain cultivator shouted out, reaching out and pointing somewhere in the sky. The crowd looked around and laughed with delight. Only to see that in the distance, there was a group of people coming densely, and at a glance, they were countless, amounting to hundreds of millions of people. At the very front, the monstrous devil sovereign, the auspicious Kirin, and the Luotian dragon emperor walked at the very front, exuding the terrifying might of the heavenly emperor and the immortal emperor perfection, shaking the sky in all directions, causing countless cultivators and demonic beasts at the bottom who wanted to invade Dragon Kingdom to tremble with fear. Greetings, sovereign. The monstrous devil sovereign and the auspicious chilin as well as the Luotian dragon emperor suddenly knelt in unison in a certain direction. Although the crowd behind them could not see where Chen Lan was, they all reacted and knelt together, shouting in unison. Greetings, Patriarch. The sound was monstrous and resounded through the heavens. It was like a thunderous roar that could be heard by all of Dragon Kingdom, shocking the people. This was the Prosperity sect, that most invincible sect that countless people wanted to join, and at this moment, they had come. And it was the entire clan that came out, this battle, it was too spectacular. At this moment, the field was divided into two formations, on one side were the Ultraman and digital beasts, and on the other side were the people of the Easy sect. The atmosphere was extremely depressing, and all of the people were eyeing each other intently. As long as the Patriarch gave an order, they would all launch an attack. The disciples of the Free Sect listened to the order. In an instant, the sky exploded with Chen Lan's voice, which spread across 10,000 miles of Dragon Kingdom, and everyone could hear it clearly. Yes. The crowd spoke in unison, incomparably loud.
Kill them all. Yes. Kill them all. The monstrous demon sovereign shouted sternly and took the lead. His body moved and instantly arrived in front of an Ultraman, blasting out with a fist. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of explosions rang out, and hundreds of Ultraman exploded into a beam of energy that dissipated directly into the sky. Devil Abyss Sword, Heaven Slaughtering Sword Technique. The monstrous heavenly devil shouted and drew out a sword blade that was black in color and still filled with an evil black aura, the very same devilish aura. Although he is a good person, but also practiced the magic power, belonging to the righteousness and evil magic power together with dual cultivation, also positive and evil. With a sword slash, a stern black sword she cut through the sky, and countless Ultraman and Digimon died violently as a result. Seeing that the monstrous demon sovereign had charged up, the disciples were not idle either, each one of them letting out angry shouts and charging towards the enemy. Kill, and slash at their heads with the great sword. Kill them all of them, so that they can't come back. Never thought I'd have another day to kill an Ultraman, it's so damn exciting. Still talking so much, just kill and be done with it. Boom boom boom. The two sides of the great battle was at once, the various energy rays of the Ultraman shot around, but they were all casually resisted by the disciples with their bodies, and the sword she was hard slashed, which was not at all a matter of course. In front of a group of cultivators who had been practicing for decades, they, Ultraman and Digimon, had no chance of winning. Watching Dragon Kingdom fall into a melee, Chen Lan was prepared to enter those two worlds and completely destroy them to put an end to future troubles. But just then, a strange scene occurred. To his amazement, he realized that time was turning back, and everyone's movements began to reverse as if they had been pressed into reverse. Someone wants to turn back time? But soon, Chen Lan realized something was wrong, everyone's movements were lagging, and then began to rapidly rewind again. In an instant, he understood that this wasn't some kind of time reversal, this was someone shuttling through time and space, this was a time disturbance that occurred from shuttling through time and space. That person wanted to go back to whatever time he wanted to go back to, but whatever time he went back to, it would annoy him. Because he'd only just struck out to wipe out those Ultraman and Digimon, and he didn't want to start all over again. Stop it for me. Chen Lan snorted coldly as a ray of green time Dao power surrounded him, and he also utilized the power of the time Dao to fight against his opponent. In a flash, time seemed to have a major accident, everyone went forward for a while, and backward for a while, like a card bug inside the game. If this continues, I'm afraid that time in this world will collapse as a result. Chen Lan's forehead broke out into some cold sweat, the other party's attainment of the Tao of Time was not below him, this was a confrontation of the Tao of Time. I'm afraid that his opponent's strength was on par with his, and this was the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. The two streams of time Tao force were clashing against each other. Chen Lan unexpectedly heard the space resounding with the sound of a clicking rupture, causing him to be startled. Could it be that time was about to shatter? He didn't know what the effects of time shattering would be, but it certainly wasn't good, but he couldn't stop. Enough, those who disturb the time are punished. A voice exploded in Chen Lan's mind. In an instant, the heavens and earth stood still as a powerful time Tao force violently rushed towards Chen Lan. It's you again. Chen Lan was angry, he heard that voice clearly just now. It was the old man sitting by the river of time who struck again. He was certain that the old man's strength far exceeded that of a supreme emperor, an existence he could not defeat, but he was not afraid. This was the first time that Chen Lan had ever cursed, and he rarely cursed unless he was very angry. In an instant, a closed vertical pupil appeared between Chen Lan's eyebrows, which snapped open and blossomed into an endless light that dazzled the world. An eye-catching pillar of light burst out from the vertical pupil and shot towards the time Tao force. This was Chen Lan's most powerful divine ability, the God-extinguishing pupil light. The divine ability comprehended by the first level of Heaven's Eye was extremely powerful, more powerful than any of his own other spiritual art divine abilities, as it was Erlangshen's innate divine ability, and no one could have it except for him, unless he revealed this divine ability. Against this old man, Chen Lan didn't dare to slack off. This was the most powerful enemy he had ever encountered, not knowing how many times stronger than him. Boo! The time Tao force and the God-extinguishing pupil light collided with each other, erupting with endless divine light, space shattered, and terrifying spiritual power and Tao force spread out in all directions, incomparably terrifying.
Chen Lan's figure violently retreated millions of meters before barely stopping.
Heavenly eyes? Yang Jian has taught you all this divine power?
That old man's voice resounded through the sky.
None of your business, come again if you have the ability.
Chen Lan spoke in a cold voice. His current aura could at most use the god-extinguishing pupil light 3 more times. This divine ability consumed too much, but it was fine to withstand this old man's attack. No, I'm a reasonable person, I'll punish you just once. It's me who underestimated you. Next time don't let me catch a chance or I'll use my full strength to punish you.
At those words, Chen Lan's heart shook. Hadn't even used his full strength in that powerful attack just now? What kind of terrifying existence was that old man, and what realm was above the Supreme Emperor? The next second, time resumed and the crowd was still fighting, but they didn't even seem to realize what was happening. As for Chen Lan, who was above the sky dome, blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. This was the second time he had been injured. Seeing the blood, Chen Lan's eyes filled with wariness and a strong desire to become stronger. Too weak, too weak. He was still too weak. He had to become stronger and properly settle the score with that old man. After having a goal, Chen Lan felt energized now. The Supreme Emperor was far from the end. He wanted to become even stronger, to become an existence that anyone would fear. At that moment, the sound of space shattering resounded once again, and a huge figure appeared out of nowhere, descending from the sky. This body covered the sky, and if it fell, it would definitely crush the entire Dragon Kingdom. Seeing this, Chen Lan used his aura to lift it up, and when he took a closer look, he realized that it was actually an Ultraman as well. He had watched Ultraman when he was a kid and knew something about Ultraman, but he recognized this Ultraman the first moment he saw it. Noah Altman. All silver in color with wings on his back, it is indeed Noah's Ultraman without a doubt.
According to his understanding, Noah Altman had the ability to travel through time and space, a special ability given by that Noah's wing behind him.
However, he could sense that the energy of light in this Noah's Ultraman was a bit weak, and it seemed that the one who traveled through time and space earlier to try to save the other Ultramans was him, and that he should have failed to beat that old man, and been fucked down. Slowly, the body shrank and stood in the sky, its gaze fixed on Chen Lan.
Human, you deserve to die for abusing the people of the Kingdom of Light.
Noah Ultraman spoke in a cold voice.
As one of the mysterious 4AO, he had incomparably powerful strength himself, and was also the Ultraman guarding the universe, so he wasn't afraid of Chen Lan at all.
Noisy. Chen Lan didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and directly blasted out a fist. Boo!
Noah Altman flew straight backwards, but he quickly stopped. The crowd at the bottom were too surprised to make a sound when they saw these two figures go to war.
That's easy, Heavenly Father, that's Noah Altman, who's the most awesome of the two of them?
I don't know, Noah is one of the mysterious 4 oracles, his strength is extraordinary. I'm afraid that he also has the realm of a supreme great emperor. This is perhaps the strongest enemy that the great emperor has encountered so far. Impossible, the great emperor is the most awesome, he can definitely win.
Honestly, it's an honor to observe this great battle. Noah Ultraman, the incredibly powerful Ultraman set inside the Ultraman world, has now come to reality, so who will win?
Your body is very strong, it is condensed from the light of the universe, similar to mine.
Chen Lan smiled faintly. Humans are also worthy to be compared to me?
Noah laughed coldly, his wings blossomed out behind him, his speed was incomparably fast, and he suddenly disappeared. In the next second, he appeared behind Chen Lan and blasted out with a fist, and that fist also carried a blazing flame.
However, I have the avenue of power.
Chen Lan continued, turning back and blasting out a fist.
Boo! The two fists clashed, Noah Ultraman flew out directly backwards, and his right arm unexpectedly crumbled directly into Yang.
Seeing his right arm crumble to pieces, Noah's Ultraman was horrified that the human in front of him was hundreds of times more terrifying than he was.
Run!
A thought resounded in his mind, he couldn't die here, he would have to unite with the other mysterious 4 Eons in order to kill this human.
In the next second, Noah Altman's body disappeared and flew towards the world of light. I forgot to tell you that I know a little bit about the spatial avenue as well.
Chen Lan grinned as his figure similarly disappeared. In the next second, heaven and earth stood still, everyone stood still, Noah Altman likewise.
It's you, the one who just denied me time travel, it's you. Noah's Ultraman roared angrily. He had thought it was the voice that had stopped him, but he hadn't expected it to be this man, because the stillness felt very familiar. It's too late to know. Chen Lan spoke in a cold voice, pulling out his red longsword and slashing towards Noah's Ultraman, a stern sword chi instantly bursting out. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color and became blood red, as if the end was coming. Noah's Ultraman was reduced to two halves in shock, slowly turning into a wisp of light that dissipated into the sky. At once, heaven and earth returned to normal, and the people were still fighting, but Noah Altman was dead. Noah Altman, gone. Someone on the ground noticed the sky and realized that Noah Altman was gone. Is it dead, or has it run away? But soon, they saw Chen Lan's figure, flying directly into the middle of the world of Ultraman. Is this going over for the big kill? Sovereign has entered the world, everyone follow me and charge in. The monstrous devil bellowed harshly, his speed of killing the enemy became much faster, and he took the lead in leading the crowd to rush into the world of Light Country. Half an hour later. Just as the crowd was waiting in anticipation, the sky resounded with the sound of Hongmeng. The land of light and the Digimon world have been taken over, so you may enter to loot them. Chen Lan's voice resounded through the sky, and countless people could hear it, instantly becoming exuberant. One by one, individuals can't wait and scramble to be the first to rush to those two worlds. Both worlds had been captured and were waiting for the crowd to grab the resources. Cultivators from all over Dragon Kingdom rushed towards those two worlds. Even those outsiders, that is, those who came from the Green Sky Immortal world, they all rushed towards those two worlds. After all, those were two worlds, and anyone would want to grab some resources. Prosperity Sect. Patriarch's Palace. When Chen Lan returned here, he understood and sat cross-legged. Noah Ultraman's body actually has such a rich amount of time Tao rhythm and space Tao rhythm, it's really heaven's help. With a thought, two strands of Tao rhythms flew out of the Dantian, the very two Tao rhythms of time and space. Looking at these two strands of Tao rhythms, Chen Lan smiled. These two strands of Tao rhythms were very powerful, they were drained of Noah's Ultraman to have them. He felt that he might be able to break through to minor accomplishment if he refined the two strands of Tao rhythm. But there wasn't much hope, because space and time were very difficult, much too difficult compared to all the other great Tao, and with Daoyun it might not even be possible to refine them quickly. It gets harder the further back you go. Thinking of this, Chen Lan thought of that old man again. He had luckily blocked one of his opponent's moves, but his opponent hadn't even used his full strength. Just how strong is it? How exaggerated is one's attainment of the way of time to become a caretaker of the river of time? Chen Lan had no way of knowing these things, only knowing that he still needed to become stronger now, with the goal of surpassing that old man. Chen Lan refined the two strands of Tao rhythms together, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend the two great Tao. Time waits for no one, and you'll need to work twice as hard if you want to get stronger. The long river of time. An old man in shorts and short sleeves with a fishing rod placed on the long river of time to fish. But there wasn't a single fish in the river, so what was he fishing for? But the next second, he actually fished for something. Not a fish, but an extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasure. The old man didn't even look at it and gently raised his eyebrows, and the innate spirit treasure flew back into the river as he continued to throw his unbaited hook down the river. I didn't expect that kid to grow so fast, it really answered his words back then. The old man laughed inexplicably, his mind recalling a sunny, cheerful teenager standing in front of him with a sword. Master, one day, I will become the strongest person in this world. He nodded with a smile. But soon the happy teenager was no more, replaced by a wretched man with his hands and feet pinned down, ready to be sent to the lower world. Master, my disciple is unfilial, I can't accompany you anymore. If my disciple can live, I will kill through this heaven and earth. Before he could do anything, his favorite disciple was sent to the lower realms, never to return. Just as he was still reminiscing, a familiar voice rang out. Elder, I'm here again, please teach me more. The old man looked back and realized that Chen Lan was not far away. Seeing this, his smile froze and he resumed his serious countenance. This is not a place for you to just come and go as you please, get out. After saying that, the old man blasted out with a palm,
and Chen Lan's eyes glazed over as he returned the attack with all his might. But even then, he was blasted back hundreds of thousands of miles before barely stopping.
So strong, but I'm not giving up.
Chen Lan bellowed and charged up again. Gathering the Tao power of many great avenues, a single fist blasted out, and endless Tao power erupted together, and space shook. In terms of using the great Tao, in front of me, you're still a bit young. The old man spoke expressionlessly. Similarly, his fist condensed multiple avenues. Seeing the Tao power on the old man's fist, Chen Lan was violently startled. What a terrifying Tao power, his compared to the old man is like fluorescent light compared to the white moon, completely incomparable. All of these great avenues, I'm afraid that all of them have already become more than small, and there are one or two that are large. He had only reached the great completion of the Soul Avenue up to this point, and was completely inferior to the old man. Sure enough, as he thought, the two fists faced each other, and he flew directly out of the river of time, out of sight. Watching Chen Lan fly out, the corners of the old man's mouth lifted slightly as he shook his head and laughed bitterly. This brat, he's really just as tenacious as he was in his previous life. Let's hope it helps him though, I can only help so much.
Cool.
In the Sovereign Hall, Chen Lan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he realized that his time avenue had grown. It was as if when he was sparring with that old man, some of the other party's Tao power flew into him, giving him some insight.
Take a break and then go back and cut him.
Chen Lan had already seen the old man as a target, as the saying goes, teach the disciple and starve the master.
He wants to learn from the old man, become the old man, and surpass the old man, and that is his ultimate goal. He had no ill will towards the old man, he simply wanted to defeat the strong man. This desire to win and lose is one of the things that led to his gradual rise to number one in the game. As long as you play long enough, you can drain all the players and become number one. Chen Lan sat cross-legged and continued to enlighten the other great Tao. Kunlun Mountain.
An old man lay on a chaise longue, looking at the turquoise blue sky and swaying gently. Fan the bushel fan in your hand and fan out a gust of breeze to drive away the scorching heat of summer. And next to the old man, there was a wooden bed with a handsome man lying on it. In a short while, it seemed that the man gradually woke up because of the blinding sunlight, and the first thing he did was to look at the old man next to him, trying to get up immediately in alarm. But the pain in his body woke him up, completely unable to move, and moving was a sharp pain.
Who are you? Why am I here? Let me go. Do you know who I am?
The man shouted angrily, trying to scare off the old man. But what I didn't expect was that the old man turned his head with a smile, then pointed to the sky is clearing up, and that dark cloud that's pressing down on our heads will soon be dispersed, and we'll be able to go back to the old days.
What are you babbling about? I don't understand. The man said, puzzled and angry.
I naturally know who you are, a great general of the heavenly court, the heavenly puff marshal, who once swept through the Shin dust realm with a nine-toothed nail rake, but accidentally messed with a great power and was suppressed for hundreds of years.
But that mighty one doesn't seem to want to hurt you, just want you to quit fretting in your mind, quit being angry, manic, greedy. That's why you've been given a nickname, the name of the 8 Ring. Have you just forgotten about me? The 8 Rings.
At these words, the man's face went wide with shock, and looking carefully at the old man, he blurted out 4 words.
Your monkey?
4 days rushed by.
Antarctica.
In a place where icebergs crisscross the landscape and the temperature is just below zero, making one's body shiver, there is a barefoot woman walking on the cold ice. The woman only had a single thin gauze dress on her body, which was somewhat transparent but still covered important parts, and the lower half of her face was veiled, making it impossible to see her front face clearly, but her eyes were beautiful, with long eyelashes, and her pupils were surprisingly azure blue, blinking her eyes as she silently looked into the distance. Eyes showing doubt, he scratched his head dully and said, Here, where is it?
Rumble.
As soon as the words fell, the iceberg in the distance suddenly crumbled and collapsed with a loud rumbling sound, frightening the girls' bodies and hastily looking that way. Only to see a huge beast with a huge body, comparable to Tarzan, which was enough to cover the sky and the sun, break through the ice and roar up to the sky. Its sound was deafening, scaring away all the penguins and causing those icebergs around it to crumble.
The woman stared blankly at the behemoth, not moving, but not afraid either. Aren't you afraid?
At that moment, an abrupt voice rang out, startling the woman and causing her to shiver violently and turn her head to look. Only to see a handsome beyond words boy standing next to her, looking at her with a smile and saying, "Me? I'm not afraid, it's kinda cute, no?" The woman pointed to herself, then to the behemoth, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. "Don't you think it's cute?" Chen Lan looked at the huge beast, covered in raised ice spikes, sharp teeth, and a pair of wings formed from ice crystals, with a body like a bird but a head like a dog. Not cute at all. Cute? Not really. Chen Lan helplessly shook his head and laughed. Really, I think it's cute and I want to save it as it is now. The woman smiled and waved her right hand, a little bit of brilliant blue starlight spilling out of her hand. That giant beast, unexpectedly, suddenly stopped, and then its entire body slowly formed ice, until finally, it became a huge ice sculpture. Your ability is very special. Chen Lan looked at this miraculous scene and looked at the woman with a faint smile. Without any cultivation, but with the Tao power of the Avenue of Ice, he could freeze everything into an ice sculpture. Anything could freeze, and with just a wave of his hand, a long-sleeping Saint King realm demonic beast just froze. And that was why he had withdrawn from his state of cultivation to come to the South Pole. 10 minutes ago, he was still comprehending the Great Tao, but he sensed the appearance of a new Great Tao. The feeling was icy, as if it was an iceberg that must not be approached. He then suspected that it was the Great Tao of Ice. Having come here and encountered this woman who was out of place in her environment, he was certain that the other party was the possessor of the Avenue of Ice. I don't know, I've been like this all my life. The woman's eyes suddenly grew slightly darker, as if there was something from the past that she didn't want to bring up. Chen Lan was just about to say something when a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind him. Lan, what are you doing here? Chen Lan turned around and realized that it was Luo Tao, but he wasn't surprised. He had already known that these people were coming, his divine sense could observe it. On top of that, there was Yen Yu and Guing who were both there, their own brothers and Taoists. However, Chen Lan wasn't worried because none of them knew his identity. Chen Lan, why are you here? Yen Yu asked suspiciously. Honestly, she hadn't seen Chen Lan in a long time. Ever since she joined the Easy sect, she was no longer the principal and hadn't spoken to Chen Lan, and after the Orchid Fairy died, that competition wasn't held, so she didn't have the chance to contact Chen Lan and slowly faded away. It was only now that I saw Chen Lan that I remembered. I seem to have seen you somewhere. Guing scratched her head, and even though it was a small movement, the waves were still raging. Fairy, have you forgotten, last time you saved both of us? Luo Tao, who was on the side, laughed. Oh, it's you, that boy I saved by the way. I didn't expect us to be so lucky to meet again. Guing also remembered and said with a sudden realization. Yes, what a fate. Chen Lan laughed, while the woman on the side was a bit dumbfounded, not knowing who these people were. Soon, Luo Tao noticed the woman, not that the woman was beautiful, after all, there was a veil, only the eyes could be seen, but the woman's dress was strange. In this winter, it was surprising that she wore such a thin dress. If it was a cultivator that would be reasonable, because it could be used to drive away the cold with aura. However, he couldn't feel any aura fluctuation in the woman, like an ordinary person, just like the three of them, who always had an aura boundary around their bodies to drive away the cold. Brother Lan, it's okay, this is your girlfriend? Luo Tao thought of something, brightened up and immediately laughed. Finally, Chen Lan got the hang of it and knew to look for a girlfriend, and the girl he found looked pretty good. Chen Lan did not explain. The more he explained the more he had to explain. It was better to just ignore it. Did you guys come over this time for a mission arranged by the Easy sect? Chen Lan asked. Yes, my master said that there was a strange change over here and asked me to come over to take a look, and it just so happened that I ran into these two senior sisters on the way, so I brought them along to see what's going on. Luo Tao nodded his head. I see, then you guys take your time to watch, I'll leave first. Chen Lan laughed as he grabbed the woman's hand and disappeared. Watching Chen Lan leave, Luo Tao complained, this kid took off without even saying a word, too much of a brother. While Yen Yu's eyes were a bit complicated, she always felt that Chen Lan resembled someone, whether it was his voice or wherever, it seemed like. She couldn't forget the vague image of herself traveling to another world that day, the man, who was close to Chen Lan. Could it be that Chen Lan really saved her? However, she felt that it was the loose Heavenly Father who saved her, which caused a slight shock in her heart. Could it be that Chen Lan was the loose Heavenly Father? The thought had occurred to her a long time ago, and she had asked about it. That time it had come from a woman's sixth sense, and this time it was the same. Prosperity Sect. Patriarch's Palace. Chen Lan returned here with the woman. Chen Lan then released his hand and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I subconsciously grabbed your hand, I hope you don't mind. But he froze when he saw the woman's face. At this moment, the woman looked at the hand he had just grabbed with a misplaced, surprised expression that seemed to be incredulous. What's wrong with you? Chen Lan asked suspiciously. It's hard not to be a clean yellow girl who can't even grab her hand? So now you're not going to be responsible for this, are you? He knew that some places had a unique custom of touching a girl and then having to marry her. It couldn't be that this woman was it. But the next moment, the words that came out of the woman's mouth made him freeze. How can you touch me? How can this be possible? No one can touch me except him. Who are you? After saying that, the woman snapped her head up to stare intently into Chen Lan's eyes, eager for an answer. My name is Chen Lan, and you? My name is Ice Blue, the princess of the Kingdom of Ice. Ice Blue laughed, but her mind was recalling the name Chen Lan. After a while, she spoke again. You seem like a friend of mine whose name is just one word away from yours. He's called Yilan. Yilan? Chen Lan was slightly stunned. There was really a difference of one word. However, he's been gone for a long time, so I'm afraid I'll never have the chance to see him again. Ice Blue smiled sadly, and the atmosphere became sad. If you don't mind, I can be your friend. Chen Lan laughed. His main purpose was to recruit this woman. After all, he could see that the other party had no cultivation. It was possible that she was unable to cultivate, but she herself came with the avenue of ice. If she was cultivated, she might be able to move the avenue of ice into a great completion or consummation, and that would be comparable to a heavenly emperor as well. Any Tao that reached perfection was comparable to a heavenly emperor, and perhaps to a supreme emperor. Each of the 3,000 avenues was not simple, and any avenue that reached perfection could possess incomparable strength. Really? Ice Blue suddenly became excited and laughed joyfully. Yeah, you're the second person to come across me without ice. I'm glad to make friends with you, Chen Lan. Bing Lan extended his hand, wanting to shake Chen Lan's hand. I'm happy too. Chen Lan shook hands with him and smiled slightly. Not bad, another right-hand man. By the way, where is this place? Ice Blue asked suspiciously as he looked around. This is my clan, the Easy Sect. You can stay here from now on. With me here, no one can bully you. Wow, that's awesome. I've heard that people who can start a clan are very powerful. I didn't expect you to have your own clan at such a young age. Chen Lan smiled and asked rhetorically, you just said that I was the second one to be able to run into you. Why would you say that? Could it be that there is something wrong with your physique? Upon hearing this, Ice Blue's smile gradually solidified and returned to the melancholy and sad expression from before, sighing. I wasn't like this when I was small. Ever since that year, when I accidentally left my home and came to a frozen place, after touching a peculiar stone, I became like this. But anyone who comes close to me will feel the cold, and anyone who touches me will instantly freeze. People say this is a curse on me, a curse that can't be lifted, and since then, no one dares to come near me. But one day, Yilan came. He happened to be passing by, and it was the Dragonian New Year Lantern Festival, so I snuck out, and I had a magic treasure given to me by my father, which could temporarily dispel the coldness in my body, and allowed me to move around freely, but I couldn't touch anyone. That day, the accident came. A group of robbers came. I exposed my identity in order to save a child, but those robbers were very strong. All of them were in the Mahayana realm. They came here just for me, because they heard that I had a secret on me, so they wanted to take me back to study it. It was Yilan who saved me. That was the day he touched my hand, and he didn't freeze. After listening to Ice Blue's words, Chen Lan was silent. He looked at his hands. He didn't have any special physique. Why would there be no ice? Do you know why? Chen Lan asked. I don't know, but my family had asked a witch to divine for me once, and she said that there will always be that one person who will ignore my curse, and he's the one I'm looking for. Ice Blue recalled, looking towards Chen Lan. I don't know why, but it's strange that both of your names are only one word apart, and both of you are ineffective against my curse. Chen Lan shook his head. He wasn't sure. Do you remember where that rock of yours is? Remember, that's where I came from. Ice Blue nodded.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lan froze slightly and spoke, "Where is it?" If that stone had put a curse on Ice Blue, and that curse had favored her with the avenue of ice that no one else had, then, that stone must still have surviving ice avenue Dao rhythms. As long as he absorbed it, he would be able to have one more avenue. "Alright, I'll take you there." Bing Lan nodded, and Chen Lan immediately took her back there. Antarctica. Luo Tao and the others had already disposed of the giant beast's corpse and left. Chen Lan and Ice Blue re-entered this place, and under Ice Blue's guidance, he came to the entrance of a ruptured iceberg cave. "I just came out of here, and that rock is in there." "Well, why have you been sleeping with that rock until now?" "It's Yilan, he said that there will be a great disaster in the future, and told me to come here early, saying that the stone will give me a different kind of power, and that it will protect me alive, so I came in," Ice Blue said. It was this Yilan again. Chen Lan was silent. It seemed that this Yilan was also an important person. Since he knew that the world reincarnation would come, he should be alive too. I wonder who it is. While thinking about it, Chen Lan walked in, and within a short time, he saw a huge blue ice crystal clear in appearance, comparable to the height of a small mountain, as if it was a large block of ice, emanating an icy cold temperature. "This is the stone, be careful not to touch it lest a curse be placed on it," Ice Blue reminded. Chen Lan nodded, "Don't worry, I'll be careful." After saying that, he pressed one hand on the ice crystal, scaring Ice Blue. "Are you crazy?" But nothing happened. Chen Lan frowned, took his hand away and pressed on it, over and over again, but nothing happened at all. Ice Blue made a puzzled sound. "It didn't work? Is it hard to believe that the stone is no longer useful?" Chen Lan let go of his hand. Just when he wanted to say something, he saw the Ice Blue face suddenly changed, became alarmed, pointing at his feet surprised. You iced." Chen Lan looked down and realized that his feet had turned into ice, and it was still spreading up at a very fast speed. He was violently shocked and wanted to escape, but he found that he couldn't move. His body was also freezing, and in just 3 seconds, it had spread to his neck. "It's fine, I can fix it." Chen Lan was on cloud 9. Just after that, his whole body froze. How could this happen? Bing Lan was confused, and she directly went up to touch Chen Lan. "The friends you've managed to come out and make are just going to leave? It's her fault. It's her fault." Tears fell like rain, and a single tear flowed out of Ice Blue's eye socket, turning into ice crystals and falling to the ground, but suddenly, she raised her head violently and quieted down, quietly pressing her ear close to Chen Lan's chest, her eyes wide open. "It's a heartbeat. Chen Lan still has a heartbeat. He's not dead." Chen Lan opened his eyes and realized that he was in a blue space with nothing but an endless blue color. And the blue was more like an ice blue, somewhat crystalline, as if he was inside an ice crystal and could feel the cold around him. "Where is this place? Anyone?" Chen Lan was puzzled and opened his mouth to ask around. The only thing that responded to him was an echo of himself. There didn't seem to be anyone else here but him, so how to get out? Chen Lan began to walk around casually. He realized that there wasn't any exit here, and surprisingly, he had no cultivation in his body. He couldn't use a single bit of aura. He had become immortal and was a little uncomfortable. And just then, an ice crystal suddenly protruded in front of him, which was slowly getting bigger until it became the same height as him. Click! The ice crystal slowly ruptured, and surprisingly slowly turned into a human-shaped ice crystal, with hands and feet, no different from humans. Slowly, the ice crystals stopped being ice crystals and surprisingly turned into human skin, then into a female and still naked. The woman that this ice crystal transformed into was beautiful, beautiful beyond words, and had a cold temperament, as if she was an extremely cold ice cube, the kind that no one was allowed to get close to. "Master, you're finally here." The woman opened her eyes, and the first thing she said when she saw Chen Lan was to address her master. Upon hearing this, Chen Lan was slightly stunned, and with a wave of his hand, he put on a set of robes for the woman. This kind of clothing-type magic treasure, of which he had many, could automatically become the right size according to the individual's body, with no fear of being ill-fitting at all. "Who are you and why are you calling me master?" Chen Lan opened his mouth in doubt. He didn't even know when he had collected such a thing. "You can turn into a human at will, and you can talk.
Master, you have always been my master, only you have forgotten me, but I have always remembered my last meeting with you, 600 years, 3 months and 12 days since I last saw you. At those words, Chen Lan did not know what to say, surprisingly remembering so much, but he had no impression at all. I'm your master, so what's the deal with Ice Blue? How did she come to possess the power of cold ice? Because she accidentally bumped into me, that's what led to that. I was originally left here by my master to be retrieved after implementing the plan, but she accidentally barged in and bumped into me, causing a trace of the Tao power of the Avenue of Ice to enter her body, but fortunately, her physique is very special, and she was able to absorb the Tao power of the Avenue of Ice, but at the cost of not being able to cultivate, and if she wanted to cultivate, she must give up the great Tao. Chen Lan froze. If he wanted to cultivate, he had to give up the great Tao. This was too cruel. It's better to let Ice Blue decide this choice for himself. So what did you have me come here for? For the return. After saying that, the woman walked straight towards Chen Lan and gently placed her hands on Chen Lan's chest, the extreme coldness causing the body of Chen Lan, who had no cultivation, to tremble. It's so cold, it's like a block of ice suddenly placed on your chest in the middle of winter. In the next second, a miraculous scene appeared. The woman's hands unexpectedly went straight through Chen Lan's chest and slowly walked in, fusing with him. Feeling the extremely icy cold chi within his body, Chen Lan felt his cultivation slowly recovering while the cold chi swam within him, and wherever it went, his meridians, roots and bones froze into ice. This is the Tao force of the Avenue of Ice. It's cleansing my body, giving me cold ice power throughout my entire body. This can't be done, it's too wasteful. Chen Lan immediately sat cross-legged, channeling the Tao force of the Avenue of Ice and introducing it into his dantian. He would refine this Tao force and step into the Ice Avenue, and his own body could use the devouring devil technique to devour all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures, and he would be able to possess the power of cold ice in the future as well. And Taoist power is different, less is less, it's hard to find, you can't waste it. As Chen Lan slowly refined and comprehended the great Tao, horrifying things happened in the outside world. What to do? It's my fault, I'm the one who got him into trouble. Ice Blue was guarding Chen Lan's ice sculpture at this time. By now more than 10 minutes had passed. Chen Lan still showed no signs of being awake, but his heart was beating. What the hell is going on here? Roar! Right at this moment, dozens of giant beasts' roars suddenly resounded again in the outside world, causing Ice Blue's body to tremble and rush outside to see what was going on. As soon as they went out, what met their eyes were dozens of huge beasts just as huge as before, each of them at the same king's perfection realm, and even at the quasi-emperor realm, and there were 7 or 8 of them at the quasi-emperor realm. This was a very terrifying legion of behemoths, and if it was placed in Dragon Kingdom, many people would surely die as a result. But in the next second, these giant beasts actually came towards Ice Blue's direction, scaring him into a panic. What should I do? I can't handle so many demonic beasts. If I let them step on Chen Lan, the consequences will definitely be unimaginable. Bing Lan said nervously, his mind frantically thinking of a solution. But as the behemoths got closer and closer, she still couldn't think of anything to do, and right now it was all about fighting and stalling for Chen Lan. Thinking of this, Ice Blue rushed up with determination. She couldn't stand by and watch her second friend disappear any longer, not to mention that he was so much more like him, that was even more so. Ice Blue rushed not far from the giant beast, panting. Without cultivation, she was just an ordinary person, only able to use the Avenue of Ice. Give me, stop! Ice Blue shouted, and an incomparably cold aura erupted from his body, sweeping across the entire field, a frigid aura going straight to the clouds, and a fierce wind. An extremely cold and furious wind blew towards those giant beasts, and countless snowflakes fell from the sky. Cats, only to hear the sound of an object icing, those behemoths unexpectedly from head to toe, slowly icing. The behemoths issued a furious roar, but to no avail, can only watch themselves icing, become a huge ice sculpture standing above the South Pole again and again. Seeing this, Ice Blue sat paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily. Having consumed a huge amount of cold ice power, his body entered a weakened state. It's worth it, though. Ice Blue grinned and looked back to Chen Lan's position. Seeing the ice sculpture, his eyes showed worry. He didn't know when Chen Lan would wake up. Click! But right at this moment, a sound like glass shattering kept ringing out, and Ice Blue turned his head violently, his pupils contracted violently, and he was dumbstruck. Only the giant beast ice sculpture was now slowly breaking apart, about to break free.
I still can't do it?
Ice Blue despaired. Her cold ice power was too small, she was powerless to stop it. She had never wished for more of her cold ice power like she did today, so that she could save Chen Lan. At this point, she was already breathless, she didn't even have the strength to run away, her legs were soft, she could only watch as those giant beasts broke free of the ice seal, roared up to the sky, and rapidly approached towards her position.
Run!
Just then, a voice rang out, and Ice Blue froze slightly, turning his head to look, revealing a look of surprise.
It's him!
He only saw Luo Tao shouting in the distance, and with Yen Yu and Guing in tow, they were flying towards this side in a hurry. They had originally left this place and returned to the Prosperity sect, but a few minutes ago, they sensed another abnormality over here and came over again. I didn't expect to see dozens of ice sculptures standing there as soon as they came over, making them feel surprised. Obviously there weren't any before. When did they appear?
They wanted to find out what was going on, but in the end, just as they came this way, they saw that those giant beasts had broken through the ice seal and were rushing towards Ice Blue.
This is Chen Lan's girlfriend. He did not even drink the wedding wine. How can he let his brother's girlfriend die here?
Luo Tao's speed soared to the extreme, pulling out a long spear and forcefully inserting it into the eyes of a giant beast that rushed at the front. The other party roared in pain and fury.
Run! Get out of here!
Luo Tao turned around and shouted towards Bing Lan.
Guing hurriedly came to Luo Tao's side to help block these giant beasts. Her strength after more than 10 years of cultivation in the ghost world, as well as easy Heavenly Father in the game to send her pills and techniques, she has long since come to the Sacred King, barely able to block.
Sister Yen Yu, quickly take her out of here! Guing shouted while pulling more than 10 demonic beasts.
Yen Yu came to Bing Lan's side and helped him up. Are you alright? Let's leave here first.
No, Chen Lan is there, can't go.
Bing Lan said excitedly, pointing towards that cave. Yen Yu was violently startled and hurriedly used his divine sense to look at that cave, only to see that Chen Lan was indeed there and had been transformed into an ice sculpture.
What's going on here?
Yen Yu was surprised. How come Chen Lan turned into an ice sculpture? Wasn't he fine earlier? Run, there are still quasi-emperor demonic beasts in here.
Luo Tao said in alarm.
No, Chen Lan is there. Yen Yu shouted, pointing towards the cave entrance. Luo Tao was startled violently, and hurriedly looked, and saw his good brother, his body shaking. This is really screwed up. His master entered the ghost world with the others to cultivate, and now it is just the three of them outside, and the sound transmission can't travel through the world at all, so the only way is to enter into the ghost world and then seek his master's help. In just the time it took to go back and forth, Chen Lan was afraid that he had already been trampled to death by these demonic beasts.
Can't go, can't give up on Chen Lan.
Suddenly, Luo Tao's eyes lit up and he hurriedly shouted, Quick, go move Chen Lan. Upon hearing this, Yen Yu also snapped out of it, almost forgetting that the ice sculpture could be moved. She immediately brought Ice Blue to instantly flash next to Chen Lan, wanting to directly pluck Chen Lan and take him away. But when she hugged Chen Lan and tried to pull it up with force, she realized that no matter how much force she exerted, she could not pull it out, as if it was connected to the blue star. What the hell is this? It was the first time Yen Yu had seen something so strange that she couldn't even pull it up, and she was in the Sing King realm. She used her spiritual power to cut the ice on the bottom of Chen Lan's feet again. It still didn't do anything. It didn't work at all. This ice just didn't look like ice. It was more like some kind of indestructible material that couldn't be destroyed. It was just too weird. Boo! At this time, Luo Tao suddenly flew in and crashed heavily into an ice wall, falling to the ground.
Luo Tao!
Yen Yu shouted in surprise and rushed over. No, quasi-emperor realm demonic beasts, I can't deal with them, go find my master, I'll give up and fight them. Luo Tao spat out blood and stood up with great difficulty, his body staggered as if he was about to fall again in the next second. He braced one hand on the ice wall and let himself catch his breath, then thought about charging out again.
Luo Tao, there is no way for you to deal with it now, let's go first and go back to move help.
Yen Yu stopped it, rushing out now would be like getting killed. They couldn't even fight against those behemoths with their strength, so they could only move for help. No, I am not going to give up on Chen Lan, I can come this far thanks to him, my Luo Tao's life is all from him, it's long gone.
Luo Tao glared at Yen Yu and rushed out once again.
If it wasn't for Chen Lan, he wouldn't have the strength he had today, and I'm afraid that he wouldn't even have been able to join the easy sect in the first place, or know his master, all of which was given to him by Chen Lan.
This life too. He's not ungrateful.
Watching Luo Tao rush out, Yen Yu sighed, her eyes gradually firming up as she looked towards Bing Lan. You stay here to protect Chen Lan, I'll go help the two of them, and as soon as Chen Lan wakes up, immediately take him away. Just now when she hugged Chen Lan, she felt the other party's resounding heartbeat. Obviously not dead, there is a chance of awakening. Now, he only hoped that Chen Lan would wake up and leave this place. After the explanation, Yen Yu also rushed out. Chen Lan used to be her student, and later was her employee. She is also a member of the Immortal Cultivator Management Department. Since when this identity, we have to take responsibility, to be a person, can afford to be on their own on the line. Watching Yen Yu rush out as well, Bing Lan was filled with anxiety, tears welling up in her eyes, nervously clasping her hands together and praying to the heavens, hoping that the heavens would be able to save Chen Lan.
Boo!
There was another loud noise, still something flew in, and Ice Blue was shocked when he followed the sound. This time, it was still Luo Tao, and this time, he was not so lucky. Luo Tao hit the ice wall and spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath was shriveled and he seemed to be on the verge of death.
Damn, are these demonic beasts that strong?
Luo Tao muttered in despair as blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. He couldn't fight with Yen Yu and Guing, he just killed about 10 demonic beasts, the others remained alive and well.
Looks like we're really going to die here today.
Thinking of this, Luo Tao turned his head to look at the Chen Lan ice sculpture and revealed a smile.
Damn it, I can't see your wedding or make you my best man. I'll be a brother in another life. Are you alright?
Bing Lan came to Luo Tao's side and checked his condition, realizing that he was dying from multiple injuries all over his body.
Sister-in-law, I'm fine.
Luo Tao laughed, at least he was able to see his brother's first girlfriend, no loss.
Boom boom.
At that moment, there were two more loud bangs, and it was Yen Yu and Guing who flew in, again hitting the ice wall heavily and falling to the ground. The two of them were unable to fight against those 7 or 8 quasi-emperor demonic beasts. They were toys in front of the other party, without the slightest resistance. It's too strong, the big brothers are all in the ghost realm, and the prosperous Heavenly Father doesn't know where he is anymore. I'm afraid we're really going to die here. Guing said in despair as blood flowed from the corner of her mouth.
That man, why hasn't he come yet? Does he not know, or does he say he doesn't want to be saved?
Guing was now incomparably looking forward to easy Heavenly Father coming down from the sky to save them. Yen Yu did the same, looking outside. Those behemoths were still a few seconds away, they were probably really going to die here.
Prosperous Heavenly Father, where are you? Who?
A roar rang out, and a huge beast had arrived at the entrance of the cave, raising its right foot high, ready to trample them all to death. Several people closed their eyes in despair and waited for death. Click! But at that moment, an incomparably loud sound of ice cracking rang out. The crowd followed the sound. It was the sound that rang out from Chen Lan's ice sculpture, and when the crowd saw that the ice sculpture had cracked, they showed joyful faces. But soon, the euphoria receded as the demonic beast had already begun to stomp down, and the cave was about to hold up. Even if Chen Lan awakens, I'm afraid he won't be able to stop it. Loose Heavenly Father, your Tao couple is going to be gone, see you in your next life. Guing closed her eyes in despair and muttered. Chen Lan, good buddy, we'll be brothers again in the next life. Luo Tao grinned. Chen Lan, are you the loose Heavenly Father? Yen Yu was the only one, her beautiful eyes tightly looking at that ice sculpture. She very much wanted to know the answer to the question, whether Chen Lan was the easy Heavenly Father or not. Boo! The ice sculpture burst open and countless ice cubes splashed away. The crowd was so frightened that they closed their eyes, but Yen Yu did not. Her eyes slightly widened as she watched Chen Lan's next move. She saw Chen Lan slowly raise his right hand and snap his fingers. Time forbid. The first time Chen Lan awoke, he activated the Time Avenue, causing all the time around him to be prohibited, allowing himself to quickly understand his current situation. As soon as his divine sense opened, he was clear. It turned out that dozens more demonic beasts had awakened. Among them there were also quasi-emperor realm demonic beasts that were no match for Yen Yu and these people. They were all severely injured and were now dying. Seeing Luo Tao covered in blood, Chen Lan felt angry and touched. This brother of his really didn't pay in vain, he didn't even abandon him in the end, preferring to die. There were also the two Guing and Yanyu, and although he didn't know why these two hadn't left as well, he was somewhat grateful. Although his own body would not suffer any damage even if he was trampled by these demonic beasts indiscriminately, the fact that these people could still choose to stay and save him without knowing it was what moved him the most.
And then there was Ice Blue, crying her eyes out and looking anxious. Chen Lan's eyes slowly looked towards those demonic beasts, becoming incomparably cold as he once again snapped his fingers. Snap! Time returned to normal and everyone's position changed, instantly moving outside.
The crowd instantly returned to normal, looking confused at their sudden arrival in a new environment.
What happened?
Yan Yu was at a loss for words as she looked at the suddenly changing environment in front of her.
Chen Lan, you're awake.
Seeing Chen Lan awakening, Bing Lan happily embraced him in a hug, rubbing against him with delight, like a kitten.
Aha! Chen Lan smiled faintly. As his words fell, dozens of explosions suddenly rang out. Boom boom.
The crowd was shocked and looked at the sound, only to see the dozens of demonic beasts explode like a firework, splattering blood and flesh, all of them wiped out.
What's going on here? How did they all die all of a sudden? Guing said in surprise and confusion.
This was too much, just in the blink of an eye, they had arrived outside, and those demonic beasts had even exploded themselves. Could it be that the easy Heavenly Father had made a move? While the others were surprised, Yan Yu looked at Chen Lan with complicated eyes. Looking at that back, the feeling inside her grew stronger and stronger. She felt that Chen Lan was the easy Heavenly Father. She had seen clearly the movements of Chen Lan's snapping fingers just now, and as soon as they were done, they appeared here.
Taozi, is everything alright?
Chen Lan hurriedly walked over to Luo Tao's side and helped him recover with his spiritual energy interspersed with life Tao power. In less than a few seconds, Luo Tao regained his health and stood up on his own, looking at himself in amazement and said, "Is my self-healing so strong, that I got well so quickly?" Luo Tao thought it was because his self-healing ability had gotten stronger that he recovered so quickly. Yan Yu, who was not far away, didn't think so, and the sharp one realized that Luo Tao had only recovered so quickly after Chen Lan had approached.
Chen Lan definitely has a secret on him. Is he, or isn't he the free Heavenly Father? Chen Lan, how did you come back here? Yan Yu directly walked up and asked.
Instead of guessing on your own, just ask. Chen Lan looked at Yan Yu and just smiled, then looked at Luo Tao. Taozi, it's alright, although we don't know who solved it, we're finally safe.
Yeah, but this should be the work of the Easy Emperor.
I don't know, I woke up like this, but I have to go first.
Good, then we'll come out for a drink some other time.
Afterward, Chen Lan left the place with Bing Lan, leaving Luo Tao's trio behind.
Sister Yan Yu, did you discover something?
Seeing that Yan Yu's face looked a bit off, Guing stepped forward and asked suspiciously. I have a feeling that Chen Lan is the loose Heavenly Father. Yan Yu spoke out of turn, and both Guing and Luo Tao instantly froze, staring at her with wide eyes. No way, although Brother Lan is gifted, but Luo Tao ended abruptly. He originally wanted to say that Chen Lan is very young, not like Easy Heavenly Father, but they don't know what Easy Heavenly Father looks like either. Moreover, this brother of his did have some strange demeanor, not wanting to join the Easy sect, but being exceptionally strong, always better than him, and he never seemed to be able to surpass it. There was also that previous ring match where that Ninja Empire's country lord had actually treated Chen Lan with respect, like a servant. Since then, he had known that Chen Lan had a secret, but hadn't thought in the direction of the prosperous Heavenly Father, and now that he heard Yan Yu say so, it was really possible.
I don't know much about that boy, although he's handsome, this can't be the Easy Heavenly Father.
Guing, who was on the side, opened her mouth in doubt. Though the boy she had just seen still fit her fantasy of a free sky daddy quite well, she still didn't quite believe it. Suddenly, Gu Ying's body jolted as she looked at Luo Tao. I remember you said that you're from Kingdomn University, so that boy just now is also from Kingdomn University.
Yeah. I'm the Dao couple of Easy Heavenly Father. I used to play games with him on the phone and know that he's from Kingdomn, and at that time he did speak with a little bit of a Kingdomn accent, I could hear it.
Gu Ying's words caused both Yan Yu and Luo Tao to be slightly surprised.
And that voice sounds like a rather young kind, could it really be Chen Lan? Guing was also shaken.
I asked Chen Lan last time, and he said that he had seen the easy Heavenly Father and that he was very handsome, so I doubt that he was boasting. The corners of Yen Yu's mouth lifted slightly. She already had an idea within her. It was really quite possible that Chen Lan was the loose Heavenly Father.
As his brother, have you asked him what his ideas inside the game? Yen Yu looked at Luo Tao.
Luo Tao thought carefully and nodded, asked, but he didn't say, so I didn't ask anymore. That's right then, he didn't even tell you. That's the ID is problematic, and his name is definitely unspeakable. Yen Yu affirmed, smiling even more happily. She could already be sure that Chen Lan was the unspeakable Heavenly Father. The next step was to test the waters, or else wait for Chen Lan to expose himself.
Luo Tao and Guing were still a bit unconvinced and frowned in thought. Is Chen Lan really the free Heavenly Father? Prosperity Sect. Patriarch's Palace. Chen Lan did not know that Yen Yu's side had begun to suspect his identity, but it was fine. After all, this identity, Chen Lan did not want to keep it hidden. There's always the right opportunity for him to be exposed.
Are you alright, Chen Lan?
Bing Lan walked up to check Chen Lan's body and was relieved when he realized that there were no major injuries. It's fine, it's just a trip to the New World.
Chen Lan smiled lightly and continued, feel free to visit this place first. I'll help you suppress the cold ice power in your body, so you can go and play as you please without fear of hurting anyone else. After saying that, he snapped his fingers and an aura mixed with time Dao power drilled into Ice Blue, suppressing the Dao power of the avenue of ice so that it couldn't harm anyone.
Ice Blue instantly felt that the restless cold ice power in his body was suppressed, and his body temperature returned to normal.
It used to be minus 10 degrees all the time and she was fine on her own, but anyone who ran into her wasn't.
Now she could finally experience a normal human temperature.
Touching his body that was a temperature that he had not felt for a long time, Ice Blue unknowingly shed tears.
It's been so long since I've experienced this feeling that I've forgotten it.
Thank you, Chen Lan, I haven't felt the temperature of a normal person in a long time.
You're welcome, go play outside for a while, you can rest assured here that no one will bully you. Chen Lan smiled faintly. Alright, I'm going out.
Bing Lan nodded. She also knew that Chen Lan had things to do, so she left very obediently.
As soon as Ice Blue left, Chen Lan's face became serious, setting up multiple boundaries and time domains, sitting cross-legged, and adjusting his breathing. A ball of Ice Blue Dao power flew out from his dantian. Extreme Ice Avenue, if I refine all of it, my Ice Avenue can break through to the grand completion.
Chen Lan muttered. But what he didn't understand was who kept this Dao power for him. Why would he call him master? It couldn't be a case of mistaken identity, could it? But since it was given to him, he accepted it without ceremony. Not long after, Chen Lan began to refine the avenue of ice, which I was afraid would take a long time before it could be completely refined.
It's beautiful, this place is spectacular.
Bing Lan walked out of the Patriarch's Hall and visited the Easy Sect. She was amazed by the scenery. She had never seen such a good-looking sect before.
Huh, aren't you Chen Lan's girlfriend?
At this moment, a voice rang out, and Bing Lan turned his head to look and realized that it was the three Guing people.
The three of them looked at Ice Blue in surprise. How did she appear here? Could it be that Chen Lan was really the free sky sovereign? Yeah, it's you guys, do you live here too?
Ice Blue said in surprise, it's really fate to see these three again.
You too? Luo Tao nodded and looked around, not realizing Chen Lan's figure.
Pretty much, I didn't used to live here, it was Chen Lan who brought me here.
Bing Lan nodded. Then where did Chen Lan go? Yen Yu asked in a hurry.
The answer was already crying out, if Chen Lan was here, then he must be the easy Heavenly Father. There he is, he had something to do so he let me out.
Ice Blue pointed to a location.
The three of them looked in the direction of Ice Blue's finger and their bodies jolted, freezing on the spot.
What's wrong with you guys?
Ice Blue turned his head to look at a few people and asked suspiciously. A few people were dumbstruck at this moment, looking at the Patriarch's Hall with dead eyes, their hearts having long turned over.
Patriarch Hall, if Chen Lan is there, then he must be the Patriarch, aka Easy Heavenly Father. Guing was surprised.
It really was the easy Heavenly Father. Yen, you hadn't guessed wrong, that boy really was the great emperor.
This is too sudden, my brother is a great emperor? Luo Tao muttered. Before this, he didn't even believe that Chen Lan was a prosperous heavenly emperor because that was too exaggerated. Now, knowing that Chen Lan was in the Patriarch's Hall, they were completely dumbfounded that it really was the prosperous heavenly father. The brother he was very close to, the one who gave countless resources to him and his family, the one who allowed him to come into the sect, turned out to be the prosperous heavenly father. Sure enough, it really is him. Yenyu smiled. Her guess was right, Chen Lan was really the easy heavenly father. But suddenly, her face also reddened. Her own student was actually a prosperous heavenly father, and a former employee as well. Was this considered a teacher-student romance, or a secret romance between the boss and the employee? Then, should we say anything about the fact that we know that the easy heavenly father is Chen Lan? Guing asked a crucial question. At that, the other two blushed and thought for a long time. I think Chen Lan definitely has his reasons for not saying anything. It's good for us to know, so let's not go around vocalizing it, lest we make him hate it. Yan Yu spoke up. There must be a reason for Chen Lan to hide his identity. It was someone's privacy, they couldn't possibly go around talking about it, it would make Chen Lan resentful. That's true, we can't make easy heavenly father hate it. Guing nodded. She was going to be the woman of easy heavenly father, how could she make him hate it? Well, let's just bury it in our hearts. Luo Tao agreed. Why, what are you guys talking about? Ice Blue asked, blinking her blue eyes in confusion. Are you really Chen Lan's girlfriend? Yen Yu looked at Bing Lan with some envy. They haven't even been recognized for who they are yet, and someone else got there first, so envious. What's a girlfriend? Ice Blue cocked his head and frowned in confusion with a very cute expression. Don't even know your girlfriend, are you not from this world? Luo Tao froze. Why did this girl look a bit abnormal? No, I slept for a long time and only woke up today. Ice Blue shook his head. The three of them were astonished, not realizing that this girl was not yet from this world. Yan Yu and Guing were relieved at the same time, so it seemed that the girl should not be Chen Lan's girlfriend. I don't know what a girlfriend is, but I do know that Chen Lan is my best friend. Ice Blue held her head high and laughed in delight, but what she didn't know was that she had already exposed the identity of her best friend. As night falls, the moon is clear and the stars are few blue. On the other side of the blue star, within a dense jungle, the ground exploded violently, trees fell to the ground with a bang, and countless sands splashed away. The ground then opened up a large hole comparable to a soccer field and began to collapse, countless trees and sand quickly fell, and a dense jungle just disappeared without a trace. Who? Not long after, a loud dragon roar actually vibrated out from inside the big hole, terrifying and shocking, causing countless birds to scatter and flee. It just so happened that there was such a tribe next to the jungle that the people heard the dragon's roar, and they all grabbed their respective weapons and walked cautiously into the jungle. Having never heard a dragon roar, they instinctively assumed that some beast had broken into the jungle, and if they could hunt it down, they would have food for days. After all, that's what their tribe did for a living, hunting. But when they had just reached the depths of the jungle and saw the large hole in the ground, a black shadow flew out from it, and that black shadow spread its wings and was 1,000 meters long. By the faint moonlight, those tribesmen recognized it. Dragons, it's dragons. Who? As if in response to them, a black dragon threw its head back and roared, landing with a loud thud. The moonlight poured over it, carving out its silhouette, the standard Western dragon look, with wings on its back, black dragon scales all over its body, and 4 sharp claws. But surprisingly, there was a human standing at the head of that dragon. Dragon riders, awaken, let us reclaim this world and take back what is rightfully ours. The human let out a manly hiss. As he hissed, the hole in the ground resounded with countless dragon roars, and a black shadow flew out from it, a countless number of flying dragons, black, white, red, yellow, all kinds of colors, but the only one that came out first was the black dragon with the most massive body. And on the head of each dragon stood a man who gripped the horns of the flying dragons as a way of controlling them. Seeing so many legendary dragons, the tribesmen trembled in fear, dropping the weapons in their hands, not daring to say anything. But luckily, the man wasn't focusing on the tribesmen, but rather looking off into the distance. I see the best perch, that's where we belong, knights, charge with me. The man roared and rode the black dragon,
flying in the direction of Dragon Kingdom. Ho ho ho, countless flying dragons rose at the same time, like a sharp arrow flying rapidly towards Dragon Kingdom. On the other side, a certain village where some poor people live who feed on garbage every day. And it was during this night that the dirt suddenly opened up into a hole in the ground, and this hole in the ground was very small, being just the size of a child. Not only that, these holes in the ground multiplied like cells, instantly spreading all over the village, leaving the entire village with nowhere to lay their heads, even inside those people's houses, with screams rising and falling. No one knew why these holes in the ground had appeared, but they could hear that there were voices beneath them. What the hell are these things and why are there so many holes in the ground? Help! Just then, a small person inside the hole in the ground jumped out. They were like gophers. They first poked out ahead to make sure there was no danger before jumping out. These people were short. I'm afraid they were only about 50 centimeters tall, but they weren't ugly like dwarfism. Their bodies were as if they were getting smaller in equal proportions. It made perfect sense, and their faces weren't deformed or anything, and some of them were even good looking. We, the dwarves, are finally able to see the light of day again. A dwarf tilted his head and shouted, the corner of his eye actually slipping a tear, looking as if he was crying with joy. Stop it, the giants came out a long time ago, I can already sense their aura, it's over there. A female dwarf spoke in a cold voice, pointing in the direction of Dragon Kingdom. Damn it, this giant race came out so quickly, our battle is not over yet, if not for the world reincarnation, our dwarf race might not have lost. The male dwarf said indignantly. Let's not talk about so much first, gather all the dwarves, let's go find the giants, we can't let them monopolize this wonderful new world. I feel that this new world is very good, the laws of heaven and earth have been perfected a lot. The female dwarf took a deep breath and said pleasantly. Yes. Not long after, the dwarves assembled in full force, and together they headed towards the location of Dragon Kingdom. The sky was slightly light at the beginning of dawn. Many people had been up all night, though, and since immortality had passed, sleep was no longer a human necessity. Even so, there were still quite a few ordinary people who got up early to go for a run, because someone had said that those with a good physique were better suited for cultivation, so nowadays men and women of all ages began to exercise, and those who were unable to step into the body refining process also began to strengthen their bodies, striving to step into the body refining process someday. The sun had just poured down on Dragon Kingdom, but suddenly it was covered again, and many people noticed it and looked up at the sky, thinking it was some kind of dark cloud coming in. But when he turned out to take a look, he was shocked to see an overhanging island hanging in the dome of the sky, blocking out the sun. What is that? When did it come out, and how did it suddenly appear? What a big island, much bigger than even the once easy sect. What's going on here? Is something coming again? The shouting of the crowd disturbed the cultivation of the other cultivators, and the cultivators walked out impatiently, and when they saw the hanging island in the sky, they all froze. What is this? Why is there an island? Prosperity sect. Yenyu's concierge. At this time, Yenyu was cultivating with her legs crossed. They didn't return to the ghost world, but stayed here, wanting to take their chances and see if they could run into Chen Lan and ask him face to face. Sister Yenyu, it's not good. At that moment, there was a knock on the room, and Ice Blue's anxious voice rang out from outside. Yenyu instantly woke up and hurriedly opened the door, seeing an anxious Bing Lan and asked, "What's wrong?" "Look." Ice Blue pointed to the island in the sky. Yenyu looked over and was instantly dumbfounded. Is this another enemy from Dragon Kingdom? At this time, Guing and Luo Tao both ran over. Both of their rooms weren't that far away, and Guing was right next to Yenyu, so they both heard Bing Lan's anxious voice and immediately came over. What is this, an island in the sky? Luo Tao frowned and spoke. No matter what it is first, we have to go to the ghost world to find someone. Guing spoke up. After yesterday's events, they realized that they were still too small, and were simply powerless to resist when they encountered a powerful enemy. So now it's smart to get help first. Alright, I'll go to the ghost world to find Master and the others. Luo Tao nodded and left in an instant. Yenyu, on the other hand, looked towards the Patriarch's hall and inwardly said, "Will you make a move?" Chen Lan.